This is my passion. This is what I love to do. But some days, sometimes, I'm just like you, man. I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job. From a good dream I wake, sun rays on my face, planning out my day, hoping this ain't the one that I catch a case. I feel so good, I feel so straight. My manager keep calling me saying, hurry up, you late. Hurry up, you lay off. Yo, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Been trying to play it cool, but it's hard to play it off. I've been hanging on to this bullshit, cause my car still ain't paid off. I know I'm on my way up. My boy just got laid off, so y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. These hoes here so ratchet. These niggas here so sneaky. Y'all don't even really pay enough for y'all to only pay bi-weekly. I'm trying to double up my cash. Take this job, shove it up your ass. Yo, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Yeah. I love the job today, though, baby. I love the job today. It's Friday. Today is going to be a good day. Matter of fact, every day is a good day until you miss one. Please believe me. Believe that, please. What's popping? What's going on? Oh, let me turn this off. Let me do this. What's good, neighborhood? What's popping? What's going on? You're back in the lab with your favorite neighbor, your man, marqnash. He is I am he. A very special relationship episode of Breaking Beats. As y'all know, we got some fights going on tomorrow. We'll cover those when we cover those. Tomorrow, we'll do a reaction to the fights that we got going on. But today is a very special day. I'm going to get into a little relationship talk. This topic was sent to me, and it's by a female viewer who said they found this Instagram post pretty remarkable. I'm going to play the audio from it. Yeah, we're doing a short intro today. I want to get right into it. Also, we have a survey going on in the chat. I got a survey in the chat, and basically on this survey, I'm asking you all. Let me see if I got it right here. Oh, nope. I got to take a screenshot of it. But basically, we got a survey in the chat, and I'm asking you guys and gals. Where is it at? Whoa. Did it disappear? Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. So I got a survey in the chat, and basically I'm asking, who is responsible for the damage in our community? Our community can be whatever it means to you. All right? But who's responsible? Is it A, parenting? I'll put it on the screen. Bear with me. Is it A, the parenting? Is it lack of education or jobs? Is it the government and racial inequality? Or is it just simply personal accountability? So we're going to check in on that as we go on. But let's talk about this topic right here and what this brother is talking about. This dude was out here saying basically an educated woman is difficult to date. He said, let me put it on the screen. Y'all bear with me. Here we go. Bam. Man says high earning women are less attractive. Who wants you after you achieve these things? Wow. I found this a little weird to hear. I'm like, damn. I thought it would be dope to have a woman that's educated, and especially if you guys are equally yoked. But like this, I don't know. I'm gonna play the audio now, and we'll break it down from there. Let's hear this audio, what he had to say. Here we go.
I make very, very good money. Okay. Literally, she says, I got a good job. I make very, very good money. And she says, the only thing I need now is a man. It's like, yo. It's like, who wants you? who wants you? You're right. Like once you have achieved these things, you have unfortunately disqualified yourself.
Ooh, and shit.
And what it is these, because and this is the thing. I'm not blaming
the women are gonna hate him for that shit. They are gonna hate him for that. I can't wait to put this shit out.
Okay, and they're laughing about it. But here's my thing. I don't think you disqualify yourself. I never heard of that. This is the first. I've never heard someone say a woman is disqualified because she has achieved things. And I'm curious. I want to take a survey of my audience as well to see if you guys agree or disagree, because I've never heard of this before. I promise, never. Yeah, I never even thought people. I didn't even know people think like this. So it makes me wonder: when do you want the woman who hasn't achieved anything? Do you want a woman who doesn't have ambition to go, or it only means something if you're there throughout the whole process? Do you have to be the one to send her to school? Like, never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it. Yeah, this all new to me. Shout out to my guy Tyrese. Shout out to the girl behind the mic. Let me do these drops real quick. Let's do these drops. Shout out to everybody who's pulling up. Girl behind the mic, what up?
What up?
My boy Ty Boogie, what up?
What up?
Shout out to my guy Carlo, aka Transcendent Sports Channel.
What up?
My guy D-Ray.
What up?
What's popping, yo? Drop the link out there. Shout out to Ty. Yeah, Ty and I we was chopping it up about this topic earlier. Yeah, this is new news for me. I did not know that a guy feels like. Thank you, girl behind the mic. Clear the lane. That's what I'm thinking. It sounds kind of insecure. He said, "Who wants you after you achieve these things?" A lot of people. Like, I mean, it sounds like what you want. You want a dumb girl? You want a thought? Like, I don't know. I think education is beautiful. I think, I don't know. I never heard of this. This is all new information for me. Like, I've always dated women who I thought was bright. I never liked the dumb bunny. Go ahead. My guy Ty here. Talk to me, Ty. What's up with this dude right here?
Yeah, man, dude tripping, man. I don't know. Why wouldn't you want your second in command, which is the position he's pretty much saying she's gonna be? Why wouldn't you want her to be educated, accomplished, driven, just in case something happened to you and you out of commission for a while? Just like in the military. Like if the colonel go down to lieutenant colonel, he step up. His qualifications are pretty much mirrors or equivalent to the colonel. So I don't know why these guys don't want an accomplished woman. You know what I'm saying? Like. And then these same guys, they'll talk about, dating out and going with women of other races as if those women aren't, competitive, educated, goal-driven, etc. So, I don't know. I'm lost with this one, with the way he's taking the conversation.
Oh, I know what he took. He took it straight to the. It sounds like I said. It sounds insecure. It sounds like a lack. Something is missing here. What is the disconnect? Because, like, I'll play the clip again, but let me.
I got a good job. I make very, very good money. And she says the only thing I need now is a man. Wants you? Who wants you? You have.
Once you have achieved having a job, you have disqualified yourself. Hey, look, maybe I'm old school, Ty. I'm from a different life. I grew up thinking Claire Huxtable, that was attractive to us. You know what I'm saying? That was the thing.
Right. And you remember that episode?
They born the Kim Kardashian. Go ahead.
Right.
Say it again.
Right. Claire was a lawyer and Cliff was a doctor. Remember that episode when Elvin came over and he was just meeting Claire and she was like, I'm gonna get y'all some coffee. And he was like, you do stuff like that?
Yeah.
And she was like, what?
Your audience
serve my husband? She was like,
hold on. Maybe
I do stuff like that. We know we serve each other. You know what I'm saying? Can you hear me? Hold on.
Check 1,
Hello?
2. Can y'all hear me out there? Yeah, go ahead. Y'all let me know in the chat. Can y'all hear me? But go ahead, Ty.
Hold on, let me log in on my computer. Give me a second. I'm gonna kick me out. I'm coming on my computer.
All right, but shout out to my guy Ty. Yo, 10, he said, I want to jump on this convo right now. This is a good one. I'm at the job, real nigga. Oh, he said right now. Hey, look at me. I'm so conditioned. I see RN, I'll be like, real nigga. I don't think of registered nurse. See, that's the problem. I should be saying registered nurse. That's what he's doing. I'll open the phone line so you guys can call in as well. Smash the like button on the way into the room. But yo, it sounds like some insecure talk to me. Look, now granted, I get it. It's gonna be some brothers in the manosphere who roll with this because they see these guys sometimes on the TV and on the YouTube. Got a nice beard, got his waves going, speaks well. He seems like he got it all figured out. But I don't know. I gotta go against the grain on this one, homie. And I gotta disagree with this.
Figured out. But
Ty, I'm here myself twice. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm back.
Go for it, Ty. So
Where
yeah,
are you
man.
at now? I might have missed your question.
Yeah, I mean, I was with like maybe I'm from a different era. I grew up in that where it was cool, like Felicia Rashad, the Cosby, like we grew up on that, like that was attractive.
Oh yeah.
She was a beautiful woman with big dreamy eyes. No, it was the fact that she was intelligent, she was powerful. She you get what I'm saying? She was dignified.
Yeah, like I was saying. Remember the episode when Alvin first came over and he was meeting her for the first time? I don't know if you remember this.
Yes, and he thought she was more of a housewife type thing. He didn't know that like she was a boss.
No, he thought she was more of a uppity. So he came over and she was like, "Would you like for me to get you and my husband a cup of coffee?" And he was like, "Oh, I didn't know you do stuff like that." And she was like, "Stuff like what?" She was like, "You know what? Serve my husband?" She was like, "Yeah, I do stuff like that." And Cliff is back there shaking his head like, "Yeah, that's what she do." She was like, "He got me a cup of coffee." You know what I'm saying? And what she was basically just saying, even though I'm a lawyer and he's a doctor, you know what I'm saying? A relationship is ebb and flow. It's give and take, you know. Much as these dudes talk about submission, men submit to their wives too. You know, while she's performing all these good acts of kindness, all these good deeds, you're gonna submit to her in a way too. You know what I'm saying? That what keeps the relationship healthy. You just can't keep taking from somebody. You have to give something.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Smash the like button on the way in the room. Girl behind the mic joins the panel. Girl behind the mic, what do you think of what this brother is talking about, right? He said, I'll play the clip one more time for the people just getting in. He says,
literally, she says, I got a good job. I make very, very good money. And she says, the only thing I need now is a man. It's like, yo, it's like, who wants you? Who wants you? You're right. Like, once you have achieved these things, you have unfortunately disqualified yourself.
Ooh,
and
shit.
And what it is these, and this is the thing. I'm not blaming
the women are gonna hate him for that shit. They are gonna hate him for that. I can't wait to put this shit out.
Literally, she says, I got a good job.
But look, and the guys, they're laughing, and you can see another guy shaking their head like, he's shaking his head like, girl, you went and got you a good job. You went and got your education. Yeah, you blew it. You disqualified yourself. Girl behind the mic, talk to me about this this nigga going on. Never nigga them right here, right?
Shout out to Marqnash. Shout out panel chat. Man, I'm listen, I'm like, what do you want? But to me, it just sounds like insecurity. That's my opinion on it. Because here's the thing. I wonder if he was intimidated by the fact that the way he's presenting it is oh, I got this, she says she's got all this, and all she needs now is a man. But now here's the thing. I'm also sensing perhaps he's intimidated. Pure speculation, but perhaps he's intimidated. Because here's the thing. Some people want to feel needed. And then in her shoes, maybe it's not even a need, because if we talk about needs versus wants. So I understand that philosophy or that thought pattern where like you've amassed it. Okay. I would like to share my life with someone. And my thing back in the day was like, listen, I would love to share my life with someone. If it happens, it happens. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. But for me, it sounds like because of that threat, where if he comes in on it, she doesn't, need was not even the word she should have used. She probably should have said want. I got all my stuff together, and I could use a man. I could probably want a man now. So for me, I think it's intimidation and insecurity, because I think it's that thought process that a person like him coming into somebody's life like that is disposable at any point in time. That's the way I look at it.
As in, like, when you say disposable, like the woman is disposable because he has all the resources, or what?
Well, so because he's given an analogy, like, the girl says she's got everything. To paraphrase, he's saying that the girl says she's got everything maybe she's ever wanted in life, or she's good where she's at. So the next thing I need is a man now. Just paraphrasing from what he said. And so for me, it looks like disposable on his end. He's thinking about, if I get onto this bandwagon, then at any point in time, because I'm just coming in, and all she needs is a man. And if I don't meet my quota or what I'm supposed to do, she could just drop me at the whatever, drop me at any minute is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking because he knows he's disposable. But a woman like that needs a man that's secure and not intimidated by her success. He's clearly needs to do some work. And he clearly doesn't need a woman like that anyways. If his mind process is here.
Yeah, like this is a dream. This should be your dream girl. She shouldn't be disqualified. Like he said, she got it all figured out. Like she has her education, she has a good job, and he says, "Who's gonna want you? You disqualified yourself." Hold on. Let me get the Megazord drop. Never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
So you want the girl that's still in school, or the girl who just dropped out of school? You want the girl who doesn't have her career together? Like that girl is qualified?
He wants a needy person. He wants someone to want him, to lean into him, to be needy towards him. A man like that is insecure and intimidated, because a woman that has all her stuff together will need a man as an accessory. Like I used to say, I just need an accessory. That's it. It's not like my life was like, so I really need to be with somebody. I came to the realization the older I grew that, hey, if the person comes into my life, it'll be nice to share my life with someone. And if they don't, I'm going to keep it moving. So he's intimidated and insecure at that, because he doesn't have any ground or control over the situation. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
He wants a woman to need him.
That's how I took it too. Like
it's really a power dynamic now, because if she's on a level playing field, like the girl behind the mic is saying, he really doesn't have the power dynamic he wants over a woman that's needy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I couldn't agree more. And but nobody wants somebody they can just walk over, right? And it's hard to respect somebody who's gonna kiss your ass. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
But you don't want somebody who
literally, she says,
it sounds like you want somebody who they depend on them. Like, you got to depend on me, because now I don't have value. If you have more education than me, I don't have value. If you make more money than me, I don't have value. That's what it sounds like.
Yep, like I was saying earlier, why wouldn't you want your second in command to be somewhat qualified and educated? You know, it makes no sense. If she's the second in command, why wouldn't you want her to have some education, some of what you got? Hell, just anything. It make, like now when they get these girls who don't have anything, and then when they divorce them and they take them for half and they stuck with child support and alimony, it's still a complaint. It's never no satisfying these niggas. Like a lot of these dudes, they take some of Kevin Samuel's talking points and they started to branch out and start their own little TV shows, talk shows. But you get these guys in real time, they can't defend these points, man. Like a lot of them, they're just talking heads. They can't defend this shit in real time. Like if we went on there with these rebuttals, they wouldn't have no answers.
Girl behind the mic, you ever had a situation where you felt like a man was intimidated by you or your education or your success or anything?
It's a really good question. So I wouldn't have, like, probably at the time, or even now, I guess, but I would not have known if they were. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I wouldn't have been able to tell. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, because I think if a person is intimidated, to me, an example of what this man is saying, I don't think they really come out with it. It's more so like actions. You know, I guess maybe they would distance themselves away from me. I guess maybe not even like try to pursue a relationship. We had stuff like that going on, you know, in our single days, but I don't know if the base was intimidation. You know, could be. I would never know.
Mm.
But no woman that has all her stuff together wants an intimidated man or an insecure man. So he's actually doing a lot of women a service.
Mm.
Yep.
Todd, same question for you. Have you ever felt intimidated by a professional woman, or have you ever seen somebody who's seen intimidated by you, or vice versa?
No, I mean, I would shot my shot, and you know, if I hit, I hit. But you know, I understand. You know, shit, some women are just out of my league. You know what I'm saying? I know what my pay grade is, and you know, and some women are just out of my league. You know, in terms of pay, like we talked about earlier. Like, there's some women that are just out of my league pay wise. You know, we may have a little something on the side, but in terms of us being in, you know, in a relationship or something like that, I understand it's not gonna go there. But I'm not intimidated. You know, I have self-awareness. I understand, you know, where I'm at in the food chain. So, you know, I'm not too, you know, I understand where I'm at.
But what does that mean? Like you understand where you are at the food chain? Because I think, you know what I mean? I mean, I don't want to talk for you, but expound on that. What does it mean? Like you know where you are at the food chain or on the food chain?
Well, I understand like some women like they just ain't gonna fuck with me. Like if this woman is a doctor or something like that, you know, a high level attorney or something like that, you know, she probably ain't finna fuck with no dude like me. You know what I'm saying?
How
That's
do
just
you
not,
know that? How do you know that?
because I tried to holler at a few of them.
Just a
Hold
few.
up, hold up. But you look, you can't holler at the lawyer while she fighting your case.
No,
You gotta
no.
meet her somewhere else, Todd. Like if she's
I
your
said,
attorney,
bruh,
like she like this nigga got a kill coat. I'm sorry, this ain't gonna work out. You can't holler at the doctor if you in there for your bad back. She like be like,
no.
hey,
Man, I done seen these. When I see these chicks, I see them at the grocery store. You know, I catch them where you catch them at the convenience store, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was.
Right.
how do you know she's a lawyer or a high level attorney or attorney just by meeting her at the grocery store?
But I saw the doctor sign. I saw a doctor. She had a thing on her car. I said, I'm gonna try my luck with this one.
And is it possible she's already taken? Because at that point, she's been around guys in high school, college, med school, residency. She might have already found her guy by then. Is that possible?
I ain't see no ring on her finger.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But look, let me say this too. Shout out to HLD in Detroit. What up, Detroit? Yeah, girl behind the mic. I'm with you on that. You don't know. The hardest part is to try. Some dudes don't want to shoot their shot.
And I just told y'all I tried and I failed.
No, but that's one woman, one time, right? But what I'm trying to say is what you sounded like was the way I'm a paraphrase. It sounded like you going into the Gucci store with TJ Maxx money.
Okay, man.
That's how it made it seem like
Right,
I can't afford her. That's what it almost sounded like, for lack of better words.
I ain't for a lack of confidence or nothing, but this is how I see it. You know, if y'all feel free to disagree. You know,
No, it's cool. It's cool. It's because here's the thing. I know some very professional women, and I'm gonna let you know their dudes don't make as much as them, and they don't mind because they all right. They was all right before him. They don't, because that's not why he's there. He's not there to get their hair and nails done. They was getting their hair and nails done before they met him.
he just there to clap them cheeks, huh?
So what?
He there to clap them cheeks, huh?
Basically, he did cut the grass.
Yeah, that's what I said. You know what I'm saying?
Clap the cheese. Go fill my car up.
I done clap some cheeks.
It's cold outside.
I done clap some cheeks, but I understand. I ain't the man that she want to take around her colleagues and stuff like that. You know, I may not be that man.
But just because you don't have her same level of education on paper, don't mean you're not able to have a conversation with her colleagues. Some of these women, like I'm telling you, they good on that. They ready to procreate now. They're ready to have but you got to be confident. You can't be in there like trying to put her down because she's successful.
Okay, now I'm about to try my luck again.
Yeah.
We
I
going-
mean,
I ain't talking
right.
about for sake time. I'm just saying this guy in this clip that we played. That's how he sounded. Go ahead.
Right. But I mean, like, and I get it, like, I keep stay in my lane or whatever, paraphrasing. But here's the thing. I mean, listen, I probably speak for some women out here, but right now I'm gonna specifically speak for myself. Um, I realized at the age of 21 that I had amassed more than most 21-year-olds. I knew that like my path forward was going to be different. And so I knew the spaces and places and men that invited themselves into my life, it was going to be different. But I was never the type of girl to say, I got it all, or I don't need, any of that. Later on in life, of course, let's take the party days away and all that other stuff. When I started to think, you know what, it wouldn't be too bad to share my life with someone. So I thought to myself, oh, yeah, it wouldn't be bad. Do trips and stuff like that. Yeah. But the thing is, I thought to myself, and then this was now probably the contemplation was maybe at the ages of like 27, 28, going up, knowing that I was about to get into my 30s. I knew I needed to simmer down. Most of the stuff was out of my system. And I realized where I was at as well, still at that age. And I say to myself, for me, it was personality, it was character. And the man that the man that I would entertain to come into my life for commitment would be a man that would have not everything that I had, but just have the character or personality, where we could, what do you call this? Not match up, but to be compatible. Okay. So that means I had a strong work ethic. I was a workaholic. I didn't need him to, burn his back out being a workaholic, but I needed you to know how to get up for work. I had been taking care of myself since I was 21. I built my dream house when I was 25. All these other materialistic things that came with my success. I at least needed him to know how to pay rent. In my mind at that time, I said, heck, even if you pay rent monthly to a roommate, the point being that you know how to pay monthly rent, you pay your own bills. At that time I had my cars. I didn't need you to have cars with the S. As long as you got your car, I could care less if it was a 1981 car, but you have a car that takes you to work. Your stand-up guy, your character, your personality, so that when we get in, we get to life together, do life together. Yeah, I want that guy who's hands-on, who knows more stuff than I know in terms of like, we don't need a plumber, babe. I could fix this or whatever. Instead of that's what I'm trying to say. I've never been one of those girls, even in a six-figure network, knowing my tax bracket was different at a young age. I've never been one of those ladies that was like all this stuff somebody said about Kevin Samuels about I never said I need a high value man. I need a six-figure man. I never said that, because you know what? If he went to work, if he worked January through December, if he made $5,000, if he made $15,000, his money plus my money, we good. We're good. Point being is he's responsible. He's got a good character. He's got a good personality that could take you far, right? Because in my mind, at that point, I was gonna say in my mind. Oh, sorry. In my mind,
Let me finish this last part, please.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say in my mind at that time. I want to be honest with everybody listening to this. I had earlier on, looking at my paychecks 21, 22, 23, I did all that networking with the big people, the doctors, the lawyers. And I tell you what, you will meet people that have successful title careers, but that are irresponsible. So I knew going forward when I was pushing to my 30s, that was not a prerequisite, because as I need that. My point again, if you're making $5,000 a year and your bills are paid, you're good, you're just a stand-up person, good character and personality, both of us together, we could build something. Because titles didn't matter to me anymore. If that's a surgeon, a neurosurgeon, yeah, neurosurgeons typically make a lot of money on Google if you look it up, but these people are living from paycheck to paycheck. They're blowing their money. You see what I'm saying? Irresponsible. Who wants that life? And I'm not saying all neurosurgeons or all professions. My point being, there's some people out there that have done well for themselves in life. It's not like their fault. And I never like look down on anybody. I just always been so driven. And there are a lot of people that are like that are just driven by life. And you look up and you're like, well, I got all these things. And you just want someone that will come into your life that won't bring you down. You see what I'm saying? We all come together. Your money, my money. We make a pot. We go forward. We build.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, Ty.
So what I got from that is from the man that you saw yourself with long term. You understood where the floor was from this for the man you wanted, and anything below that, you didn't want that, right?
Exactly.
So that's just the opposite of me. I understand what my ceiling is.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's just the opposite for me. I kind of understand where my ceiling is, where I think my ceiling is in the dating pool. So I mean, I think we just see it from different views.
Right, but I mean, you say the floor, but here's the thing. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anyone. I just knew where I was with things and at the age that I was. So I wasn't necessarily going to go get a crackhead. You see what I'm saying? Somebody to deplete everything I'd worked for. So for me, it's not the floor. I would have taken a man that made $5,000 a year. Heck, if he hustling out here and look, babe, I got this whole patent for these caps and I'm making $5,000 and here's my 5-year goal, my business plan. I'm like, let's make this happen. You see, so it's not really like the floor where I'm like, because then it's like when you say ceiling, you're saying a cap. For me, it's just like really logical stuff for a couple. If you are here, if you have done this with yourself, you're not necessarily going to go grab a homeless person and be like, save your project. My mind was open to all kinds of possibilities, opportunities with men. I wasn't closed-minded just to stick in my bracket, but I already knew I wasn't just going to do a savior rescue or a stray rescue. So for you, the ceiling should just be really not capped. It should be open. And I know you're comfortable with that, and that's fine. And I'm not, like you said, it's a conversation. I'm not saying go out there and do it, but I'm just saying just keep an open mind. You never know.
All right, that's fair. You ain't gotta apologize. You know how we guys on this channel now. Stop apologizing mid-sentence and midpoint.
I don't want to be rude. I'm not trying to hurt nobody. Hurt their feelings.
You know how we
this guy right here did not care about hurting no women's feelings. Let's play this audio again.
Yeah, you're in the well, we ain't gonna say barbershop, but you're in the basement with the fellas.
She said,
no, she in the neighborhood. She right at home. She's my neighbor. Let's get it.
I got a good job. I make.
Oh, I gotta stay on the screen.
Literally, she says, I got a good job. I make very, very good money. And she says, the only thing I need now is a man. It's like, yo.
I think what bothers me too is the cackling that guy's like right. And you can see the other guy shaking his head like, she blew it. She shouldn't have went to college. Shouldn't have got that good job. That sounds dumb. I just can't wrap my brain like, because my thing right here, Ty, what's consider the alternative? For now, that person is dependent on you. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't want nobody that's totally dependent on me, man.
Forever too, like right.
Ever.
Like,
nah, this ain't what I signed up for. I need you to carry some of the load.
And I get it. Sometimes in relationships, the power dynamic can sway back and forth. I remember I used to date this girl, and I remember her mom. As long as I known her mom never had a job, right?
Right.
But let her tell it though, their relationship is still, and it's kind of sad too, because her husband died, and I was thinking like, well, oh my God, what is she gonna do when he died? But he left her set up for life though. You get what I'm saying? And right. But the thing is, she always explained it to us like this in our relationship. When I was dating her daughter, she was like, look, sometimes relationships, she said, it's never really going to be 50-50. It's sometimes going to be 60-40. Sometimes somebody going to get sick, get injured. It could be a mental breakdown. Like his mother died and he just shut down for like a month. Mentally and emotionally, he was not available. So it's not always about the financial part. I think girl behind the mic, you spoke on something truly remarkable when you said being compatible, having core values. Because for some women, it's like, look, are you gonna try to screw my friends when I'm not around? Are you gonna try to screw my sister and my cousin? That's step one. Are you loyal? Are you trustworthy? Are you faithful? How do you talk to your mother? How does you know what I'm saying? How do you treat your friends? Are you one of those? Because some people walk around through life just trying to hustle. I get it. And when I say hustle, it's nothing wrong with having ambition. I don't mean hustle like that. I mean as in getting over on people, manipulation. Instead of using an opportunity to their advantage, they want to take advantage of the opportunity. And I use this example right here. Here we go. This is a perfect example for people who don't understand. Shout out to the boxing scholar, aka Brandon from Dallas. Troy Graham, welcome back. I'll say this, my sister. Here's the perfect example, Ty, and shout out to the chat. Let's say your boss is gone for vacation for the week. You are the assistant manager, right? Some people will use this opportunity to steal from the register. People come into work late, leaving early. You get what I'm saying? That's taking advantage of a situation. But using a situation as an opportunity would be, okay, not only are we going to come to work on time, we're going to be on time, we're not going to steal. We're going to produce, we're going to increase production while you're gone. We're going to show that I'm going to show, hey, I can run this place, not to see how much I can steal from this place while you're gone. Does that make sense?
And that makes a lot of sense. It's a very good analogy.
Yeah, some people gonna try to steal everything they can that week. Some people nope, we're gonna vacuum the floor just like we was here. We're gonna clean the windows. We're gonna make sure our files are in order. We're gonna call these routes. We're gonna get this revenue up. We're gonna get the debt down, get this credit down, and get some revenue in here. Some people just gonna be like, man, fuck this. I ain't calling no route. I ain't doing no store maintenance. I ain't doing nothing, man. I'm coming late. I'm leaving early. I'm gonna take me $10 out the register for my lunch today. Like all kind of stuff. And I think it's all about integrity, doing the right thing, even when nobody's watching. But that's what is key in relationships. From what I found with women, that's what they're looking for more than anything, especially a woman who already is set in her career. She's already set where she's at with her education. They don't mind. Look, some of them I get it. Some people want to be equally yoked. Shit, you need to make more than me so I can keep my whole check. I get it. Some people are gonna be like that. But then you're gonna have some people who are gonna say, you know what, I want more out of life, and we're gonna put this together, put these two things together, and we're gonna get an even bigger house, or now we're gonna get this. Hey, you ain't never been out the country, baby. Let me show you. Let's go over here and get your passport, because when I go to Jamaica, I want you to be right there with me. They're going to help you get on track and bring you up. Same thing as some men do that with their women. But then some people just want to be kept on both sides. And I get it. But I think it's very important to communicate what is important to you in a relationship very early on. But with that, I digress.
Hey, I'll be right back. I got to go help my son do something. Be right back.
Go ahead. But you get what I'm saying, girl behind the mic? Like, I think it's communication to let somebody know what you expect out of a relationship early on is very important. What about you?
I agree. And like I always tell people that are single, perhaps, looking for long-term commitments or marriage, take your time. People have, and I don't know who it was, but anyways, people have this thing where there's a biological clock or there's a clock. Somebody's going to say there is. No, there isn't. It's in your mind. Because when you put those types of caps in your mind, you rush, you pick the wrong people, you associate yourself with the wrong people, and you get pulled out of flow, out of sequence for where you were going in your life. So always take your time, get to know people. I always, I was terrified of getting married. A lot of my friends are like, I can't even believe you got married and I'm such a free spirit. But the point was, and I'm such a free spirit.
What does free spirit mean? What does that even mean?
I'm the type of girl that will pack up a backpack, get on a train, Buy a one-way ticket, let it go to the end. If it goes on the other end of the nation, then figure it out from there. That's just me. I've always been like, pack up and go wherever, just
How do
do
you get
things.
how do you get so far in your career at 21 being so free spirited?
It's a good question. The organization I worked for actually, it's a nationwide company, so I actually traveled for them in the nation. So it came perfect and handy because it flowed right with my free spiritedness. So if I was working in Texas, I was all over in Texas. They'll give me a rental car, they'll give me a place to stay. So I'll be doing work and a lot of play, seeing things, seeing people, no matter where I went. And so that's just always been me. And being free spirited is just not being put in a box. And that's why I said earlier, it's, I think, just really all. And once again, this, like you're saying, take your time, but this all stems from a person knowing themselves. Not a lot of people, but some people can have what I call the Hollywood imagination, the romantic movies. They think, okay, well, I want to meet this person and this person, and yet they're not even there, And so some relationships are driven from falsehoods, from what people have pretended to be. But one thing I always say is know yourself first, because when you know yourself, you know what you want and what you don't want.
Mm.
And so that's what my life consisted of. And mind you, I came under pressure. I was in different institutions. At one point in time, I was a holier than thou for 9 years. And it was the pressure there as a young woman where they were trying to fix me up with, air quotes, churched men with all these accolades. That wasn't appeasing to me. That was not what I wanted. That wasn't my future. I was like, I don't want none of that. Majority of these deacons are beating their wives senseless and out here running amok in the church, going through these skirts. I don't want that. So and part of that free spiritedness is just allowing myself to be me, no matter what anyone thinks. My mom, my dad, they all had different ideas of who I should marry or be in a committed relationship with, or when that should happen. But I was like, no, I knew myself. That person had to be compatible with me because I'm a free spirit. Otherwise, it wasn't going to work. You know what I mean? It wasn't going to work. Don't confine me. Don't control me. Don't go crazy on me. So it's one of those things. Just know yourself first as the foundation. And that was the other thing. That was my pet peeve. Where you meet perhaps a man like this. To me, if I met a man like this, to me, he'd be a direct turnoff. I don't like controlling guys or guys like that who will come in acting like. One thing I told myself ever since I was young, I said, whatever relationships I get into or people that come into my life, I don't want anyone to ever tell me, you work too much, you're doing too much, or, because then I would know it's a red flag. No, I want you to just come fit into my life. You know what I mean? That's what life is about. It's not like I was going to be like, well, I was going to do it. Like because I was a workaholic. So I didn't want anyone to say, you working too much. You always out of town. You're never home. Those were bye-byes. Like, get out of my life. I don't need you. Like, you're trying to stifle me where I'm at. When I was in relationships, I wasn't telling, oh, I don't like your job. You're doing too many hours. Cut back. There are people out here that are like that don't want you either succeeding or even maybe taking the next promotion. And that was the other things. Climbing the rungs of corporate America, climbing the rungs of the ladder of corporate America. I don't want anybody to just be like, oh, you're taking another promotion. That's why for the longest time I was a single person enjoying my life, until the right person came. And this is all to say, take your time. No matter how old you are, it will come if you want it.
Shout out to King Mitch, Queen P, Jonathan Richardson, Brandon, aka the Boxing Scholar. She said, who's this? How you say this? I ain't told you. I ain't told you. I
ain't told ya. Like,
okay,
I ain't told ya yet. No, I don't know.
Okay, that's what I thought it was too, but I just didn't want to be disrespectful. Can't answer the poll. I think it's a shared responsibility. Some parties are responsible more than others, depending on circumstance or the topic. Absolutely. I mean, look, it's a loaded topic on questions by design, so we can have a good conversation and you can break it down. Brandon, pull up. Queen P, pull up. Give me your take on this. We playing this clip right here, this audio. This is the young man. This is a statement. Man says high earning women are less attractive. Who wants you after you achieve those things? Let's hear the audio.
Literally, she says, I got a good job. I make very, very good money. And she says, the only thing I need now is a man. It's like, yo, it's like, who wants you? Who wants you? You're right. Like, once you have achieved these things, you have unfortunately disqualified yourself.
Ooh,
and
shit.
And what it is these, and this is the thing. I'm not blaming
women. Women are going to hate him for that shit.
No.
Yo, but you guys agree. These guys agree with this. I can't. Look, man, like I said, consider the alternative. Let's say she doesn't have her education and she doesn't make good money. HLD, give me your take on this topic. What's good, my brother? Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. Let me give him a drop.
Much love, Marq. Hola, girl behind the mic, dropping gems out here. I think just to the core of what the subject is it difficult or intimidating to date, quote unquote high power, high earning?
No, HLD. He said they are less attractive. Who wants you after you achieve these things?
No, you see, that's even worse.
Yes, brother.
That's even worse. Dude, that just speaks to the author who said that. That's all. That's the way I see it. It just speaks to the author. It's less attractive to him because that means that the only thing that he's bringing to the table is his career, I guess, if that's what he's got. And, probably he doesn't bring anything of substance, beyond that would attract this woman to make her look at him in a high regard. And that would be from his values to his attention span to her, to the necessary things that are needed to make a relationship work. And because it's, man, that hey, I got a car and I could buy you this and that goes up to a certain point, but it's definitely not going to be the long lasting thing of a relationship.
Right, because somebody always got more money than you. Somebody have a better body.
Exactly.
Somebody's gonna make you. Somebody's gonna be funnier. This guy's gonna be a tough. Like, it's all about, I think, like I said early on in the relationship, communicating what is important to you the most. For more on this too, I appreciate that was a good opening statement too. HOD, stick around. Queen P, talk to me. What's your take on this topic, my sister, and what these brothers are talking about right here? Okay, while we're waiting for her to get it together, let me say this. I hate to say this, man, but I gotta say it, girl behind the mic. It's black folks talking like this, man. I don't really hear white guys. I don't hear Hispanics talking like this. I don't hear my brothers in the Asian community talk like this. For lack of better words, I know some people ain't gonna like when I say it, but this is some nigga logic right here, man. This some niggerdom. This is some niggerdom right here. Not wisdom, niggerdom. And it's truly disappointing that these are our people. Look, all people, all skin folks ain't kin folks. I wouldn't want this guy dating my sister or my brother. Well, he probably like boys, so I wouldn't want him dating my brother neither. If my brother was gay.
Oh God.
Like, this guy needs to be with himself and get himself figured out. He has some work to do. He has some insecurities. Go ahead, Queen.
Oh, okay. You can hear me better now.
Yeah, I could hear you. I couldn't hear you at all before. Go ahead, my sister. How you feel?
Oh,
How you feel this evening?
I'm feeling good. How are you?
Man, I'm blessed, man. God is so good. God don't make mistakes. I'm here for a reason.
All the time.
Yeah, man. So while we here, we got to do the work. You feel me? And sometimes we can't just talk about boxing and hip hop. Like, it's other conversations that we need to have and bring to this neighborhood. And that's why I think the beauty of this platform is we're not in a box where we got to talk about battle rap, boxing, hip hop, any of that shit every day. Some conversations like this need to be had in a group setting too. But go ahead, my sister. Go ahead. You got the flow.
I was gonna answer that question in the chat, but in regards to
Oh, go for it.
that,
I'll put it on the screen. Go ahead.
oh, no, 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 no. I was talking about the high earners. In regards to the damage in our community, I wish you would have added one more, which would say more than one, because maybe it could be a combination of different things. Like you said, it is loaded, so that is
It
true. It's a
maxed me
loaded
out at
question.
4. I only got 4 options.
Uh,
Should have blended that together with. I tried to blend jobs. Look, you see what B
mhm,
and C. I was trying to squeeze 2 answers in, but you're right. It could have been all of the above, right?
true. And the only reason why I say that is because I can see the parents being an issue because of what they're taught and what they teach their kids. I can also see, can you put that poll back up?
Oh, sure, no problem.
Then I can also see maybe lack of education, lack of jobs, as well as even personal accountability. Like I could see all three of those things being a factor if you really want me to be honest. So I couldn't really pick one.
Hmm.
But yeah, it could be all four too. I'm not knocking that either. Oh, but I was going to comment regarding that man who was having an issue with women who, are successful or whatever.
Go for it. Let's talk about it.
Oh,
I was just,
um,
I'm
go-
talking in the chat. That's why I sound a little disconnected. But go ahead.
oh, I was like, what the hell? Okay.
Chat. Go ahead.
For me, I would say that it's because I've heard people like him say that before. And some men, to me, it's that they like to feel needed. And if you have a woman that already is able to achieve things on her own, is able to get it on her own without having to rely or depend on someone else, it kind of makes, I think for some men, it may make them feel inferior or maybe they might be intimidated by that. And, there's not too many men who can handle being with someone who has their own
Hmm.
or who earns more. Even that's another line too. If you earn more than your man.
But some women based off their career field, they're just gonna earn more. Even
That
if
is
you have a good job, let's say I could be a damn city councilman, but if my wife is a nuclear engineer, she's gonna
mhm,
make more money than me.
true.
You get what I'm
And
saying?
I get what you're saying, and that is true, but you still have some men who like to, you grow up with that mentality that you're supposed to be the one who earns more. You're supposed to be the one that takes care of the family. So, how does it look if your friend finds out, oh, my wife earns more? And then you got your friends joking on you about your wife earning more. Some men, it hits deep for them. I'm not saying every man is like that, but there are some men who,
Weak man.
fine, good point there.
I'm gonna say it, weak man.
These ain't your friends. And my friends know not to. First of all, what kind of nigga is you or
That's
man
true.
is you, where people can come up to you and talk to you about your wife and the money that's coming in your household.
That is true.
Like this ain't 8th grade, where you know what I'm saying. Like you can't talk to me about my wife and what we making. Look, this probably ain't gonna go your way. And look, are you married? What does your wife make? You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Don't get mad at me because I married up. Okay, I married Claire Husband. Don't get mad at me because I remember. Look, I remember. Look, I don't know if I should say all of this, but I'll say some of it.
Wait, no, be careful. If you don't want to say
Yeah, I'm
it,
gonna be careful. I'll tread lightly.
okay, thank you.
I got a friend. How about that?
Fine.
Listen, I got a friend. I know somebody who, when they got with their individual, a lot of people had things to say about their relationship. And when you look around, all of them people are broken up. You get what I'm saying? I remember when I got married, I remember Bishop Graves, may he rest in peace. He told us it's at the funeral. I probably told this story on the show several times. He
Mhm.
said, right now, you see who's standing up here today? Nobody got married but you and her. Nobody got married but you and him. He's talking to my wife and I. And
Facts.
he said nobody else in here got married today. So make sure you keep other people out of your marriage, because what may be a prescription and the cure for them could be poison to you and yours. Oh, I got a chill all over my body when I say that. Whoa. I was about to speak in some tongues in here.
He spoke nothing but truth.
Yeah, got a chill down my back. Rest in peace, Bishop Grace. But that is so true. The cure and the prescription and cure for you could be poison to me in my relationship. I can't let everybody come in my bedroom. Pause. I'm coming in my bedroom. Y'all know what I meant.
Stop inviting me, man.
Yeah, don't invite people to your bedroom. Don't invite people into like certain things in your relationship. People should know. There's something they just gonna know right off gate. Like, okay, I know you are the manager at Rent Center, and your wife is doing surgery today. We kind of know who make more money in the house. But for you and I to have a conversation about it, and you think you have an opinion that's valid, or you can say anything to me about my situation, oh man, you got life fucked up. You don't pay no bill over here. I don't care if I struggle to pay all of them with my Rent Center check, and my wife got to keep all her money. I drove a bucket, and she drove the Bentley. That's our business. You ain't got nothing to do with that. And why would you have? I don't know. I digress. I can't have people all in my business like that. That's a no. That's the big no. But people still giving girl behind the mic some grief about this free spirit. They think
I love it.
They think free spirit is freak spirit.
No, it's not. No, that's not what she's talking about. But I think I think girl behind the mic was the one that made the point too, and I think Reggie was agreeing with her just to say that there's also the factor that he doesn't want to work for that high value woman either. There are some people that don't want to put in that work; they want it easy.
What you mean? Break that down.
Girl behind, well, because think about it. If you have somebody who's a high earner or this person that has all these accolades and achievements, and then you have this guy who might be interested, you might be intimidated by that, and that might scare you off, or you just don't want to put in the work that's necessary for someone of that caliber. Compared to some other woman that you don't have to put in as much work for.
Right. So that goes back to what they was talking about as far as insecurity.
That, of course.
Like, because if you have all your shit together, that woman isn't less attractive to you. That woman is only less attractive if you are lacking the education, you lacking the career path, or you're not driven to get there. But more importantly, you got to be able to communicate with this person. Because some women, like I said, if they got it all put together, like girl behind the mic said, she just want a donor. I just need a sperm donor because I want to have a child before I'm 35.
Oh,
I just need a donor. I want somebody to be there with me. Yeah, take out the trash, nigga, cut the grass, fix this around the house, talk to me, care about me, hold me when I'm having a bad day, spend time with me, cry with me, laugh with me, walk with me. Hey, I'm trying to get in shape. Come work out with me. That means more to them than how much money you make, because they got more money than you anyway.
Quality time.
Like all of that shit, they need something for when they get home from that. And then some women's like, shit, hey, look, I if I want a friend, I got friends already. I need a nigga with some paper because I need blah blah blah. And I'm gonna keep my money, nigga. I don't care how much I make, that's my money. I need you to do all this other shit. Some people like that too. So it's a case by case scenario. It's about every individual, but I don't like to group all women into that box, and I don't want to group all men into a box. But this brother right here sounds lost. He sounds like he has some insecurities. When you say who wants you, you're less attractive. When you achieve, how is an achievement unattractive?
The only thing that I don't understand is that if you have a woman who earns less, then like if you have a woman, God, I remember this conversation I had with a male friend of mine. If there's a woman who makes less than him, or there are some men who may not find you attractive if you make less. And I'm like, are you serious? It's like you just can't win for crap. If you make too much, for some men, you're not attractive to them. If you make too little, you're not attractive either because you're at the low end of the spectrum. And I say that because with the conversation I had with a male friend, if he's a social worker and you have somebody who works maybe as a secretary, he wouldn't find her appealing. And I'm just sitting here saying, how do you know that she's not just there temporarily and she could be trying to move up the ladder, or maybe she's in school and that job allows her, an opportunity to balance her work and her job so that she knows when I get off work, I'm able to go to school. I'm like, you just automatically shut her out just because of her position, but you don't know what she's planning to do or why she's there.
Right. But
So
even
you just
still,
missed out on an opportunity right there.
yeah, but even still, he's gonna, yeah, that's crazy right there. He don't want the girl to make too much. Somebody don't, so he wants somebody to make more than him.
No, same. He wants it to be the same. Not make more or less, but the same. I'm like, what the hell?
That
Man,
makes
he
no
gonna, he
sense
gonna
for that
miss out
guy.
on all kind of blessings. Go ahead, Troy.
Yes, sir. How do I sound, first of all?
So
I
far,
sound
so
all right?
good. So far, so good. Sound like you.
Okay, good. The truth is, I've never been with a woman who didn't make more than me. It never bothered me. I've learned very early from older men that you actually want to date a woman that makes more than you because you get to keep more for your damn money that way.
Troy still.
So
Troy,
that never bothered me.
Troy, that's
Never
called
bothered me
pimping,
whatsoever.
sir. That's called pimping.
Nah, trust me, that's
I'm,
never
I'm joking.
bothered me. But if you now, as far as the women go, and this goes to the men who might do this too, if all you do is judge yourself by what you do, then you're insecure and you're just gonna attract the same type of people. I'm not attracted to your title. I don't care. Because see, I was always in sales and marketing, so you have a base that you start off at, which in my case was about 30. Then you have bonuses, you have incentives, and you got to work. I messed that word up. You got to work your way up. I always work my way up, so by the end of the day, I usually end up making more than them. But they always made more than me. Always, it didn't bother me. I was happy. I was happy. That's the way I looked at it. Because you get to know the real person then. You get to know the real person. You could have honest conversations and go from there. People just have to stop being so petty to say, "Well, this is what I am." This is not what you are. This is what you do. You have to separate "I am" from what you do, and then you can have a real life a real life relationship.
Go ahead, HRD. Pass it around.
To me, it's kind of, it is important. It's important that the woman I'm dating or meeting, whatnot, she is educated. She does have a career, and that she's somewhat successful. I'm not saying successful meaning she's making six figures. She could be successful just making 50,000 or whatever. But that she does have a career, and that she's well at it, which gives me to tell me that she is structured. She knows what it takes to have to move forward, and that part is important to me. It doesn't matter about she makes more money or not. That's just the byproduct of her whatever she's doing, but that she's educated and driven. She gets off her ass to get it done. Hey, that's important. Then you want to then match up. Hey, are our morals and values the same and whatnot, and our passions? But definitely she, it's a turn on that she is, that she's educated and whatnot, because then you guys have, at least for me, there's that similar interest that we know how to get it going, in life. And then the other stuff. Then as far as the man who needs to feel needed, well, maybe let's say she's making $1 million. You're only making 100, 1,000. There's other ways to fill that void of wanting to be, to feel needed by this woman, and that's taking care of the devil in the details, man. You got to take care of all the small things in between the relationship. Whether it's fixing things around the house, or is it cleaning off the snow for her car, or at the moment she has a flat, the man who's taking care of her. There's many other ways other than monetary to have a woman adore you because you take care of her, and that ends up being more valuable than anything that you make, even if you're making 1/10 of what she makes. You know what I mean? So there, this gentleman who's talking all that stuff, man, it just goes to he's closed-minded. He's not, he doesn't know shit about life just yet, and he's still figuring things out. And he only bases it, just like Troy Graham was just saying, based on status of who he is, and and all that, and that doesn't work in any relation in the long term as far as them being happy.
Go ahead, ladies. Let the ladies jump back in. Go ahead. Queen Pete, girl behind the mic. Y'all want to add to that at all?
Girl behind the mic, you got anything?
I lost track. I'm busy in the chat, but no, what everyone is saying, I agree with. I mean, listen, I think we're just having a quick conversation here with a good question that was asked, which I think is a very important, maybe talking piece as well, where I think Jonathan Richards, paraphrasing his question, said, wouldn't it blur or wouldn't it distort the lines if a woman is making more? I'm trying to look at the actual of roles, of gender roles, or of roles, I think. And I said, yeah. I mean, here's the thing: it's not a one size fits all. If you have a woman that's very successful, you know, that goes back to the foundation of knowing yourself, taking your time to know that that woman truly has your interest at best heart. Because I know some women that are super successful, but disrespect and treat the guys in their lives like they're their bellboy. So it goes back to knowing yourself. And then somebody even said a cute comment, I've been working, I wish, I know it's a joke, I've been working my whole life, wish a woman could take care of me. Yeah, there are a lot of successful women here who would take care of a man.
She's
But the
talking
thing,
about Deuce, Mark. Deuce had made the comment.
Oh, I ain't got
right,
to it yet. I'm trying to get through all of them.
right.
Go
And
ahead.
it's, and I know it might be a joke, but the thing is, you also, it can distort the lines. You men also have to know, as a man, you should know yourself. You cannot have, you you can't have a super successful woman, but you cannot be in a super successful woman's life and be treated like a bellboy. Getting yelled at all the time, being told what to do, go and do all of this and all that because you're in a mansion and everything is paid for. So that's why it always goes down to the foundation. If you want a healthy relationship, both parties should know themselves.
You absolutely can be
Somebody,
a bitch boy.
Exactly.
somebody got a
Nah.
somebody got a question for you, girl behind the mic. It said, "Do you think in some scenarios with a woman making more than?" Okay, yeah. Hey, look, but here's my thing right here. Who created these roles? These
That's a
social
damn good question.
who created, like, are you going by what America told you, what white America, like, who created the social construct that you think is quote unquote a good man or a hardworking man? um I don't know. I'm just asking a question.
It's a
Man,
damn good question.
if money distorts your role, you got problems. At least as a man, I think you do. So if you start feeling feminine because roles are distorted, you a bitch boy.
I mean, yeah, because the road can't get too destroyed. I do the poking.
It's as
Respectfully
simple
to
as that.
Caitlin.
Like, I mean, I do the giving, you
Respectfully
do
to
the taking. Like, I mean, the roads
Caitlyn
only get
Jenner.
destroyed when you tell her, to tell her to strap it on for you. Caitlyn Jenner. There you go, girl behind the mic. That's a distorted role. My man, dad. You got two mommies and a half a dad. Respectfully. Oh man, they're gonna take the show off. I was doing good too. I was keeping the profanity down. We was keeping their.
Well, Mark, in regards to that, she allows her kids to say that, identify as their father still, supposedly. That's what
Oh,
was
this
said.
motherfucker on the fence.
And I just say that because they've known her as their father their whole life. So
Hold up.
she
So they get to
allowed it.
call him Bruce and call him Dad, but I gotta call him Caitlyn, or I'm gonna get my channel taken.
Well, not Bruce and that, just dad. Take out the Bruce, but dad.
So they call him Caitlyn, but they call him Dad.
Oh yeah.
Her.
They
Remember, she
call
had
her
to.
Caitlyn, but they call her Dad. I can't say her
Yeah.
and Dad. See, that's confusing.
No,
And
and I
nobody's
say
mad at
that
you.
no, and the reason why I say that is because there was a situation that happened with one of his kids, and a lot of people had an issue with the term that he used when describing her, and that's when it was said that she allows for them to call her dad because think about it, that's how they've known her all their lives.
Me
Granted,
too.
she sat and transitioned into a woman, but these are your kids, and all their lives they've known you as their father.
But look, me too. I known him as Bruce Jenner off the Wheaties box.
Oh my god.
I
Granted,
seen him
but you
when
could be
Joe
a
Biden, like I got
yeah, but you're not her kid. And two, you could be offensive to that community.
right. But look, it can't be offensive if we can call her Caitlyn, but the people who know you and love you, it's not offensive when they say dad, but it's offensive when I say him.
Within
I'm
that
offended.
community.
I'm offended.
Oh my
I'm just saying, man, it's like that's not fair. They get to call him dad.
Well,
They
that's
call
his,
her dad. They
but
call
that's
her
her
dad.
kid. But that's her kid.
Right. If they ain't respecting this shit, why should I?
It's not that they're not respecting it. It's just
I'm sorry. I'm just saying they ain't respecting it. They supposed to say mom.
no. Mom is who their mom originally is and was and gave birth to them. That's mom. She ain't give birth to them kids.
I don't
Is it?
think he
Is
would
it?
mind if a man called him daddy.
Uh,
Doesn't now she
I'm out of
become
here.
dad
That's the end of the
because
show.
now you
It's
have
over.
another mom? You know, roles cut and changed.
wait, what?
Now
What'd you
now
say?
the mom now becomes the dad, so we got to call her dad so that we could call
No,
him now her mom.
see, that's why they don't call her mom. They call her dad, even though they identify that she has transitioned
They
to a
call
grown
me
woman.
Mr. Tibbs.
Hey, look, let's talk about this. Somebody said, this is my boy Alonzo, aka Alonzo Amazing, as in Alon so amazing. You get it. He said the female doctor in the hospital does not date the janitor in the hospital. However, the man changes a woman's life who never did much in life. Probably met her with the buzz pass.
We could go back to what girl behind the mic said. Making sure you pick what's right for you. If you decide to date that woman who didn't, who wasn't making anything or doing anything in life, whose fault is that? You didn't have to
Right.
be with her.
Yeah, it's your fault because I've dated a lot of women, you know, who are successful. Either they're lawyers or they're executives or whatnot, and yeah, I mean it's true. There are women who think you're gonna be that bellboy. You know, no, that ain't gonna fly. But then that's on you. You're like, no, this chick is not for me. Get the fuck out of here. Keep it moving. But if you want to stay there because you're attracted by the money, then hey man, be the bitch boy. Shut up. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, you know, you have to get to know the person. All right, I'm attracted to her because she's educated, she's doing this and that. All right, let me meet her. Oh, and then she's starting to be condescending and no, no, that's all right, babe. You all about that bling bling, and I'm not about that. That's not what I totally value. No, keep it moving. But if you want to stay there, that's on you. That goes for the desperate men because hey, man, if they could get some, they're gonna get some, and if they could stay, they'll stay. But then they can't be bitching about it.
But look, Reggie said some dope shit too. He was like, I'm not dating your check. We're not dating you. We're not dating each other's check. We need to know if we like each other first. It sounds like some people's moral compass, and I can, and I get it. I heard a comedian say one time, the sister said, my pussy and my legs are connected. Like, well, she said my pussy and my wallet are connected. You get what I'm saying? If I gotta open this one, I can't open the other one. You get what I'm saying? I'm probably messing up her joke. Y'all get the meth though, right? Basically, like, my pussy though, I can't fuck you if I gotta pay. But so it's like, do you like the dude? I get it. People want nice things. And look, I know some dudes up here. We don't have the Oprah conversation about how many people was like, yo, shit, nigga, I smash Oprah, nigga, like, cause she's a billionaire. I've heard dudes even be like, yo, I got to. I just don't want her to look at me. And I can't eat the pussy from the back.
But just because you smash her don't mean she gonna give you some of that money though. It could be that you just smashed her. That don't mean she gonna give you some of that money.
Right, because you know Gail got that on lock. Let me say this though. Let me say something, man. This is really, yo, we got. Let me say something. We got 41 votes on this poll, man. And we only got 19 likes, man. Y'all, come on, man. Let's smash that like button. Y'all enjoying the conversation. Taylor Bell said, I am the bellboy. But yeah, go ahead. We got my brother here, that guy Eclipse. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome back to the neighborhood. Clips. I don't know if you heard this topic, but I'll play the clip for the people just tuning in. This is the brother right here. He's talking about women are less attractive once they have achieved a good job and they are settled in their career. And he says, well, who wants you now? Let's play this.
Literally, she says, I got a good job. I make very, very good money. And she says, the only thing I need now is a man. It's like, yo, it's like, who wants you? Who wants you? You're right. Like, once you have achieved these things, you have unfortunately disqualified yourself.
Ooh,
and
shit.
And what it is these, and this is the thing. I'm not.
Oh, they got excited too. They were like, oh, shit. Tell him, daddy. You dropped a bomb on him without, nigga, please. Yo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't get with that, yo. She's disqualified because she withstand. She focused on her education. She focused on her career. Now she's disqualified. She just need to be the cat lady. Get some cats and be single. Clips, talk to me. What you think of this topic?
I think this topic is oh man, it's so apropos to so many things that are going on right now. In the news and everything. And I think it's a necessary discussion to have. I know when you sent me that message earlier about you was thinking about doing this, I said I'm here for it because, I don't know. It's real funny to me. I've often said it seems like a lot of women, not just black women, so sisters, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I love y'all. Drop the chalupa, put the gun down. I'm sorry. I'm just talking. It seems like a lot of women, they don't want a man who is struggling or needs help. But the man they're with better be willing to help them with their struggles. Okay? It seems like we're in this weird, we've come to this weird paradigm shift where they want us to hold on to old school, traditional nuclear family values as they continue to change the paradigm of the gender dynamic. They want us to hold fast to the old school way while they go get on brand new shit. And not girl behind the mic, I was listening earlier and I liked what a lot of you said, but I listened to the language of what you said, like, oh well, he should have known who he was dating with. You got to think about that very dismissive stuff. But meanwhile, when a man's in a situation where he finds himself with a woman who ain't no good, and the minute he does what he's supposed to do, he's done what you would hope your sons would do and try to get the heck out of that situation. Oh, he a dog, he or whatever. Lastly, I seen a quote just today on social media where a dude was like, men don't leave good women. The problem is all women think that they are good.
That's a lie.
He was like, no, let me finish. He was, no, this is the quote. He was like, men don't leave good women. All women think they're good. Ask yourself, when's the last time you've talked to a girl or one of your female friends and she openly admits she was the problem in a relationship?
Say that again.
And then it's like his point to justify that.
Say that again. Say it again for me. Say exactly what you just said.
It was when if you ever talk to a female, when she's talking about her ex, or you're talking to one of your female friends and they're talking about their relationships, when have they ever said that they were the problem in the relationship?
Never heard of it.
Thank you. They're always the victim. Like, men, hey, come on, fellas, back me up. How many times in our life did we be like, yeah, I fucked that up. Yeah, I ain't shit. I was on bullshit. Yeah.
Rarely.
Man, I do it all the time, man. I can tell you about times where, you know what, I did that girl wrong and damn it.
Yeah, you. But I'm talking about rarely for the majority. There's not many men who will be honest enough.
Speak for themselves.
They up it. Yeah. Look, I'm guilty too. I don't told that story, several stories up here about how I fell short far as and look, and I'm sure some women I've dated probably look at me and my wife now and be like, I can't believe this shit. They probably look at me as like, oh, I built this nigga up for another chick. I'm sure some women out there probably think that I dated. Like, he was not this dude. that I wasn't as polished in no kind of way. And I'm still rough around the edges. I still got some work to do. But I'm sure somebody out there probably like, yo, this dude is a whole different dude. He won't trying to have no kids with me. He won't trying to marry me. He was, you know what I'm saying? And then he get with his other girl, and then they married within X amount of time. You know what I'm saying? Wearing
Exactly.
matching
Mark.
shirts and shit. Like, yeah, I won't doing no matching shirts. Now I'm up there, right there at the mall, trying to get the shirts pressed up. Look, it's my daughter's birthday. I'm gonna get a king shirt for me, queen for my wife. Let me get this one for like, nigga. This is you. This is who you became. House with a picket fence, not you. Trying to be somebody's husband, not you, nigga. But yeah, man, it's possible. Like, so it. But yeah, some people do realize they have made mistakes, Queen P. But that's a rarity. I ain't gonna lie. Most people have trouble with self-reflection. But let me let this guy right here get in. I think we got. Is this London blood or is this which blood is this tonight? Which one we got?
Nah, it's just
both.
OG, man. Just
That's
Okay.
OG
OG.
blood. That's OG blood.
Yeah,
All right.
what's popping, Eclipse? What's popping, Nash? What's popping, panel?
Peace, Relly.
All right.
What's happening?
All right, man.
What's
Talk to
going?
me. What you think of this topic, man, and what this brother had to say right here. Also, we got it's a dual topic, as you can see in the chat. Who's responsible for the damage in our community? Is it the parents, lack of education, jobs, government, racial inequality, personal accountability, all of the above? Get in wherever you fit in with any of these topics. Go ahead. Give me your opening statement, blood.
Yeah, man. On that poll, I think it's if you could put that back up, I think it's all of them, but I voted for parents because I feel like lack of education, you can get that from your parents. The government and racial inequality, that can, racial inequality. I don't know why I'm tripping up. Could have a lot of effect on you, but I think your parents could help you with that. And then personal accountability, I think you get a lot of that from your parents. You know what I'm saying? I don't think, like 0 through 18, you know what I'm saying? You get a lot from your, I guess, what you say, your parental figures, your grandfather, your grandmother, your pops, your dad. So, a lot of people don't learn that early on, and then sometimes it gets too late. But when we talking about these hoes, though, what's that? The other one, the rich hoes, unattractive. I mean, women. My bad.
See, that's why. Hey, look, my mama always said that's why we can't have nice things.
Yeah.
That's why we can't have nice things.
I want to shout out Eclipse because I also saw that, about men leave good women, but no woman thinks she's a bad woman. That's just true. Most people don't think they're bad. You ask anybody, are there bad people in this world? We'll all say yes. Then ask, do you think you're a bad person? Everyone will say no. So, so that quote kind of is true. But yeah, now this dude, are we gonna shit on that Jussie Smollett guy, or are we gonna go off what he really meant to say?
Juicy.
He's a second-class citizen.
Juicy Smollett.
No, I'm talking about.
What are
No,
y'all
I'm
doing right here?
No, I'm talking about.
What you mean go off on it? Be more specific.
No, the dude who said the attractive thing, he looked like Jussie Smollett.
Who said that?
Somebody in the chat.
Somebody said who looked like Jussie Smollett?
The nigga we talking about, the attractive women rich thing.
No, this look like the boxing scholar, respectfully, in my chat. Shout out to Brandon, the boxing. He kind of low-key look like Brandon, the boxing scholar. Do we got green eyes? I can't tell. Is this Brandon? Is this Brandon, the boxing scholar? Oh, you missed that episode.
Nah, I didn't, G. My bad.
Green eye guy, yeah.
But I want to laugh, though, but I bet it's a good joke. I bet it look just like him.
Yeah. Low-key. Yo,
I'm with you, G.
Watch when he pull up. Brandon, boxing scholar, pull up real quick. Let's do a comparison. Make sure this ain't you.
Man, all you got to do is start talking Errol Spence shit. That nigga will teleport right there, right now.
No. He ain't no fish boy. Like, he fair. That ain't him.
Yeah.
Start talking about fathers being trainers and start talking about Emmanuel Stewart. He gonna pull right up. But go ahead. Give me the rest of your take though. I missed the JC Smollett shit, but
They was just joking on this nigga. But looking at that quote, looking at the title, I get it. That shit looks ugly. And the way he said it, not everybody is as articulate as a Marq Nash or as eloquent as a Eclipse. Not everyone can really get their thoughts off quite like everybody else can. And this nigga really fucked up. But what he meant to say, I think, is that the common truth that women who accomplish, women who make a lot of money, they do outclass themselves from the dating market. And that's what I went and watched the clip before we could shit on him because I wanted to make jokes. but I do agree with what he was saying.
Oh, you do? Tell me why.
I
What
don't.
he meant to
Okay,
say.
well, look, y'all gotta let me take the lead too. That's the only way we're gonna have a good flow. Y'all gotta let me take the lead.
Yeah, who said he don't though? Was that Troy?
Yeah. But you just got here. I want you to get your bars off because you just got here. So
Yeah, I feel you.
Speak. No, you've been cut off a couple times, but you just got here. So go ahead.
But yeah, I think what he was meant to say, what he was trying to say is that women, for the most part, in general, like women want men that are better than them. Is that not true? They want us to be taller than them. They want us to be stronger than them. They want us to make more money than them. They want us to be more handsome, more brave. All of these traits that are better than what they have. So if you go get all those traits, if you make a lot of money, if you make more money than 99% of all men, and you're looking for a man who makes more, your market is smaller. And I think that's what he was trying to say.
Shout out to Carmen Serene. She said, my dad told me never date down and never give a man any money.
And there you have it.
I kind of agree with that, kind of.
Yeah.
It all depends on where you at too, though. Because dating up for you ain't got to be that high sometimes. You can be on the register and he the manager. Or he on the fries. This week is the burgers, this week is the fries. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all about, it's a level of up, how up we going.
And it's also a difference between, when it comes to money, someone who's your husband versus someone who's your boyfriend too.
Right. Dating and also sometimes you up, sometimes you down. Like it's called richer for poor, right? When you get married, right? So, or sickness and health. And sometimes you richer or poor depending on your sickness and your health. If your health get fucked up, you ain't gonna be able to go clock in.
All right, well,
and it's truly unfortunate the way America's set up to where you have people who are truly successful, but even still they can't afford a 3-month emergency. Most of us aren't locked in for a 3-month emergency, and we all know that. That's a statistic that everybody knows. But go ahead, Troy.
yeah, I just want to say on the guy in the post or whatever, to me, he sounds like he has a second-class mindset. Personally, if you're intimidated by what somebody does and how much they make, that's on you. That's personally on you. I don't care. I don't give a damn if you're a billionaire, a millionaire. Why am I? No.
Damn, I'm way behind on the chat. No, go ahead, Troy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because that could be wiped away. That could be wiped away in a second, and that still leaves the person. And what Carmen Serene said about her dad told her to never give a man money and so forth. I get that. But on the flip side, what if there's guys out there that are being raised by their mom that tell their sons, you don't have to give the women no money, you just have to treat them right. I guess it goes both ways, right? I'm just asking.
I want to know what she mean about dating down too. Like, are we talking about?
Oh, I already know what she. Yeah,
money.
No. She's there. If she can call in, or she can type it in, or she can beam in. Let's not speak for her.
Nah, because
go ahead, Troy. You taking over a little bit right now too. But go ahead.
Yeah, because I just wanted to say that basically, if all you used to was coach, and not business class or first class, then that's how you're gonna live your life. I don't know how a woman gets less attractive because she's successful. How does that happen? Nah, I have no idea how that happens.
Herself. That's what he said. She disqualified herself. Who wants it? Man, I wish I could find this episode, man, where they did this. Cause I looked it up. I wanted to look up and do more on it, but I felt like, okay, I heard enough though. Even still, you know what I'm saying?
I found it.
Oh, put it in the private chat. Put it in the private chat for me.
Hey, Marq, she has said an answer. This was at 11:51. She said, like I said before, the man is the provider, protector, and priest of the home. You cannot provide without funds.
Okay, but I can provide for me. I can provide for you. Now, define, like, do you want to be in Beverly Hills? Do you want a trip to the? Because provide is loose. Because you can provide, but some people want other stuff. Some people want the extras. I got to do the extras too.
So what do you think a female CEO wants?
I don't know. I'm not a female CEO, so
If a woman wants somebody who's better, a provider who has more money, and she makes $1 million, do you think she'd be attractive to a guy who makes 50,000?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said,
yeah,
not
at least he's
Absolutely, it's
making
possible.
You
something.
don't need him for
How
look.
many?
Fantasia, look,
Okay,
Fantasia.
okay.
Hold on, let me answer that.
Got you.
Fantasia scooped the nigga up out the Sprint store in North Carolina. This nigga was in here fix her iPhone, and he left with Fantasia's number. And
Right.
about, you get what I'm saying? She took that nigga from his wife.
Yeah.
Well, he's back with her now, though,
Okay, well, yeah, because his wife was
because she sued for that homeworker lawsuit.
Yeah, everybody's mic unmuted too. HLD's unmuted. Blood is unmuted too.
Oh, my bad.
And Queen P's unmuted. But Queen P, but yeah, I feel you on that. But my whole point to that was, I was just saying, yes, people can be attracted to somebody who has less money than. I wasn't trying to go on the long thing about it, but yes, and it's out there. Ahmad Rashad left his wife, Felicia Rashad, and was dating the billionaire's daughter. Like, you see people dating people, women with more money, and women with more money fuck with a dude with less money.
Not for the most part.
I'm telling you, the more money they got, because they don't need you for the money.
And I'm telling you,
look, bro, you can look it up. It's
that's what that's what I was about to tell to you. Look at all banks. Banks, they have jobs, Glassdoor. They do studies on what women make and what men make, marital status. They do studies on all this. By far, men in marriage situations make more than their wives.
Absolutely.
All time. There ain't never been a time where they haven't. So you can bring up Fantasia, you can bring up somebody else, but millions and millions of people are on the side of what I was just saying. That's what all I'm bringing up. So you can bring up like 3 or 4. You know what I'm saying?
All I'm saying is exceptions to every rule. And let's be clear,
Very
those millionaires that you're talking about, they're in the 1%. They're not those Glassdoor people all the time neither. Those are regular people at regular jobs. Because it's less millionaires in America than it is people who are millionaires.
I agree with you, bro. And I'm saying
I'm going by the millionaire example that you
amongst that too. It's like, so if a guy makes 70, statistically, go look at the banks. These people, they do this every day. The banks, the jobs, Job Corps, his wife statistically will make less than him across the board. Always have, and we'll see in the future. But since we've been here, since wherever, they started collecting stats in the 1940s, that's how it's been. So you know what I'm saying? So we can kind of say that women want niggas who make more than them, because that's what the data shows.
That's not showing that they want. That's just showing what's happening too, though, bro. And also, look, just doesn't mean that's what they. I don't get the idea though. I ain't gonna lie. I'm never gonna be attached to women are less attractive if they make more money. I just can't. I can't get attached.
Oh yeah, I ain't getting on that either.
I just can't get with that. Well, you said you agree with him.
No, what he was trying to say, though, that what he said.
And after this,
we take him at his words.
Too.
Say what? Oh yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Finish. And after that, I said, let me pass.
No, I was just saying, fuck what he said and fuck that headline, because that is exactly what he said. But he's stupid. What he meant to say is what I was saying. Because if you look at it further on, if you look further in the episode, the other dude cleans it up and he starts nodding his head, agreeing with him.
Nah, I probably never watched that whole episode. Right. I probably never watched that shit.
It's not a whole episode. It's just like the other 15 seconds after that clip.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, yeah, you put it in the private chat yet or no?
No, I did not, because I don't want to go back and it fucks the shit up.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Went on the phone.
You got my email? Send it to me.
Well, what was he looking for? What is he looking for?
He said he got he said to add some context to the rest of that clip. So he got the rest of that clip so I can play the rest of it.
It didn't fuck up. Y'all still hear me?
No, you good.
All right, guys.
I get what you're saying, blood. Men earn more money normally, right? Yeah. And people are getting married.
What does he mean earn?
But at the same time,
I'm sorry.
The statistics are going to show.
Hold on. She needs some clarity. What do you mean by earn? I think he mean what they earn more per year, like their salary. He's talking about their salary. And I that's shocking.
That's what I was going to interject.
Like, because girl behind them might know that stat that I'm talking about, where black women have been out earning black men for a long time.
I think that's across the board. Women nowadays are becoming more educated than men. Men are just falling on the wayside, left and right, doing shit. In comparison to women who are actually taking over all the corporate stuff. because they are driven and they are being more educated. So I mean, yeah, it may be that, because by large in number, the men have been on top maybe but that gap is closing, and it's gonna change really soon. That probably the majority of women are gonna be earning more than most men.
Yeah, but he
There's
said
nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing at all. I'm just arguing the point that that it's the way the data show that's always. But I bet you the statistics are going to show that women they're closing that gap. Maybe it used to be $30,000 gap for an example, and you're middle class, and now it's only maybe $5,000 to $10,000 just difference and stuff, and eventually it's gonna be equal that or more because men are not. I mean, they're not hustling as they used to.
Go ahead, girl behind the mic. I think you was trying to get something up.
No, that's just what I needed clarity on. I wasn't sure about that part that he kept talking about.
Go ahead, Cliff.
But no, I want to wait. Sorry, because this has been a long.
Back and forth too. I want to get into that.
I mean, I wanted to respond to the earlier one when he was saying that the CEO would the CEO date a person with $50,000, and I know we kind of talked about it, but I responded saying, yeah, they would. At the end of the day,
that nigga built like The Rock, probably too, right? Is he in shape?
I mean, Jason Momoa and whatnot, but no. But listen, realistically, I don't think not 100% all of all the women. Okay, I don't. This is respectfully. Candy Burris. No, Candy Burris. She was the highest, not highest paid, but the most wealthy Real Housewives of Atlanta because she built her wealth. She wrote music and all of that. When you look at her net worth, she's a multi-millionaire before getting married to Todd, who I think his name is Todd, who I believe worked in the background and with the production team. So now, would you say that she married down because she didn't marry a multi-millionaire? He was like a producer or something in the background of the show. You see what I'm saying?
That was one level above intern.
You see what I'm saying is it's about the character and personality. So not all women. And don't you think a person like Candy Burris, who's been in the entertainment industry, wrote great songs for great celebrities, would have came into the mix with somebody or rubbed shoulders with somebody of her stature? So maybe sometimes it's not always the CEO that gets paid, a female CEO that gets paid $1 million a year. She's not necessarily always looking for someone else that makes $1 million a year. I think it's about substance. I think it's about character. I think it's about personality. And I think it's about if we are compatible.
That's all I was trying to say too. A person who got their shit together and got their mind set on what they looking for in an individual, male or female, they don't give a damn about how much money you make because they already focused on, like, they're not fucking your check. They're not trying to marry your chick. Somebody who's really genuine, sincere about what. Go ahead, HOD, or somebody got a mic.
Oh, what I wanted to say about what girl behind the mic said, the reason why Candy ended up going with him is because she had a conversation with her mom because her mom wanted her to marry rich since she has money herself. And she said that she's dated these rich men and they've hurt her. So at the end of the day, she's able to find that good man in Todd. And no, he's not as rich as she is, but he provides and, he brings to the table. And he's continued to bring to the table since they've been married.
Right. And changed their rebrand too. Like, I think they both rebranded each other and helped each other out. Because Candy was always looked at as like a good girl. She seems like she's more open about her sexuality now that she's with him.
Really? Because she had bedroom Candy and she was open then. When she was talking about the freak number and all that other stuff.
Nah, when she bedroom Candy, I just been knowing her. She was dating Todd back when she was talking about messing with girls though. I don't remember her hearing that till she was together with Todd.
Messing with girls? Okay, that's a new one, but okay.
It's in one of her songs. You ain't seen her, you don't listen to her music? When she dropped that song?
What song? Which one?
Shit, it was her last project. She ain't had a lot of them.
Her character on the show was bisexual.
The only thing I remembered was about her talking about her freak number, and I remember bedroom Candy with the sex toys. Now, her being with a woman, I'm like, what? This is something new.
Because it was a whole storyline about the show. It's
is it that situation with Portia? But that was a lie.
It was a whole song. But yeah, just type in Candy Burris bisexual.
Okay.
Never heard of it.
Oh, Mark, there are some links in the chat regarding the clip.
I've seen. I got it, Queen P. I ain't gonna lie. I was trying to get to it.
Oh,
I ain't gonna lie. I was trying to get to it, and we kind of got distracted with the candy thing. But yeah, no, you good. Just Google it. Just type in Candy Burris, bisexual. This 20 Candy Burris comes out of closet. Miss she's bisexual. She got a song that she did, and she talks about it, about breaking the chick off in the video. Yeah, just Google it. Just Google any just Google it. Let me get to this. Hey bro, Blood, you gave me this clip, but this is an hour-long clip. I don't know where to start the clip at. Let me go to this other one right here. This is Queen P. This is male podcasters, high earners are women are masculine, less attractive. Queen P, I see it right here. Which one? Is it the first one or the second one? Okay,
I think the second one, it provides more clips from the podcast than the first one.
So play the second one all the way at the bottom. It says women have fallen out of the trust with masculine. That one?
Yeah, the one that's from Daily Mail. I think it has more clips.
I got that link, but it's several videos in here. Which one?
Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. That one, because it shows more clips of that podcast versus the one from the New York Post. The New York Post, it just shows that one clip from Instagram about his comment.
Okay.
If that makes
sense.
The
New York Post one had 2 videos in it.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Never mind. Either or then. Oh, I don't care. Either or. I just wanted to try to provide something.
Gotcha. Let's play this one.
Literally, she says, I got a good job. I make very, very good money.
Appreciate y'all.
And she says, the only thing I need now is a man. It's like, yo, it's like, who wants you? Who wants you? You're right. Like, once you have achieved these things.
Oh, shit. I got to stay on. I'm sorry, y'all. I got to stay on that page while it's playing. I tried to move somewhere else. It won't let me go nowhere. So let me stay right there. Let me stay.
I say, now that shit is way more important than income-wise. Their income.
Okay, so this is a different clip right here. I'll play that one as well. Let me finish this one. Okay, Swint singing me. Okay, that's the New York Post. Let me close that one. You said the Daily Mail. Let me get back to that one. Bear with me. Sorry about that, y'all. And once I leave the page, Nash trying to make me go to Instagram. No, I want to stay right here. Let's
literally, she says, I got a good job. I make like once you have achieved these things, I'm not blaming
the women are gonna hate him for.
Okay, yeah, this is the same clip right here I got. It's the exact same clip. It's no more. This is the Daily Mail one. Let me play this one.
In these households, these women are being taught to prioritize their education. They're being taught to prioritize their job and their work.
They've had to.
They're being taught.
I'm throwing that out there that they've had to, especially women that look like us, primarily because like they are the least protected in the United States.
Which makes sense. And they have, so what has happened is women.
Damn. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm moving off the page. I forgot I can't leave the page. So I'm stuck here and I can't read the chat, can't do nothing. So bear with me while I run this clip and I'll be back.
In these households, these women are being taught to prioritize their education. They're being taught to prioritize their job and their work.
They've had to.
They're being taught.
I'm throwing that out there that they've had to, especially women that look like us, primarily because like they are the least protected in the United States.
Which makes sense. And they have, so what has happened is women have fallen out of trust with the masculine. And because they have fallen out of trust with the masculine, they have become the fucking masculine.
Yep.
I disagree with that. They become the masculine too, because these niggas ain't there. These niggas busting nuts, leaving, going to prison. Fucking with the next bitch. Like they ain't marrying. Like marriages are down. But let me play this next clip.
I hear a lot of because we work with young guys, and the young guys, I hear from a lot of young guys that they want a woman who's making this who has reached a certain income threshold. So income wise, not talking about vision, not talking about just long term things that they want to do, but income wise, their income threshold.
I don't care.
I'm that way.
I don't care. Like I'm fighting. I literally do everything in my life so that I don't have to have that as a metric for you. And there's so much more. That's why it's like the passion is way more important than the income. Like I don't care, because if you start having my kids and I want you to be at home, the income is gone anyways. So who cares? Like I want you to do stuff that you enjoy, but like I'm not pressing about like, oh, you need to make 300, 400K a year. The amount of people that can even make that kind of income is so minuscule.
That's what realism is kicking in at.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's like, hypergamy is real too. So like most like women date across and up, social dominance hierarchies, and men date across and down. So as men rise up, you have nothing but more options. As women rise up, they have very smaller options. And also a lot of the things that get them to those points negate them. The guys that are in the same space,
they don't want that.
They don't want it because they're like, oh, you're combative and like you feel like you need to be a boss and all this other stuff. And like
you telling me what to do.
Right. And I love you. And I think you might be great, etc. for somebody else, but you probably need a Robin.
It's crazy.
You don't need a Batman.
I actually had a woman tell me, she says, literally, I got a good job. I make very, very good money. And she says, the only thing I need now is a man. It's like, yo, it's like, who wants you? Who wants you? You're right. Like once you have achieved these things, you have unfortunately disqualified yourself.
Ooh,
and
shit.
And what it is these, and this is the thing. I'm not blaming
the women are gonna hate him for that shit. They are gonna hate him for that. I can't wait to put this shit out.
They should love me for that shit.
Ladies.
They should love me for this shit because the women, I don't think they understand that. And I don't blame the women for that. I blame these weak ass Negroes out here.
Sure.
Like, because these women, they don't want to wait. You got this social media phenomenon and they see this lifestyle. They don't want to wait to find you to build the lifestyle that they want. So they go out and build it themselves. And when they build it themselves, it's like, yo,
what I need you for?
What?
Okay, so now I'm hearing this in context. And I got you clips. Now it's one brother up here. Let me put this screenshot up real quick. Now, one brother up here, that's this dude right here kind of reminds you of y'all ever seen Oz? Or ever seen he remind me of the dude in Oz that had the dreads when he used to have the afro. But this guy right here, he was the one, he actually made some sense. And he was like, yeah, their options are limited as they move up in a certain structure. And I get what he's saying. But this other guy, he brought it back to, and he kind of said two different things right there at the end, in my opinion. But I'll digress on that for now. But go ahead, Clips.
But there is something that you can definitely take from his comment. I do think it is a generalization, but I think it speaks to the higher paradigm shift that women are embracing. And I'm not saying don't embrace it, but there's got to be accountability. With equality comes accountability. I know me, I have no problem with a female who's more successful than me, but I believe the brothers even brought it up when you played the full clip. Like a man who has reached a certain level, once you reach a certain level in life, forget financial status, just as a man in life, once you reach to a certain level, if you are thinking about like getting married or whatever, you want a true partner. You don't want somebody who's in competition with you. You don't want somebody who's keeping points and going all like, saying, oh, well, I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And to what he said, when a woman's got to create a certain lifestyle and she does it by herself, well, now she feels like, why does she have to share it? Or now, doesn't that go both ways? Once again, I'm talking about equality and truly like trying to get to the bottom of this great disconnect between men and females these days. There is a over masculization of the female attitude, as well as a extreme feminization of the male psyche that's going on simultaneously right now. And as I really do feel that as while we don't acknowledge that these things are going on, and we still try to hold on to traditional roles and everything and hold people to different standards, a woman can say this is what she expects from a man. And she's not settling, and they're saying, "Go, girl, that's right, damn it, get yours." Now, when a man, high value man, or just a nigga that's out there, where he says, "Hey, this is what I'm checking for," and that's it, he's kind of bougie. But me personally, I believe that it's time for this. The only way to really shift it up is alpha and sigma males. We've got to really distinguish ourselves from this beta male energy. And it sounds funny, but I think it's time for some bougie dick. I think niggas need to motherfucker really, you know what I'm saying? niggas need to get bougie. Niggas need to get bougie with our dick. You know what I'm saying? Because these females are really thinking. You get any female who just because you smash, all of a sudden they think they box is something really hot. And it's like I tell dudes all the time, whether a dude admits it or not, as a man, we all got to admit that you're not that funny. Your pipe ain't that good. Your jokes aren't that whatever. All men, we got to understand we're replaceable in these women's minds at one level or another. And you know what I'm saying? And we've got to take, and men, we've got to take more of an approach. We got to get more focused on getting into our bag and what we need instead of trying to run up the bag. And then the first thing we do is spend our bag on a female to prove that we're a man. These are the things that are really damaging us as a people because we have this disconnect. We have a very masculine mindset within our women, and then we have a very feminine, emotional, and mental set of the men. So we've got to look at things differently, and until we do, we're going to keep bumping our heads, and it's going to continue to destroy the black family.
Go ahead. Anybody want to jump in? Jump in.
Marq, I just gotta say, man, when you played that clip, I got stuck once that person said, you know, especially women like us with the voice of Eclipse. So I need to see a picture of this person before I know what we're talking about, because I don't know if she was a woman or a man.
No, it was all men on that. It was all men.
Yeah, one of them said they're dating women like us. I'm like, what?
Huh?
At the first clip that you played. So I was confused with what the hell he was talking about, dating women like us. In a man's voice.
I didn't even hear that. I didn't even know he said that.
Them niggas was mad zesty.
The young guys, now I hear a lot of you know, because we work with young guys, and the young guys, now I hear from a lot of young guys that they want a woman who's making this who has reached a certain income.
You talking about that one?
Yeah, right after that, I think.
Income.
I literally do everything in my life so that I don't have to have that as a metric for you.
Are you talking about this guy?
Yeah.
And there's so much more. That's why I was like, the passion is way.
Let me share my screen.
But it was in the first clip when they said, yes, you know, women like us are taught or something like that, or you know, to. I'm like, what? What you mean?
I didn't play nothing with no women though. I haven't played it.
HD. He was referring to black women. He was women from our community. Is what he was trying to say.
Gotcha. I said, he said the women. Like, I'm like, what? You know,
yeah. I get why he was confused. That nigga said, "Oh shit." Y'all heard that when that nigga made a point?
Okay, that was all him. Okay.
Yeah.
All
pause. Right. You heard that, Nash?
Yeah, I heard that, blood.
That nigga dropped the gym. He said, "Oh shit." Oh nigga, what? You got a quiver in your pussy? Fuck wrong with that nigga, man? Where they raise these niggas?
He felt warm and fuzzy inside, blood.
Yeah. Eclipse said it, man. Feminization. God damn. Nigga said, "Ooh."
Let me let the ladies jump back in this conversation, though, man. We got two sisters on the panel. I'd be remiss if I didn't let them get a chance to speak and get their bars off. I definitely want to hear what they got to say, especially now that we heard the whole clip. Girl behind the mic, Queen P, did y'all get to hear that? The clip, the first 1 minute 30 seconds that led to that?
I heard a little bit, but I had to step away, so I came back.
Cool.
So
No problem. I'll run it again. Girl behind the mic, did you hear it? Or you want me to play it again before I give you guys the mic so you guys can have a fresh perspective?
Play it again. Thanks.
I'm sorry?
Just play it again. Thanks.
I'll play the beginning part.
I hear a lot of you know, because we work with young guys, and the young guys, now I hear from a lot of young guys that they want a woman who's making this who has reached a certain income threshold. So income wise, you know.
Matter of fact, let me share my screen so y'all can matter of fact, I'm probably safer this way so I don't get a strike. I'll just put this graphic up. But the other matter of fact, here, let's do it. What time is it? Yeah, we've been here for a minute. Let me share the screen. Where is it at? This is from This is
more important than the income. Like,
all right, yeah, this is Instagram. This is Instagram. Okay, because he got a lot of key from they got a lot of heat from this, so they're trying to give context. Context is key. So let me play the clip. Harley.
Okay, because if you start having my kids and I want you to be at home, that income is gone anyways. So who cares? Like, I want you to do stuff that you enjoy, but like, I'm not pressing about like, oh, you need to make 300, 400K a year. The amount of people that can even make that kind of income is so minuscule.
That's what realism is kicking in at.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's like, you know, hypergamy is real too. So like most like women date across and up, social dominance hierarchies, and men date across and down. So as men rise up, you have nothing but more options. as women rise up, they have very smaller options. And also a lot of the things that get them to those points negate them. The guys that are in the same space,
They don't want that.
they don't want it because they're like, oh, you're combative and like you
Yes.
feel like you need to be a boss and all this other stuff. And like,
You telling me what to do.
right. And I love you. And, you know, I think you might be great, et cetera, for somebody else, but you probably need a Robin.
It's crazy.
You don't
because
need a Batman.
I actually had a woman. I actually had a woman tell me. She says, literally, she says, I got a good job. I make
Okay,
very good money.
and this is what we
And she
get to
says-
when it's like, you don't go ahead, girl behind the mic.
So I mean, and I get it. That's his male perspective, I guess. I disagree on the whole combative part. I mean, if a man has, let's say, in this world, you know, financially, whatever success looks like, he has successfully done it for himself. He's out here, and so he's insinuating that that's why they tend to just, you know,
The only
pull
thing-
from
So
anywhere. That's okay. Pull from anywhere because they don't want anyone that's combative. But there's also, and once again, it goes back again. There's a lot of women out here that will probably be in the same bracket, same tax bracket as men like that are not combative, that are willing to be a power couple, that are willing to get together and move forward. But I understand now. I have a further understanding why. You know, why there's more choices for men. It makes sense. It's easier. Most of these wealthy athletes and all these other people, it's easier to just grab, you know, whoever you want. It doesn't matter what their success is, because they feel like he said, just stay at home and have the kids. So I get it from a male's perspective. I like the fact that he said, though, he would want her to just have her own thing, like her passions. That's powerful. Women do have smaller options. Women that do attain a certain level of success in life do have smaller options. But that's not to say that they won't consider other men that are not in their tax bracket or that are not in their success. But they tend to have smaller options. And I think it's just not that women. Okay, so let's talk about that Daily Mail article. And I know that words are sensitive, but I wanted to say in the Black culture, but cultures, whichever. I know as a Black girl, my push ever since I was young was being domesticated for marriage, ever since I was 11 or 12. I mean, as young as you could stand on the stove. And then I'm pushed to pick a successful career. I mean, I'm talking about being groomed at an age where I didn't know what was what, but I remember in my mind always saying lawyer. I don't even know where I heard it from. And then somebody said, what kind of lawyer? That's when I learned that there were different types of lawyers, but I was really young. I was like probably 12 or 13. But the minute I said lawyer to the adults in my life, they lit up and they started saying, this is our lawyer. And it's like, the older I go, I was like, I don't want to live on their path. So I just wanted to harken back on the pressure that some Black women may feel. And it's not, and I get it, pressure is a self-inflicted thing. But if you're this person that's willing to, or no, you're subconsciously wanting to please your family members because they have laid out your life. Oh, we're going to have a lawyer. She's going to go to school. This is our lawyer. This is our lawyer. So now it's like, I have to be successful. So one of the things that I want to say is I don't think a lot of Black women get into life and say, I'm going to conquer the world. I'm going to climb all the rungs of the corporate ladder and amass success, put my hands on my waistline and pick a man that I want. It's like sometimes you wake up and you're there, but because you've been pushed to be focused, you're going to get married, you're going to be successful, you're going to be a career woman, and you're going to get married, you're going to have kids. And so it just is up there. And so when you do get up there, like most people I know, and you're like, okay, wait. All right. So now at this age, for most women, most of the guys that I like, that I grew up with, or that I knew, are not necessarily, the vice president of this company or the CEO of this company or senior execs. So it's like you come back home. And that's why I try to tell the other guys that were talking earlier that some women just want good character, personality, and all that stuff. So that's just my 2 cents about that.
Go ahead, Queen P.
I don't really have a comment right now.
You don't have a comment about the clip that we played?
No, because I think not right now. I think I said everything, but I don't know.
About the beginning part of the clip, what the guy was saying, as a man rises in his career,
It's true. That is true. When a man has more money, they have more opportunities when it comes to a woman. But when a woman makes more money, it's very limited when it comes to finding that equal partner that makes as much, which is why some women may date someone who makes a little less than them. I remember there was like a whole debate where there was a woman who makes 100K, and then the guy she was dating makes about a good 60, 70,000. She had a relationship with him.
Go ahead, Reggie. What's your take on this topic?
Man, my take on it, man, is different. Man, I believe in independence. I'm not one of these type of dudes that want to be. I'm not. I never brought into this whole breadwinning shit, even as a kid, because I've always looked at the approach of with independence, it leads less to divorce and it leads less to your pockets having to be broken up. You get two independent people can hold their own. Um, and that kind of concept, it works for me. And like you were bringing up earlier, where did we get into this approach where the man had to be the breadwinner? And a lot of us get it from what was done by the people who of conquest with the English society, whereas male dominated society, women didn't do too much of shit. And now the worlds have transitioned from those approaches, and now men come with the ideal from financial standpoints that it's all about what we make. And I think that's where people become flawed. We complain about gold diggers, but we love to flaunt money at women. We complain about hoes, but we love the way women dress and flaunt shit. It's like a lot of people we're conflicted with what we want and shit. Me, I don't mind a woman making more money, but at some point when she walks in the house, that CEO shit needs to turn the hell off. She needs to come back to reality of being who it is that we met. And even like in the approach where these dudes talking about what the woman made, I don't want to have no conversations about no motherfucking money. Where you work don't even need to be part of the conversation. It can develop into that conversation over time. And I think people have placed too much emphasis on currency and shit to where people have forgot how to love. And that's why relationships become flawed. You run into a health situation where you ain't learned to love each other, that person will leave you fucking decrepit and crippled as a motherfucker. But that's my thoughts on that.
All right, let me let my guy Megazar get in. He just got here. Shout out to my guy Megazar. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. Talk to me, man. What's your take on this topic, man?
First of all, I'd be remiss if I didn't, you know what I'm saying, give you my salutations, brother. You know what I'm saying? Peace to you. I see the big bro Reg. I see the two queens, Queen P, girl behind the mic.
Hello.
What's going on? I see HLD. What's up with it? My Latino brother. Reg. See Big Blood in this bit.
Spot gang.
You know what I'm saying?
I know Big Blood, the center square, like he Whoopi Goldberg on Hollywood
yeah, Big Blood.
He been holding court too, though. I'm proud of him.
Yeah, can't forget my brother Clips. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. But yeah, like on this topic, you know, with women empowerment, with the women empowerment movement comes a whole new shift of mentality, I figure. Because you gotta understand, as Reggie was talking to, if you just go back 60 years ago, 70 years ago, women weren't able to be in these different positions that they're in today. So the whole thing with that is that, you know, our mind change, our mind state has to shift, you know. But that goes for women too. You know, I never forget, I was talking to a chick, but she was gung-ho on being independent, and we like heard a fucking noise. And she looked at me. I looked at her. I said, shit, this your shit. This your house. You go see what that is. And she was like startled. I said, no. When empowerment comes, everything, you need to go see what that was. It ain't on me to go see. You don't believe in the old farce reality of, you know, the European, Eurocentric type of home setting. So you need to get your ass up and go see what that was. This ain't my house. And she was starting.
Are you kidding me?
No, bro. I'm dead serious.
Hold on. So for the people just tuning in, You said what? When what happened?
We were, you know what I'm saying? We was in the bed, heard a noise, and she looked at me, and I said, "Man, you better go see what that was." And she was like, "Excuse me." I said, "You independent, right? This your shit, right? You need to go get up and go see what that was." I was trying
You
to
a guest, right? Because you a guest in her
yeah.
house.
I was trying to prove a point. Don't get me wrong. I got up. I was behind her when she went, but I told her, "Let me tell you something. Once we lose what our roles are," I said, just because you think, I said, now that you have more money, more this, more stature, I said, that doesn't change who we are. I said, once that change who we are, who we are as a dynamic, then we're gonna really switch the roles. Man, go see what that was. Here go a weapon. I said, that's what I was
A screwdriver, a hammer, what weapon? You got with a broom?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I was really,
or something like.
and I did it. You know what I'm saying. And I did it to just let her know, hey, the moment you let money get you out of what our roles are. My role is to protect you and to provide. That don't mean I have to make more money than you then provide. That don't mean I have to make more money to provide and protect.
Carmen Serene said you got to make more money. You got to make that money.
Yeah, but check this out. If I make more money, look here. You know why all the rich niggas got chicks that don't got money? Because they don't want nobody feeling like they're competing with them. And that's just real talk. If I gotta feel like I gotta compete with my woman now, man, I compete in the marketplace. I gotta compete at the crib too. You know, people say power couples. Okay, cool. We not Beyonce and Jay-Z. And if I had Jay-Z money,
that's an anomaly too.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That doesn't happen. Like, how rare is that?
And they usually don't last. Like, that's a big deal that they even lasted this long.
So to me, it's like there's nothing wrong with a woman, with women empowerment. We need that. I feel like that will boost us ahead, but it needs to be the right type of empowerment and not the fluff. Not the let's do slut walks and all that type of dumb shit, because that ain't doing nothing for nobody. Like that. Now if we're talking
slut walk,
yeah, you know when
never heard of it.
Bullshit. That shit ain't bringing
Amber Rose shit.
It's the Amber Rose shit. So I'm saying, no, it's nothing wrong with a woman making that money. All you queens listening, especially you black women, go get that bread. You know what I'm saying? Like, go get it. Hopefully you find a man with it. And sometimes you gotta understand, hey, he may be a step down financially, but he isn't a step down as a human being. He may be a step down financially, but he may match with you as a human being.
Right. He ain't beating your ass and ain't having no outside baby.
Yeah, he may, you know what I'm saying? He may add to what you do. He may like to cook. You know what I'm saying? You never know. Like, you just have to meet somebody that, but the thing about it is there's so much testosterone that our women inject. I mean, not inject, I'm pardon self. In that they pretty much get through the wrong type of foods, and it creates an imbalance. Just like we got toxic masculinity, we have toxic femininity also. They both exist. They both exist.
Tell them, Zah.
You know what I'm saying? They both exist, and they both lead to corrosion of the family structure and the family base. So if we're going to do it as a family, we got to know that this is a partnership. And regardless of how it's going down, like, my girl made more money for me up until 2020. But the whole while I was the provider, I still paid the rent. You know, and she kick in what she kick in at, and we make a great team. So I just think that sometimes we have the status thing, because what we don't understand is in the twinkling of an eye, this dollar could fall. And in the twinkling of an eye, what is that? Who cares about how much money you made? What the fuck do you know how to do?
Or you can have a stroke.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah.
Look, because I gotta look, not to cut you off, but let me cut you off real quick. Like, on either side, yeah, he provides and protect, but you have a stroke, and now your whole right side of your face don't work no more. does that nigga still fuck with you? Or he gonna be like, yo, I didn't sign up for this. You get what I'm saying? And he leaves you, and then your face got a stroke, or you get in a car accident, and now, yo, I married you because you got a fat ass, big titties, and you can fuck. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't married you to push you around in a wheelchair. You get what I'm saying? And the only reason I say that because I got a cousin who left his wife when she had a stroke, and everybody in the family know, and we all know what's up. I don't know everything in their marriage. I don't know nothing in their marriage. I just know her face changed, and they ended up getting a divorce. And it was weird and it was awkward because they both was like they taught at the same high school.
Well, I mean, it's, when you be married, it's supposed to be for better or for worse. I'm pretty sure stroke is involved in worse.
Yeah, sickness and health, right?
Yeah, you know. So I mean,
but also, let's say the breadwinner gets hurt though. So now the breadwinner is down.
For better or for worse.
No, but you got nothing to lean on because you was always told to marry up. You get what I'm saying? So you can't even keep this shit afloat. Hey, you know what I'm saying? We got to sell everything because we because you was always dependent on somebody else.
Well, that's where one's perception comes into place at. Then, like, you know, once you make personal decisions based on what's best for you, then like when it's time to drink from that well and some unclean water come up, that's on you too because you chose to drink from that well.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Clips.
I do agree with pretty much everything Megazar saying, because what I'm getting at is there's this disconnect. There's this, you know, as a man, like, you got to take your bumps. You know what I'm saying? Like, as a man, you know, it's like, okay, you made a couple bad decisions and you deal with it and you got to be accountable for it. What we're talking about is, as a female, there is the safety net. There is the parachute, which is the old patriarchal. It's funny because it's the patriarchal mindset that provides women with this, with the societal safety net. You feel what I'm saying? The patriarchy, as long as a lot of women, not all, a lot of women will go from being someone's daughter, someone's little princess, to someone's mother, in an almost seamless transition, to where there will always be this perception that she needs help, she needs the benefit of the doubt, give her a chance or whatever. As a man, regardless of what you're doing or not doing, as you know, it's a cold, cold world. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit, and nobody cared. To where, I know what I'm saying, like, and these things are being taken advantage of. And we can all talk about the custodial thing with children and everything and how that's not fair. We had that conversation, but look at how many of us just accept it for what it is. Back to what Megazar said, I do believe that the toxic femininity and masculinity, if both not addressed at the same time, we just repeat the problem. Yes, the lack of black fathers has done so much damage to our community, but we do not address the hood ratisms and the things. A lot of people's mamas and big mamas, if they wasn't your mama or big mama, you'd say she shot the fuck out. But that's mama. And so you didn't say nothing, and a lot of them behavioral traits got passed down from woman to woman. There is a very Jezebelian spirit amongst Western women. I'm not judging them, but I'm acknowledging it. You feel what I'm saying? Like I said, men in power culture, even at our worst, will be like, yeah, I ain't shit. Yeah, I'm on some bullshit. Right now, we're being rewarded for their bullshit.
Not all men.
I'm speaking once again, women, but once again, women are being rewarded for their bullshit. When a man, say a man sees Marq, one of Marq's friends is going through it, Marq will say, give him a couple good words and leave it alone, stay out of his business. You and your homegirl go through it, and you know she's a hot damn mess. You make it your point to help her and get her out of that situation, even if you know she's wrong, even if you know she might need to just go on and, you know, take whatever. No, she will not be allowed to fall on her face. There is still that safety net there. While we're talking about equality. So now we're playing this dangerous game because, to quote Spider-Man, with responsibility, with great power comes responsibility. So women are being empowered without being taught accountability. Like, look back to even the Me Too stuff. Once again, if we had this conversation a couple shows ago. If the gender roles were reversed, Jada Pinkett would be Me Too'd for what she did to August Alsina. But we don't have that conversation.
Let me say something right quick. I mean, we live in a patriarchal system, right? And when you live in a patriarchal system, men are pretty much expendable. Patriarchy prioritizes women and children. That's just how it's always been. Exactly. Men are expendable.
But I think the thing that's left is that you have to control these situations, regardless. Where people speak about what's put out there on us with this and that, we have the options. We ain't forcing the shit. We have the options to control. You look at the Kanye situation. Here he is speaking about masculinity all the time, and he's playing an emasculated role and shit, chasing after a woman who don't want him. We have to condition ourselves to control situations. Sometimes people want to hold on to shit that they shouldn't belong in. And sometimes we choose, because like even Chris Rock said in one of the comedy stand-ups, is that we ain't always the option that our other partner may want to be with. And sometimes we grow out of where we're collaborable, like where we damn, forget the damn word, where we're compatible and shit. You grow out of that shit, and some people still want to hold on to that. But that's where it's something you can control, but you refuse to control. It's something you hold on to. And if you stay in a situation you don't want to be in, now you have enabled someone else to be in power of that shit. We have to own up to our power. If you're a man, you want to hold the position of a man in a relationship, you got to put your foot down. Otherwise, y'all got to kick rocks. And that's the thing that we have to start taking a stand on. A lot of things, even with the women, where they talk about making money, is a lot of men have lost manhood. A lot of dudes are afraid to approach these kind of women. It ain't so much like, how is money intimidating us if the attraction is to that woman? Like we dudes have to start manning up and owning situations and shit.
Mike, August was 22 when he got with Jada, so he was an adult. It wasn't like a situation where he was a teenager and she groomed him. So
hold
I just want you to know that.
Hold on. That means he was a baby when they got married. Like Will and Jada been married 23 years.
Mm-hmm.
That don't mean shit. If you ain't fucking a woman right shit.
More importantly, she's married.
Oh no, that's wrong on that end. But he was saying like this man was a teenager. I'm like, this man was 22 years old.
I didn't say that.
You made it. I didn't say you said it. It's like you're implying it.
No, I'm not implying. I'm implying she used her position as his mentor, as his role model, as somebody with financial and power over him in the industry that he's in, who came to him like, I can help you out with your career, blah, 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 and started fucking him and then discarded him.
How can she help him with her career if he's a rapper? How can she help him with his career when he's in the music industry and she's in the acting industry?
Queen P, how many men got Me Too'd and their whole careers ruined, and that girl wasn't no teenager, she was in her 20s, but no, he was her mentor and he was in a more successful position within that industry, and it came into her life as her mentor.
Who are you talking about? Are you talking about Jada and August?
About what Jada did. I can name
no, because you said her and him, so
none of the Cosby bitches were minors. These were all grown women who said, "Ooh, that's Bill Cosby. He used his whatever." After them reporters who got all them CBS, the Les Moonsfeld and all them. These were grown women in their 30s and 40s. But because he's the owner of the station, he is their mentor, he is their boss, he's someone that they hold reverence for. And so when he's talking to them, saying, "Hey, let's build about our career, let's build about some stuff," and then he starts interjecting a personal relationship. Not even when he injects sex, it's a personal relationship. They let that because that's a good look. I'm hanging out with Will and Jada. You know,
well, at the end of the day, August shouldn't be looking at her as a mentor anyway. She's not a mentor, and he had trauma. No. I'm not blaming nobody. At the end of the day, he has
Jada Pinkett was a
trauma,
legend before that boy was born.
Yeah, but did August even say
Sir.
he was abused? He said he was in love with a woman in the interview. That's what you're missing. The women that came forward say they were taken advantage of. August
These
could
women
have
thought
done
they were
that.
in love too. These
But
women who are
no,
Me
no, the
Too
women
and
came.
were in love.
No, the women
Now,
came
some of the
forward and
women be
said they were
lying though.
taken advantage. They
That
say
is
they were
true,
taken
Reggie.
advantage of, and
You
they were
saying that boy
abused.
wasn't taken advantage of?
Listen,
You
listen.
saying she didn't just fuck on that boy? Jay
No,
wasn't catch
listen.
and release?
You can say, listen. You can.
You
You,
saying she didn't catch and release that boy?
Hold
you
on,
can
girl
say.
on the mic. Girl on the mic. Let's be clear. She did say August and I, had an entanglement because I was hurt and I needed some healing.
And he said he
And
loved her.
hold on. She said I
So he
healed my.
became a
So
mentor.
she used him for healing.
He used
But
her too.
You don't
They
even
used
call
each
it a
other.
relationship.
No, the
They used
mentoring
each
role
other.
She don't even call it a relationship. She called it an entanglement.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
the
they used
mentoring
each other.
reverse.
They did.
The mentoring roles reverse.
And my thing is with August, he has
The girls are
trauma
lit
that
now. The girls are lit, yo. That's what it took.
No. It's just that Mike got all this heat and issue with women, so why can't we have a response to him?
I love
and
it.
my thing is with no sir, and then my thing is with August and the
Let her get
trauma
it
that
off.
he
Let her
has
get it off.
endured. He needs to go to professional. He needs to get professional help. He shouldn't be looking at Jada because her ass is not a therapist. She doesn't work in the field at all. I don't care if she has a red table talk where people talk about their opinions. She's not a therapist. She's not licensed to help somebody with the trauma that he has. He needed to go to a
We ain't
professional.
talking about that, sis. We talking
hold
about
on,
what
no,
she.
No. I'm adding
She
that to
said-
what
she
he
said-
was saying, though.
But sis, she
Man.
said August and I had an entanglement. I was hurt and I needed some healing.
Well, she's
What
not
about
gonna say
what
they had a
August said? You
relationship
guys are
with
missing the
Will.
point. August is the one that wrote a song that actually revealed this whole entire entanglement. It was him. He was in love with Jada. He willingly participated. Now, if August came out and say Jada Smith took advantage of me, guess what I'll be doing right now? It is a Me Too and get Jada Smith.
God.
I would be saying that. This little boy said he was in love with this woman.
Yeah, August
And
is stupid for revealing that, and
And
that's the
sexual
problem with
assault can
dudes.
happen with both men and women, not just mostly women, but there are men who are victims too. And unfortunately, many of them don't report, maybe because of stigma, maybe because of people who won't believe. I remember the situation with Tawny Katan's ex-husband who she beat him up. And when he told the cops, they were like, yeah, right. Like, come on, dude, you 6'2", 250. You tell me this little woman whooped your behind. But yeah, she did.
Yeah, no, August was stupid as fucking that, man. Here he is banging out this fine ass married chick, and he gonna reveal the shit in the song. Like that.
He
That
was
was just
hurt.
pure.
He
That
was
was
in
just
love,
pure.
Reggie, and he was
Man, I
hurt.
wouldn't give a fuck.
Reggie,
He should know the position. He should know the role. He should know the
We don't know
game.
what she told him, Reggie. Hold up, Reggie.
Man, I don't give a fuck
Reggie,
what she told him. He should know the position. She got a husband. He at
We
the
don't know
house.
what
He
she
should have been
told
on
him.
some stupid shit.
You don't think she heard the song before we heard it, Reggie?
Hell no.
Nigga, she built the whole red table talk after this shit. Like that shit really took off. She had
You
Will on
use
as a
him.
guest. Will talked about, and that's where entanglements became a thing. And guess what? August did right after that. Came back with the song Entanglements with Rick Ross on the remix. Let's go. Let's go.
It was a
It's
publicity
old-
stunt.
Yo, that shit, bro. That shit. Look, I never followed Will before on any social media. Y'all don't think I hit that damn sub button? I was like, man, let me see what Will Smith got going on. You get what I'm saying? And then Will Smith started doing shit on YouTube. I was like, damn, this nigga doing YouTube? I ain't even know. 469, you on the line? What's your name? Where you calling from, family?
Peace, what up? Marcus Brand from Dallas.
Brandon from Dallas. Let's go.
I had to chime in on this because I see the women got lit. I had to chime in on this. Will said that, first of all, Jada started having sex with one of her son's friends. That's how she met August. Number two is, Will said when August came to us, when we first met him, he was 6.
He was 6?
And he was 6. S-I-C-K, 6.
Oh, sick. I thought you said 6 as in S-I-X. A little boy.
He was 6. And she said, and Will said he was real bad off. Okay. So we had to help him get better.
Okay.
And Jada had sex with this with this young man. A married woman. Let's keep it funky for what it is. A married woman took advantage of one of her son's friends who was sick, and to heal herself for her own personal sexual gratification to heal herself because her husband wasn't dealing with her at the time.
No more, no less. That's all it is.
Come on, man. Let's keep it 100. Let's stop that. But that's all I want to say, man. I'm out. I'm going to let y'all cook because I'm enjoying this.
Go
Salute
ahead.
to everybody.
I'm gonna let the sisters rebuttal that because I'm sure they got a rebuttal. Appreciate it. Go ahead, ladies. What y'all think of what Brandon had to say?
So it's not Hollywood's secret
Little
that
big.
Will and Jada allegedly have allegedly. I mean, everybody go back, listen to August's interview, listen to Jada when she talked about it, and listen to Will Smith before Gayle King's interview. You will catch the hints of their marriage and what they've been doing. They don't have a conventional marriage. But secondly, August himself said he had to ask Will for permission. And I want the world to know I stand for true victims. I stand for true victims. If August came out and said that Jada had taken advantage of him, I would be on his side with all his receipts and everything like that. This boy came out because he was hurt. I don't know if Jada was cutting him off or was done with him. I don't know, but he was hurt.
No, what about her own words? Can we hold her responsible? Because by her own words, that sounds like you used it.
No, because
hold on, listen to what she said. It was an entanglement. She don't call it a relationship. She called it was an entanglement. It was some shit that just happened, and for lack of better words. But more importantly, she said, I needed healing, as in like he's a Band-Aid.
But Mark, what did he really expect? She's married.
Queen P, I feel you on that, but I was talking to girl behind the mic directly about that, based on what she just said.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And you're replying to what I said. I ain't even get her reply yet. I need you to reply. And I want you to reply too, Queen P, and I'll answer your question. But I want y'all to reply to that part first. She, all that where he don't claim he was used, by her own words, she used him. I needed healing. Speak to that point. And on Queen P as well.
So,
then I'll answer your question on Queen
absolutely.
P.
So we can all perhaps speculate what Jada's words were in terms of she used them. She's a married woman. Once again, everyone knows they have an unconventional marriage, but anyways, allegedly. But she's here trying to address what happened. To me, it came off like she's trying to be real political about it. I didn't hear that she used him. She's been married to him for a long time. I heard stuff has been allegedly rocky for a very long time. So it just didn't. To me, it's not just this event. It's like any other person that's married that steps out of their marriage when they're caught. The first thing you're going to do is not going to say, oh, well, I enjoy that young guy. And I mean, I don't know, I just fell on his, what, and it happened. I'm going to retort and be like, give the best political answer. I don't know what I was thinking, babe. I'm operating from a place of confusion, and I'm just broken. That's what most people would do when they're caught. I mean, I've never known a cheater in a marital situation to just come out and be like, yep, that's what I did. I did it and I loved it. You've been caught. You have to be politically correct. So you're going to have to spruce it up some way. And on the record, I don't like Jada. I don't like Will Smith. So I'm not capping for Jada. I'm just saying that people are trying to make a freaking mountain out of a molehill, because my whole thing about victimhood is people that come forward and say, I have been abused. I was taken advantage of. I was raped. I was sexually abused. Those are not the words. Those were not the words of August Alsina.
He thinks he in love. He
That's
thinks
what I'm
they
saying.
just rude. Look at these pictures. He didn't know she just needed healing. She just wanted somebody to hold her.
He's not a victim, right? Agree?
That is mental and emotional abuse.
He didn't say it. He didn't say it. Did he come out?
That
He could still come
cry
out.
for help is a hurt man screaming, baby.
Why don't y'all go help him?
It's a
yeah, you got some more there, but women, go hug a fellow man.
Why don't y'all go help him?
She gonna ride for them ladies.
I'm not.
Hold on. Everybody doing. Hold up. Girl behind the mic. You said, why don't we go help?
Yeah, you feel so sorry for him.
Why we don't? Girl behind
and that's why
you mean why doesn't Mike go help him? He feels sorry for him. Tell Mike to go help his homie.
Right.
Why they mad?
Why don't you go help her?
What's all this?
Y'all gotta chill. Let me talk to her. Say that again. I can't even hear her.
I say, yeah, I feel so sorry for him. Why don't you go help him? Because I swear I watched the same interview where this kid was talking about how much he loved her and every adoration about this woman and everything they had in the song. And when he showed his text, and he even asked Will Smith for permission. So I don't understand. I mean, the husband was cool with it. So you asked me to speak on an unconventional marriage and to victimize a person that they themselves came forward. Remember, it wasn't Jada. She didn't disclose this. Alcina came out for an interview, an exclusive, to expose this. And
yeah,
in that time, he had a moment to plead that he was a victim, but that was not what he said.
Okay.
What is a victim? What is a victim?
And wasn't Will? Hold on.
Clips, let me take the lead. Clips, you keep jumping in, bro. Like, and HLD jumping in. Let me get the let the ladies talk. Go ahead, Queen Pete. Let me get this.
I was gonna say this. Wasn't Will also dating a model? Like a lot of things that Girl Behind the Mic said.
We don't know that. That's, hold up, Queen
okay,
Pete.
Alleged.
Come on, let's stick with the pictures though. We got this right here on the screen, and you talking about some alleged. Look at this.
Okay, but my thing is this. Okay, when he got with her,
she fucked him.
Okay, here we go.
No,
Marq.
allegedly.
Okay,
she
fine,
called
Marq.
it healing.
True enough, Marq. But here's the thing.
To that.
He
Did
knew
she use
that.
No.
Here's the thing, Marq. He knew she was married. What did he think she was going to do? Leave her husband to get with him? Yeah, he caught feelings. Yeah, he probably wrote that song from a place of hurt because he wanted to be with her, and she decided, I'm not going to leave. You know, my husband, I've been with him for X amount of years. We have businesses together. I mean, they even said it on their show, Bad Marriage for Life. And my thing...
Yeah, that's after she said, I needed healing. What does that mean when somebody say, look, we had an entanglement, I needed some healing?
Well, an entanglement, y'all had an affair. I mean, according to them, they had an affair. It wasn't meant to
if it's
be
open,
anything.
It ain't no affair, right? If it's open, right, Queen P?
Okay, then what is it supposed to be if it's not an affair?
If it's not it's in the open. It ain't no entanglement. It ain't no affair.
Then what is it if it's not an affair? Then what would you term it?
A relationship.
I don't know if I could call. Okay, well. So would you think it? So would you think? Okay, so would you think it was more like no?
This ain't like they just linking up to fuck. They are cuddled up.
So So would you say it's like
that day on the picture on the left?
So would you say it's more like a poly relationship that ended once the story was revealed?
Say what?
So would you call it a poly relationship because she's married and then there's this guy and then it ended when people found out about their relationship?
Whatever you want to call it is.
Because you're saying it's not an affair.
Whatever you want to call it is, y'all. This lady could have been his babysitter. She was married when
But he's 22. How can she be his babysitter?
She been married for 23 years.
But he's 22 when they got together. So how can she be his babysitter? No, I'm
saying when he was 0, how old was Jada Pinkett?
When he was what? I'm sorry?
When he was a newborn baby, just came out the crib. How old was Jada Pinkett?
I'm not
a grown woman.
Okay, yeah, granted, she's a grown woman.
Like 20 years old. She was in her 20s or something. How old is Jada Pinkett? She 50 yet? Queen P, come on, Queen P, you smart. You know what I mean when I say these things. When I say she could be his babysitter, she's old enough to be his mother. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is an older woman. There's plenty of men that date older women.
Almost as long as he's been alive. Okay. Do I got to break it down? Come on.
No, you don't got to break it down. You broke it down enough. I get your point. She was a grown woman when he was a kid. A baby.
A baby. Power dynamics mean something, and I disagree with you guys when y'all said, well, she's in the acting business and he's in the music business. Man, that's Jada Pinkett, yo.
Yeah, but he's saying she gonna help his career. I'm like, but she ain't. How is she helping if she's an actress?
Because her name is Jada Pinkett. Her name is big in Hollywood in any role.
If anything, I would have thought her husband, because at least he made music. I mean, maybe different kind of music, but
she was in the Matrix though.
So
that's huge. Like she's Jada Pinkett.
I would say she's huge because she's Jada Pinkett, not so much the Matrix. But I
mean, but I just said that just to say something because it seems like you don't understand how big Jada Pinkett is.
No,
Like,
I know how big
like
she
she's only
is.
big
I
because she was in movies. She's Jada Pickett. She
no,
get you in any room.
I don't know about all that,
She can
but
move you
okay.
from the music. She can move him from the music world to the acting scene. Can we
She
agree to
didn't
that?
manipulate him, Mike. At the end of the day, he's a
No, I
grown
know
man and
Queen
he
P, Queen
made a
P, no, Queen P,
decision
I'm
to
talking
have
Queen
that
P. Queen
relationship
P,
with her.
I'm talking to you direct, and you read in the chat. Look,
Hmm.
can we at least agree to this, and we can move forward and let these guys speak? Can we at
Okay.
least agree she can get him from that music scene onto a movie set? Can we at least
Yeah,
agree?
yeah, she has influence. I'm not knocking it.
Thank
Okay,
you.
yes.
That's all I'm saying. Because we was like, how can she help his career? Like,
No, but I'm talking about
music,
in the music. I'm talking about the music. Now, can she
his
help him with
career
the
is in
music? Absolutely.
entertainment, just
Okay.
period though. Even still, he can do things. Jerry Seinfeld helped Wale.
How?
That's just,
How? Wait, I didn't know about that. So I'm
he
learning
did the
something new.
ad libs on his whole album. Like he does the interludes on the whole album. Jerry Seinfeld.
Didn't know that.
That's big.
I,
Jerry
I,
Seinfeld helped
look, I
Wale.
love Wale's first album. I love it, but I didn't know it was
Yeah,
Jerry Seinfeld.
yeah, he got an album with Jerry Seinfeld. Look it up. Type in Wale, Jerry Seinfeld. I ain't lying, Queen P.
No, I know. I'm not saying you're lying. I just never knew.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying though, like people can
Because I
help.
know his first album was what? Much Ado About Nothing?
Look at the Jerry Seinfeld album with Jerry Seinfeld doing the interludes on his album. Go ahead, Clips. I promise. I don't know it off the top of my head, Queen P, but you can Google it. It is Jerry Seinfeld Wale, and he talking all through that album. That was big to have Jerry Seinfeld on the album.
Yeah, I see it. Cause it's on the Matrimony. Wale has a video of it. And you see Jerry Seinfeld. I didn't know, but I love that album though. I will say that the album About Nothing is the album.
Yeah.
So let me make sure I say it correctly.
No, you good. You good. Go ahead, Clips.
Listen. All right. I am talking about the facts. Let's go ahead and just, you want to say how prove it? Her own words, damn her. Okay. As far as, yes, she used that boy. It was just a fuck. Whether they have a polyamorous relationship or not, that boy was collateral damage. All right. The Will and Jada entanglements and their polyamorous lifestyle, which a lot of people knew about. I knew about since the 90s, before they actually got married, that they was just this young power couple just doing it big out there. You know what I'm saying? All right. It came to light because she was messy. The boy cracked and brought it public. Now, when the gender roles are reversed and the mentor, whatever person, is a man, and the collateral damage side piece, the little playmate, the little secretary, whatever, gets dumped or gets distant to where they do their cry for help, they, say no. As a female, she doesn't have to make a song. All she has to say is she was me too. She felt taken advantage of. And then y'all going to give her instant victim status. Meanwhile, this boy who y'all saying, yeah, he had a weak mental state. I'm with you, Reggie. Yeah, he was a chump, but let's stick to the facts of the point that I'm making here. You switch them gender roles. How do you look at that situation? Y'all like, oh man, well, he just whatever. And y'all trying to excuse the fact that they are in a polyamorous relationship. You think these Hollywood execs, you think Harvey Weinstein and his wife didn't know about what he was going on? These women were adult women, these actresses or whatever. They made their choice. He said, hey, you want to, you want this movie role? Go ahead and, rock the mic one time. They could have
Some of
said,
them did that, not all of them. There was a situation with
can I finish?
Lupita
There you
and
go.
she didn't
Can I
choose.
finish? There you go. I'm saying it is wrong. If a man does it, if a woman does it, stop. This is the problem, the disconnect we have as a society. Where we want to try to reshape the gender paradigms, but hold on to these old norms. All right. Yes, to your one person. Yes, I've messed with a lot of younger women, not like that, but I've messed with. But no, I don't mess with women that are too much younger than me. Case in point, what I'm going through with my daughter's mom, and the excuse is, hey, she's young. Okay, and so I just got to eat that on the chin. I got to eat that on the chin because she's younger. Now, if the role was reversed, all y'all saying is, well, August was messy. This was a young boy who was punching way above his weight class, and she knew what she was doing. Like I said on the last show when we was talking about Kanye and Skeet, them boys and them kids are collateral damage. Kim knows what she's doing, and she's gonna do what she wants to do, how her way, come hell, come high water, and that's my point. But when a woman finds herself in an August Alsina situation. She has the option of the safety net and pulling the emergency line and saying, "Oh, I was victimized, I was me too," and y'all gonna ride with her. Because you know what? Look how much arguing and look, I hate women and I got smoke for women just because I'm pointing out that disconnect. No, when you step back and look at that, Jada was wrong as hell. And not only that, she profited from it in ways that had a man did the same thing, his show would not become hot. You know what I'm saying? The words he used for his excuse, oh man, it was an entanglement. Now imagine Harvey Weinstein said, oh, come on, man, it was just a fuck. Feel me? Oh, but I'm wrong though.
I would just add this. I would say that if we're just keeping it a buck, this thing got out of hand. They both allegedly have their different partners, but as you could tell, Will never saw them as relationship shit. Jada and him were in some relationship shit. And you can see Will was like, hey man, you either, okay, if you want this little nigga, it's this little nigga or me. That's what his body language was saying. And let's be real, man. August Alsina was just collateral. He was collateral damage. He was what it was. Like, he was a young nigga that was swimming a little too deep. He was in over his head. Like, he was in over his head, you know? He was never going to outwit her. Whatever she needed healing, all that shit is just, if this was 1990, she wouldn't even use those fucking words, healing and my mental. She wouldn't even use those words. If this was the 80s, she'd have just been like, yeah, I just want, like, when people were actually being real with each other before they used PR language and PR, I just wanted some of that young thing. Because Will wasn't paying attention to me. And I got him to pay attention to me. By getting at the young thing and getting into it, that's all it was, regardless of what they sit down at the table and say. We knew what that was.
But bro, if they already got an open relationship, and like August said, so far we ain't heard no lies.
No, my thing is
like August said, I sat down. That's the only thing people saying. Will said, like he said, I sat down and talked.
But in most of the times when you have an open relationship, that just means you can smash other people. That don't mean you can also be in a relationship with that other open relationship team. You can smash who you want to smash as long as you come home to me and we doing it's us. No, they stayed on different wings of the house. And that nigga was on Jada's wing, and Will was at his wing, I guess. You know, to the point to where you can look at Will's body language and tell this was affecting him because whoever he knocked down, he didn't catch feelings for. Jada caught feelings for the nigga. You know, you can tell in his body.
I'm seeing this nigga too much. This nigga getting too comfortable.
Wherever when they sit in the table talk, when they doing the table talk, they making memes called the Fresh Prince of Despair because he look like he about to cry. Putting them on the playground where I spend most.
Go ahead, Megazord. It's Brandon. Go ahead.
I'm saying to the point where they was putting the hat on the playground where I spend most of my day. They putting the hat on them with the actual lettering from the Fresh Prince of Despair. You could tell it was hurting him. She wasn't hurt by it. He was hurt. Because in whatever freak relationship Hollywood freak shit they had going on, she went past, so, hey, you ain't supposed to love this nigga now. I thought he was just a fling. I thought he was just a young boy toy. You catch feelings for this nigga. That's what that was. Hey, come on. In that case, men manipulate more than women do, but men manipulate too. But if we're talking about the manipulators, come on, no one manipulates more than a fucking woman. Are we kidding ourselves now? Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Women manipulate because that's what you have. You got to understand, women take life serious when they 12. At 12, we still spitting paper balls out of straw at nigga and shit. We're not dealing with life yet, the majority of us. They gotta deal with cycles and body change. They're more mature than us. So when you're more mature at a younger age, you learn how to be more savvy. You learn how to lean toward intellectual prowess than physical prowess because that's really all you have.
Right. Let me let Brandon get in. Go ahead, Brandon Washington. Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, I just want to say a few things. I keep saying that August said that he wasn't a victim. August did play the victim. He played the victim role. He said he was fooled, that he thought Jada was his. That's why we need to play the video, because he did. He insinuated and basically said that he was a victim and he was basically a pawn in their little game. Now, when it comes to having an open marriage is what y'all dictate it is. It's not you come home to me or you, it's whatever our parameters are. That's what makes it open. It's open the way we made it open. It ain't you go smash somebody else and you come home. That could be your version, but that's not what everybody's version of an open marriage is. Now, when it comes to Will was aware of everything that happened. And Jada did manipulate him. She had to manipulate him. She talked about, that's why I wish you would put up the video and play it so you could see how sick it is and how she basically, he thought that he was in a relationship with her and that he was in love. He thought that, but she didn't reciprocate that. When she said that, she don't even have enough dignity to say that she was in a relationship with him and that he didn't lie about the experience that he had with her. She called it an entanglement. She calls it all these little weird ass things. Even Will had to say, come on, Jada, call it what it is. And I believe the reason Will was looking like that, because he was like, man, this the woman I picked. Like, she fucking our son's friends. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way he probably like, man, Will was just so, I didn't look at it as like, Will didn't know what was going on. That's why he was looking like that. Will knew what was going on. Outside Cena said they sat down and had a conversation about it. He said to say, yeah, Will gave her to me. That's exactly the exact purpose. Will gave her to me.
Oh, time. My bad, Brandon.
Okay, I'm out.
Yeah, pass the mic.
Salute to y'all.
My bad, bro. Sorry about that. Damn, I lost track of the counter too. Reading the
it's
chat.
all good. My bad.
All right, no,
Salute,
you good,
man.
you good.
I'm gonna jump on the panel in a minute.
All right, peace.
I'll do.
All right, pass the mic. Go ahead. Yeah, that shit was loud as hell. That shit made me jump and everything in this bitch. I was like, oh shit. I was like, yo, today's the day. The feds have kicked in the door, or the goons have came and got me.
But how can
oh my god, nigga, I was is it the MXBC? Who is it?
But Mark, how can he think that he was in a relationship with a woman who's married?
Because he probably going raw, Queen B.
He probably was, but how you gonna think you're in a relationship with a married
together,
woman?
I'm going raw, and I'm eating that pussy from the back. Shit, we together. Fuck you mean?
But she married. She ain't gonna leave that man for him. Like, come on.
No, we don't know what she told him though.
You're right. We don't know. But
we don't know how long he there. Queen P, if I'm with you all day, every day for over a month, I don't give a fuck how much this nigga you tell me you married. Like, bitch, I wake up to you and go to bed with you every night. Like,
okay, but one should be realistic that you're with somebody else. So I know that no matter what we say, at the end of the day,
like y'all don't want to hold her accountable, Queen P.
No, that's not true. She is wrong. That's
the first time I think I heard you say that. Like,
I'm not saying that. Look, was it wrong? Yes, it was wrong. Of course, about the marriage part. Yes, it was wrong for her to cheat on her husband and get with this dude because she needed healing. Okay, at the end of the day, you're married, and if you feel like you need healing, you should go to your husband, not this dude who's in this vulnerable state.
We already know he's sick. Right?
Yeah, who's in this vulnerable state? Because I know he had the vision problem that he was dealing with, and then dealing with loss and family members. Yeah, like at the end of the day, he has issues that he needs to go get professional help.
He got
with.
mommy issues publicly. We already know that. Remember, he cussed his mom out.
Yeah. My question is, what are we holding her accountable for? I'm curious.
Taking advantage of him in a vulnerable state. According
can I have a word?
Is that against the law?
Let HLD. Oh shit! A girl behind the mic. She standing on her step. She riding
look, I think it's really simple to understand how she was. You know, she took advantage. Look, if this was just a smash thing, it's physical. Ain't no way as a man, I'm gonna say, oh, he was taken advantage of. You know, if they were just fucking, they were just fucking. But the moment that she spins her spell on the emotional part and that emotional connection with this young man, and then she now traps him with the love shit, and now she's gonna be taking advantage of him emotionally and mentally to fulfill her needs in whatever fuck the way she wants, because she's gonna make him do whatever the fuck she wants. Cuddle with me, do the love shit with me. on top of fucking me. And that now is not no more just physical. This is a relationship. And just like in any other relationship, you're in love with someone and she want to take advantage, or the guy taking her, and you do what the fuck it is. Because now you are have that emotional connection. Now, if it was just a fuck, I promise you, it's separate, it's compartmentalized. We just fucking. I just want to smash that booty and that's it. And I'm out. But that's not what it was. It turned into a relationship on her part. And she knew, the thing is that she knew she was never going to be leaving Will Smith. But she probably had him on the rope saying, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna be your baby for life," and all that shit. And that's the taking advantage part. As far as how can she help him with his career? Of course, having that. This woman is connected with everybody in the industry. How can she not help him out? She could if she wanted to. So yes, there's a ways for that. But as far as the advantage, the emotional and mental part, once she has him connected onto that, knowing that she's not really, she just, hey, I just want you to stick around and be a little bit more around with me, so I'm not gonna play this love shit with you. That's the part. But as far as the physical part, no. As a man, I know if it was just smash and go, no, yeah. I mean, she made me fuck her. No, man, that's crazy. But as far as it turning into like a relationship, if anybody's ever been in an affair, you know that, yeah, you could still be married and love somebody else and all that bullshit. That happens. So I mean, I'm just saying in that respect.
Let me defend Jada.
I got to ask HLD one question before you start caping for Jada. Cause I know you gonna cape for Jada, Reggie, because you know that pussy out there for them streets now. So you right there on the West Coast, so you trying to get shoot your shot. But HLD, you sound like you speaking from a place of experience, my brother. Like,
absolutely, man. I mean, absolutely.
Can we get a little story time of what happened? Because you sound, oh God, yo, the whole chat lit up. Like, yo, look at the chat. They was like, this motherfucker, like, this nigga got a story.
No, it's I mean,
I want to know how the story goes.
Oh, I don't got one in specific in my life. I mean, life is long. There's a lot of mini stories, but yeah, that you are. I put it this way. Yeah, I had an affair with a married woman. She was Muslim. I was not, but she was still having an affair with me, and I fell in love with her. I thought this, she was gonna leave her man, and so I was doing everything like instead of being just a fuck guy, started being more of the boyfriend guy, the man of her life.
Right.
And so when it was time to call it, yo, babe, I mean, it's time to put those papers in on this motherfucker so you could live with me and we could have our, we could do our thing.
Right.
She didn't leave him, but she already knew she wasn't gonna leave him. But throughout the entire time, I was doing the loving, the caring, the fulfilling all of her the voids that her husband wasn't doing, beyond just fucking.
How long did this go along? Do you feel like she was stringing you along? If y'all mind me asking. Like, a year,
about a year or so, a little over a year.
She got you for a whole season, like
yeah,
4th of July, Christmas, Thanksgiving, New Year's, like you just Valentine's Day, her birthday, like you guys are sharing moments.
Yeah, absolutely.
When did you know you was being like, this isn't gonna work?
Yeah, if once you put the hand, the law on the go, babe, you're gonna do something or not? Are you gonna separate yourself with this man so we could do our thing or not? And probably within the month, I already know, look, you ain't gonna do this stuff after you've been saying that this is gonna happen, and separate myself from that situation.
Was she older than you?
I think she was by a couple years at the time,
but not like a Will and Jada.
No. I've had those.
Children? Did she have children with her husband?
No, she had children, but not of him at the time.
HLD, do you think a factor is because of the religious part, and if you had to meet her family, and maybe they may not be accepting of you?
No, because I actually met her kids. I had met her kids.
Well, hold on. Why you say the religious thing? Like, what? How do you?
Because he said that she's from a different ethnicity, and that's a big thing when you're dealing with someone from another country, especially like within the Middle Eastern community. Like,
I call bullshit. My baby mama Middle Eastern.
Hold on, no, that's the scenario.
Dude, was I talking about you? I was saying in general.
She was Muslim by religion, not by ethnicity.
Thank you.
But the pussy was off the hook. He got whipped.
Bro, y'all killing me. No,
No, man. It was at the, it turned
I was trying to have a
one more.
I was trying to have a good, positive conversation. Y'all jumping in and turning into ratchet shit. Man, look, we can't have nice things over here. This, man, look, this neighborhood gonna be looking like Fred Hawthorne neighborhood over there in Whittier. Go ahead, Reggie. Give me your take. This shit gonna be looking like Whittier, man. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, but we got some graffiti on every other block, and we only got a 1% black population. Yeah, but
hey, but I'm glad you asked HLD that question because I was sitting back listening. I'm like, man, this shit really hit a personal spot.
Yeah, man. People want to jump in, but I'd be like, man, no, I'm trying to make a connection with everybody, little by little. You don't see it, but something is happening here. And he said something. I thought I wanted to go there a little bit. I wanted to hear more about it. But and I appreciate him sharing that with us because that's important. That's important, and it explains the passion in his delivery about the statement and his perspective. That shit is important. And sometimes people just be so ready to get their bars off, they miss the point where you try to make a connection with people even through an avatar and listen to what they have to say. But even still, with so many people here, you got to give everybody a chance to speak. But sometimes shit, yeah, I might want to ask that person a question before I just jump right in with the next panel member. So pardon me, but I'm trying, y'all, to move through this thing. But go ahead, Reggie, give me your take. You said fuck August Alsina. He was a simp, and you gonna shoot Jada Pinkett some bail. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was most definitely a sucker in this one, and with him knowing everything that this shit was, he knew this was him to go there and pipe her. He's supposed to be like the pool boy, a boy toy for her. This fool ends up falling in love. He should have known that this relationship had to remain a secret. You cool with her goddamn son. You cool with her husband. You just there for their little swinger type shit they involved with. And then all of a sudden you think you're gonna fall in love with her, make the shit public. It was him. It wasn't so much of her. It was him getting caught up in being whipped by the pussy. And that's a common thing, especially with young dudes. That is a high commonality of war dudes, especially when you mess with an older woman and you're a young guy. You're gonna fall in love with her. It's a lot of that in marriage type situations with older women and younger dudes. They end up getting a little bit too closer and too possessive of the women than what was agreed upon. And it's the same thing that goes into with you dealing with women who may have somebody that's locked away in prison for a number of years, and you get caught up in hopes she will leave who she was with and who she built something with. These people, that relationship would have never worked for August Alsina. It would came off as too messy. It had been too complicated for them to go public with that. And even he see what was a fallout when they revealed their affair. They should never reveal their affair. It should have remained secret. But it's the fact this fool want to get on record, do all this other stuff. So rather than expose it, try to turn the controversy, she tricked him once again. Like, no, we gonna kind of roll this into our own little play. We're gonna control the crisis management behind it. Come on the show, let's talk about it. And we'll use this as an example to teach other people. But he was a sucker in this whole event. He knew that relationship couldn't go anywhere. He should enjoy with what he had with Jada. And to find old woman like Jada, man, he effed that up. That's no different than a young dummy who's screwing his teacher. And he going around telling all his friends and shit. And then his mother find out because one of the friends go back and tell. And now the teacher caught up. I mean, this dude's a grown dude. He ain't a 15-year-old that she took advantage of. He's a grown-ass dude with a life of his own, running around talking about he taking advantage of. No, you fell in love with a chick who was putting it on you. And that's the thing, a woman get caught you up. She sexing you good, she's sucking on you good, she hugging you right, she's speaking to you in conversations you ain't never had. And he fell in love with that, and he played himself like a fool.
Hey, Mark, let me add to what Reggie was saying. Could you do me a favor and put those pictures up again?
Which ones, sir?
Those ones with Jada and August Alsina together.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm gonna keep it a Billy with you. Whenever a nigga take these type of pictures, I'm just keeping it a buck. This the side of me I don't really let be seen. It's that Texas player shit that molded me in that, you know what I'm saying? When a nigga take these kind of pictures, oh, she put that pussy on him, bro. He never had a chance. Like, I'm looking at him, I'm looking in his, he never had a chance, bro. When she seen him, she stalked him out. She clocked him, bro. Oh, I'm finna get that. And she had him where she wanted him. You know what I'm saying? She had him where she wanted him, wherever the rubber met the road in terms of why they had to split. That's why he making a song and he doing this. But yeah, she had, bro. She put the vag on this nigga, bro. Like, he didn't see that coming. You know what I'm saying? She's a wily veteran in this shit. You know what I'm saying? She tamed Will Smith at one point. Niggas was like, who are you? A young ignorant nigga from Atlanta. Where you from? Atlanta? Come on, bro. She used, look, because she got around him still using verbiage, eating food he ain't used to eat. He getting a different level of cooch he ain't never got. Man, she whether right or wrong, if we being real, who gives a shit about? Like, Will Smith, the weak ass nigga too. If I'm gonna keep it, he's August Alsina without the money in the future, looking like you about to cry at the drop of a hat at the red table. Whether it's from embarrassment or whether it's from, yeah, I thought I was gonna lose my, whatever it is, he's August Alsina in the future. I mean, August Alsina, minus the money and minus the acting career. But yeah, if we keeping it a buck, come on, bro. She put it on both these niggas. If I'm just keeping it a buck. Whenever Will Smith, whenever Will Smith has to play along with whatever Jada Smith, the narrative she wants to run, that was her narrative, bro. This is Will Smith we talking about. That was her narrative she wanted to run. If we gonna do this, we gonna do it my way. Come on, bro. If we just keeping it a buck all the way around. Jada control what she could control, like most human beings do. Most women, when they get a man they control his ass. Same with men too. You get a woman you control. That's human nature. Ain't nobody healed around this. How can you? I needed him for healing, so I'm gonna put this pussy on him and get. Come on, bro. Like, I ain't buying nobody's story except for his. August Alsina, the nigga who got that pussy put on him, the nigga who taking pictures like these. Ain't nowhere in hell if I'm young, I'm a millionaire. Man, Jada Pinkett who? It's hoes on Jada Pinkett Street that look better than her. So come on, bro. Let's go. Like, she put it on him and she got this little weak ass dude.
She was getting that Marvin Gaye sexual healing, you know what I'm saying?
Now you speaking all facts.
Megazar, to correct you, he's from New Orleans. He's not from Atlanta. Just want you to know that.
Hey, well, she put some voodoo on his ass. He ate the wrong goddamn boudin that day. Shit, he should have checked the gumbo recipe, because she sure got him. She worked some roots on his dumb ass.
So,
let's pass it around.
Should we say that? Should we say that? Not that this next thing is a laughing matter, just laughing at myself. But should we say that all those people out there that were naive, that got taken advantage of, manipulated, especially the ones that are above 18, a young girl that fell in love with an older man, 20 years older, 15 years older, got strung along, thought they were in a relationship, come to find out they're not. Should we say those people are victims too? Maybe they should be doing Me Too? I don't think so. So that's where it's not this. What do you mean it's not the same thing? It's the same thing. Listen, you guys all talked. All I'm saying is we're doing a lot of inserting our own personal feelings into August's head. My thing is, and I get it. My thing, I'm going like what someone said. I'm going off of the entire interview. If no one has watched August's interview, that's what I'm going off of. If this man was abused, sexually abused, he would have made that interview about that. He did not say that. That's not what I heard him say. So I'm going off of his words, because then what you're saying, and then the statement, I had dealt with grown men in my past as an older woman too. So these men were way born before I was born. So now as an older woman making bad decisions from a place of brokenness now, in hindsight, you learn, I'm not going to go after those guys because I willingly participated. Yeah, they got me. They did. They manipulated me. They did. I fell for it. They did. I was a broken soul. I was. but I'm not going to go after them and say now I need a Me Too. And I'm talking of my own personal experience. And all I'm saying is it just sounds like a lot of insertions into August Alsina's mind. I'm going off of what August Alsina himself said. It's not hard to come out and have an exclusive interview and tell the public how you were taken advantage of or how you were abused. I rest my case.
Well, look. Before you present your final argument, I just want to say this. Let's be clear. Victims in many, and I ain't speaking about August like he's a kid or a victim. I'm just saying in general. Use your word victim. It's certain situations where people are manipulated and used, and they don't know they're manipulated or being used. They're a grifter. You're happy because you've been manipulated, but yeah, you got what girl behind the mic. What was that, Queen P? When are you to deal with social work and things in that nature? It's not common for people to have what's the term? Is it Stockholm syndrome or something like that? But that's
when they get when they form an attachment with their
abuser, yeah, like, or you don't even, or not even that. That's a bad example. More like a power dynamic. How about this? If I'm in college, right, I can't fuck my professor and everybody know it. Even though we both grown, I want it, she want to give it to me. I'm of legal age. The power dynamics, it's just not right. It's not fair. When the person is coming over to hang out with my daughter, I shouldn't be fucking my daughter's friends, even though she's in high school and she's 18. She's 18. She's legal. Or she's 19. She skipped a grade or failed a grade. Or she's in college. She's my daughter's friend. She's 22. She's 25. She's my daughter's friend. My kid is her age. I shouldn't be fucking this girl, yo. Right? I mean,
shouldn't be, but people do that. There are people that get married to their best friend's son. I messed around with older men. I was manipulated. I was an August Alsina too. That's what I'm saying. It's where do you draw the fine line? I'm sorry. No, that's the part of it. Like you said, you're naive. I'm naive. This guy's 10 years older. He's 15. He's 8 years older than I am. It's the same exact concept, and that's my moral to the story, that there are a lot of people in hindsight, mine is hindsight 2020, but in that moment, if you're 18 and over, and I want people to be clear, they never ripped my clothes off or took advantage. I thought I was in a relationship. I signed up for it because I thought we were doing.
So you agree with August then? You empathize and sympathize with what he's going through.
I'm saying that I see where August is, but I'm not saying that he is.
He's a victim until later, like you didn't know. Like you said, at the
I'm
time,
not calling myself a victim. That's what I'm saying. I'm not a Me Too is exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying because the concept is that, remember, the narrative is that August was manipulated. And I'm wondering how many people are not manipulated? Who's been in relationships with people that wanted you for something else or whatever, and you realize you're the only person that was in a relationship with them after you've had all this sex and done all these things with the people, and you get hurt? That's manipulation. And so that's what I'm saying. I'm not a Me Too. I'm saying I was naive. I was in a broken place, because those are the things we're throwing around. August was in a broken place. August was naive. August, that was his mentor. The only thing, these people were not my mentors or anything like that, but there was a vicinity. It was advantageous parts that could have excelled me. So, I mean, at the same token, I'm literally comparing an orange to an orange. But it's because I'm a female and I'm comparing it. I'm the same thing. You're saying manipulated. August was manipulated. I was naive and manipulated too by somebody that was, if we say, well, when August was born, she was way older. Yeah, same thing. But I was 18 and over. And even like August, he was 18 and over. And what I'm saying is, to me, I'm not minimizing if they're true victims that have been taken advantage of, sexually advantage of, that come forward. What I'm saying is that exclusive interview, going back to that, August had the power in that moment to say I was taken advantage of. That's not the tune. And somebody said it in the chat. 30 years.
Is that the platform right there in front of millions of people on the interview, girl behind the mic? Or is that with a therapist? Is that those quiet moments when you were alone and you really had those moments of reflect. Because when did you have your moment of reflection? Because
When
if
I
somebody
when
would
I
have asked
became
you like
sober,
at a certain
when I
time,
when I became sober,
right? So maybe there we go.
when I
There
became
we go.
sober, so I was like him
So
too.
how many
He's
years have
using,
passed?
I was using, but I wasn't using what he was using.
How many years have passed from when the abuse and the or
It wasn't abuse. I was taking
or
advantage of.
the taking
I've
advantage
been
of?
abused before, but
Okay,
this
but
part,
isn't that the same thing? Somebody taking advantage of you is abusing you, right?
this was not, I was manipulated. The key word here is manipulated. That's why my point is, who's not manipulated most parts? Most parts. Who has not been manipulated? Who's not
It's
been naive?
manipulation abuse, though. It's abuse of trust, correct?
Abuse of trust is not sexual abuse. I was not
No, I
violated.
didn't say sexual abuse. That's totally different.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
manipulation, abuse, you was taken advantage of. You was a victim.
I wasn't a victim.
You was manipulated by your own
But
words. That's
who's not
it.
manipulated? I could manipulate a person. That doesn't mean that I'm
Yeah,
like,
you made them a victim. You took advantage of them. That's not a.
no.
It's no good way for this girl behind the mic.
No, there is a good way. What I'm trying to say is, people, I was naive. I didn't know better. It was my end, it was a relationship. On their end, it wasn't. Great example. HLD said he was in a thing where he thought he was in a relationship. He loved somebody. So on his end, that's what he thought.
But
I've been there too.
but your situation had substance abuse involved too. That's a little different. HLD
Exactly.
would say
So
he had to get sober to realize
no,
that.
he didn't.
It took
But
the girl. No, it took the girl to say, finally realize she ain't filing divorce papers. For you, it was putting the alcohol down. That's different from HLD.
but
HLD
what I'm
was drunk during his situation. Well, I'm sure he got drunk a little bit, but respectfully. But you get what I'm saying, sister? It's a difference. No,
And I get, listen, what I'm trying to say is that the analogy is really basic. It's just like, who, there's points and parts where things pass, you've been naive, you've been manipulated, and when I, once again, I'm trying to say, I willingly participated in going out to dinner, hanging out with these people, spending the nights over at their house. I thought it was a relationship. At some point in time, I liked them so much, but then realized, oh my gosh, this wasn't a relationship. It was a one-sided relationship. In my drunken, in my abusing moments of my alcohol, abusing off the alcohol moments, I wasn't thinking clearly of who's benefiting here. Who's benefiting here. Now, in my life as an individual, when I was younger, I got taken advantage of sexually and I got raped. And I could tell you what that looks like, you see. But when I was 18 and over, I fell for the wrong man. Different age group. Manipulated. I thought I was in a relationship, but I got strung along. Like so many people in relationships, when you find out that your boyfriend's out here cheating with 4 or 5 other women, it's an abuse of trust, right? But now, would that girlfriend say, oh, this whole entire time I've been with my boyfriend for 3 years, he sexually abused me? No, he's abused your trust because he's out here cheating on you 5, 6 times all the time. So he's abused the trust. So that girl will come out of that relationship a couple years stronger and realize, you know what? I was naive to be with that loser who cheated on me repeatedly all the time for the time that I was with him, giving him some sex and everything like that. But is she going to come forward and say, I've been me too'd because there was an abuse of trust? Or think, I was silly, I was naive, I was manipulated because he made it seem like he was my and or be it. And I thought he and I were going to get married, have the kids. But I kept catching him cheating. But now that girl's not going to say, well, no, I'm a victim, I'm a me too because I gave him sex. Some people get manipulated and naive. I know the gray areas, and that's why I reference that I've been raped and I've been abused as a younger person. And not to say when you're over 18 it doesn't happen. It's just that I put my heart in the wrong people, in the wrong relationships, because I wasn't sober to make the clear decisions. I willingly entered into relationships thinking I was in fruitful ground, but I was the one getting what? Played. It's the emotions. My emotions were getting played. I got hurt. I got brokenhearted.
So would you say the difference is, one is that you had consent and you were aware, versus the other one where you didn't give consent and somebody took control or had power. No.
Perfect.
Well,
Exactly. That's it.
thank you.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but are we confusing the manipulation in relationships like what I had in a sense from the separate issue of what me too movement is all about, which is really yo, you're gonna give me head because then I'm gonna give you a job, or I'm gonna get you fired and all that type of shit. Isn't that what me too movement is about? Is using hey, you're gonna quid pro quo, hey, you're gonna suck my shit so that you can
Oh my
I can
God.
give you this job. I mean, we're talking like with this situation with this young woman that I had, or I mean, one back then. Yeah, was there manipulation? Yeah, but I'm not gonna say I was like, me too fucking victim. No, I mean, was it an emotional manipulation and mental? And yeah, that was involved, but I don't think it was like, taking advantage for yo, I'm gonna give you some so that you're gonna get me something else, or you're not gonna get me fired or some bullshit like that. I mean, help me out where I'm confused with this, because I don't see relationship manipulation being a Me Too movement.
Perfect. Thank you. You explained exactly what I've been trying to give an analogy, exactly what you said. And that's what I'm saying, because the preface is that August was manipulated. Yet he thought he was in a relationship. And what I've said, you explained it beautifully, HLD. That's exactly what I'm saying. The fact of the point is that August thought he was in a relationship. He was in love with her. He wrote the song. He was in a broken place. And my analogy is, I was in a broken place. Thought I was in a relationship. I was emotionally manipulated, but it's not a Me Too. It's not, and I gotta report it to the police. I you know what? You learn so you could do better. I do better now. You do better now.
I mean,
But I still at the same time agree that yeah, she was dirty dog wrong for what she was doing, because she knew exactly what she was doing.
I mean, the
And
only Me
Yeah,
Too.
the people.
that's all I'm saying.
Yes,
Yeah, that part is so fucking wrong, because yeah, you can't play with a person once you grab their heart, and you just try. That's what these narcissist people do, man. They know how to play their game, and once they get you wrapped around their fingers, you're kind of fucked until you realize it.
The only Me Too that August Alsina is involved in is him and Will Smith. Me Too got them both looking crazy as hell in interviews, flipping out because she got both their ass. That's the only Me Too that August Alsina is a part of.
Go ahead, Clips. Jump in, Clips.
Yeah, and that was my whole initial point, is that no, I was not saying he was sexually abused. I was not saying it was a crime. I was saying if you switch the gender roles, well, then you can look at this situation, and yes, for all the things like, yeah, Jada, you got, I get it. We're all adults. We get it. But no, Jada, you know what you was doing. And
Yeah.
just like Megazar said, okay, the only thing that's coming out of this is she wanted to hurt Will, and she used this little boy to hurt Will. There's been people who've been fired. There's been people who've lost their whole career, reputations tarnished for doing the same thing, but they were just of a different gender. And the whole fact that this conversation went this route only shows me, it only highlights this disconnect that I'm talking about. Like, let's just entertain the possibility. Let me just tell you a hypothetical situation where we take the gender out of it. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. If it's right, it's right. We don't have to get into, oh, well, was she this and was she that, and because you don't understand. No, because we ain't going to make those excuses for a man. We're going to say, hey, was that, what are you doing? And that's all. I think that especially as we get to more empowerment, as we get to more equality, especially as we start playing with this crazy gender fluidity thing that's been going on for the past 20 years, this real push. Okay, we got to get to very uniform, black and white, looking at ethics and morality as we interact with each other. Keeping truth and empathy as the metric that we measure things by, not feelings or societal norms like, oh, well, he's a guy, saying she's a female, because as we're seeing, no, a lot of the paradigm is shifting. So let's just stick to right and wrong and do better by doing right by each other. That's all I'm just getting at. I ain't attacking no women. I'm just saying that was wrong. I've done wrong things. I tell you when I'm wrong. It's okay.
Man, Alcina will suckers. Simple as that. Jada doing what she needed to fulfill her need. She had an itch. She brought a young motherfucker to scratch it. It's unfortunate that young cat couldn't stick to the damn script. And I mean, it's just simple as that. But dudes do it to women all the time. I mean, there's no difference. It ain't just like she's getting off the hook. It's a lot of dudes who do that to young women. A young woman may have a greater interest and think more of the relationship, and you just looking to get your scratch in, and that's about it. Sometimes people have different ideals of where they are in the relationship.
Interesting. Let me go to this chat real quick. Let me see what they're saying. See Jonathan, he's laughing. Andrew said, girl behind the mic, you're like these women, you make excuses for your bad decision. You want to speak to that?
I do, because I don't understand. He's saying I don't take accountability. Does he not understand what in hindsight 2020 is? Does he not understand, he or she? Do you not understand what addiction does to you? Did I not say that I was out here not sober in an addiction and in clarity, being mindfulness, being spiritual, with doing the work, been sober since 2011. In hindsight 2020, I've had the ability to look at my life, to look at the people that, that I dealt with willingly, voluntarily in my addiction as an adult, and say those were bad decisions. And I've said it on this show before, that there were great men that came into my life that I hurt, because hurt people. And that was addiction. And that's all called reflection and in hindsight. So I'm not sure what kind of accountability you want me to take next. And like I said, as for Will, Jada, and August, listen, that's on them. I don't like neither Jada or Will. I've already said it. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say that. And I am not in allegiance with any, I repeat, any groups out here. I am not a Me Too advocate. I am not a BLM advocate. I am not a feminist. I am me. So I don't speak from any political platforms or political collusion. Thank you.
Say it again for the people in the back.
If we keeping it a buck, this isn't your typical average millennial social media clash thing that they like to do. This is people we was in the 80s, man. We was outside. Like, we know what life is like before this shit. And so, like, we have to know, and I'm speaking to the brother that made the comment. Like, we was outside before this shit. Like, I've seen that Will and Jada Smith shit play out my whole life. That's why I can speak on it like that. I think too much was put into it. I don't give a damn what young nigga piping down Jada Smith. Who get fucked? All of them. Who cares? How you gonna have a red table talk? Let me not even get on that, because then I'll start disrespecting her. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna start disrespecting Jada. I don't want to do that.
Go ahead, Reggie. Somebody who don't give a fuck. Go ahead, Reggie.
Well, no, I'm just saying that because that is a black woman at the end of the day. I don't have to disrespect her to tell the truth about that situation.
Without disrespecting her, say what you're gonna say.
Well, I'm saying, when you have a pseudo platform that aids in the age of the most pseudoism we've ever fucking witnessed in our life, you don't bring a situation like that to hash out to people who don't understand the context anyway. Unless you're doing it for publicity, unless you're doing it to blow your show up. Like, so it's like, if we keeping it a buck, man, why are you talking about these motherfuckers? Like, why are we talking about them? I thought we was talking about black women who make more money than they do. I mean, well, I guess right, because Jada Pinkett do make more money than this nigga. So, I mean,
yeah, it was a segue, but go ahead, move forward though, because we still ain't get everybody take on this topic right here. Like, who's responsible for the damage in our community? Is it parents, lack of education? Is it government? Is it or racial inequality? So
All of the above.
accountability or all the above? And
all of the above.
Go for it.
Yeah, all of the above. All of that plays a part. Some percentages, of course, is higher than the others, but all that plays a part. And I just thought I just kick it off right there, and let other people piggyback in because we're gonna be on this conversation. So I say all of the above.
Clips. Go ahead. Oh, okay. My bad. Go ahead. What you say, Michael?
I just say all of the above.
Go ahead, Clips.
I would say the highest factor would be personal accountability. Everything on that list is very essential to a healthy society, but I think the most essential to any form of human interaction is being honest with yourself. If I'm not truly honest with myself, I can't really keep it real with y'all now, can I? And I think there's a lack of personal accountability to a lot of things. And I think that when you translate that to especially the birds and the bees, yeah, it gets messy. It gets real messy because, like I keep saying, somebody ain't going to say, I was on that bullshit. And when and sometimes when you get someone like me who's so quick to be like, yeah, I'm on that bullshit, it'll almost seem like a cop-out. You feel what I'm saying? Because we're in such an insincere time.
Interesting. Go ahead, girl behind the mic. What's your take on that same topic? Like when you see this right here, who's the I said, what I got right there? What fight are you most excited about? Let me delete that. She's like, I don't care about none of them fights, bro. Bro, you ain't pull up for no boxing talk. Girl behind the mic, what's your take on this? Who's responsible for the damage in our community, in your opinion? Is it the parents, lack of education or jobs, the government, and or racial inequality, personal accountability, all of the above?
So this is a great poll, I would say, or we say survey. We do surveys here.
Yeah, we don't put no poll.
Pause. So I'm gonna say parents until you're 18 and over, then it's personal responsibility.
The parents help you to get there though. Like your parents want shit at 18, you ain't gonna just wake up at 19 and be like, you know what, I got it all figured out.
Absolutely. And right. So let me expound on that. So the only reason why I did that whole thing like that is because I want to avoid a lack of personal accountability, right? So especially in the Western culture. So in the Western culture, majority of the times, if you live with your parents when you're 18 and over, you are an adult. So therefore, after 18, you have the power to make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, whatever that looks like. And what I'm trying to avoid is the narrative of the 30-year-old saying, I don't like what I do, why I'm here on life, because my parents never did something. You're a little bit too old to be saying that. At some point in time, there then comes personal accountability. But definitely in a perfect world, parents are supposed to set their children up for society and for, greatness in life in a perfect society. Then we say, what about those people that don't have that foundation, right? So that's why I just preface it to 18 and over. After 18 and over, take responsibility of your life. Make something out of your life. And yeah, if you don't have anybody to help you guide you, figure it out. But you can't blame your parents at 40, at 50, at 25 for the way your life is going, I guess.
All right, let's pass around. Go ahead, Reg. Give me your take on it. Who's to blame for this?
I gotta go. I put lack of education and jobs, but ultimately it's come down to the parents, man. I think the responsibility falls on the parents because every single one. I think Blood was saying that, and when he came on, he had addressed that, and I think he's absolutely right because parenting kind of covers every single one of those. And I think a lot of times when parents fail, there's a lack of accountability on that part of the parent. The parent, even if the parent isn't an educated parent, the parent can still ensure that this child is being educated, ensure that this child is supervised. And a lot of times in a community, the damage that we see in a community is through a lack of supervision, a lack of education that's pushed within the household, a lack of teaching, a lack of communication, and everything that goes on within these communities. And on top of it, there are factors that deal with certain government conditions as far as resources and things pull, but there's still ways in which you address that to where you make an adjustment to these things. But with parents lacking of connection with children, a lot of times you see in some of the communities, lack of teaching and forward and progression is as a whole. You don't see that in a lot of these households, and that's where things begin to fall apart in the community. You just have a lot of kids that don't know a way, they're unguided, and it begins to kind of hit on each of those other points where they begin to fail.
Go ahead, Queen P. Talk to me. Same thing. Break it down for us.
Oh, I already answered this earlier when you asked me. I said that it's more than one.
Yeah, some people just got here. Talk to us.
Oh, I was saying that it's more than one. And that's why I was thinking maybe you should have said, is it more than one, like as an additional option? But I mean, I think parents play a part when you're growing up. And I think as much as all these things, all of them play a factor, it's important to also take personal accountability. If you see something going on, move somewhere where you're more tolerated, where you're more accepted. Why do you have to stay somewhere where you're not accepted or tolerated?
So you said parents and what?
I was saying parents and personal accountability were the two that I would pick. I would say parents because as a child, I was thinking about that portion until you become an adult. And I was thinking personal accountability because, it's important to be able to learn from situations. And also, if you're in an environment, and I'm looking at the racial inequality part, if you're in that environment where you're not accepted, and if it's because of your race or your religion or whatever, move where you're more accepted, more tolerated. You don't have to stay there.
Yeah, but as a child, you don't have that choice until you're of a certain age.
I'm talking about as an adult, not a kid.
Yeah, but at that point, it's already had an impact on you, and it's on you and the way you see yourself in your community, and how your community has had an impact on you as well. By the time you're old enough to move on your own, at 18, right? In America, can we all agree to that? If you didn't have if you didn't have good parents, you probably, nobody was really on you about going to school. You probably don't understand you probably don't have personal accountability. You probably have a lack of education. So that means you're going to be limited to jobs, and now you're going to probably end up as a ward of the state, and you're going to be another statistic based off.
But sometimes you have to unlearn bad decisions.
Maybe environment could have been another choice up here.
Probably, but sometimes you have to unlearn things as well. Even if you've been raised in a dysfunctional household, or whatever the circumstances, sometimes you have to unlearn those things, and it takes time. It's not something that happens overnight, but it's something that does take time. The first thing is to acknowledge it once you're around other people or you see other things outside of the dysfunction in one's environment.
Yeah, so it sounds like you said personal accountability, because
I was saying both.
Because when you turn 18, that's when you can say, "Hey, I don't like it here. I'll just fuck it. I'll join the army." That's how you can remove yourself from that environment. You don't have to have the highest level of education, but you can remove yourself from that environment or something like that, right? But for the most people, other than joining the army, how do you just move to another city or state without education, without having a job?
I mean, it's not easy. It's a risky thing. It's a risky decision.
No, I'm asking how. What's step one?
Step one is first looking at your environment and realizing what is it. Are you okay with where you're at? What is it that you do want, and what are you willing to do to get there? Of course, not doing anything illegally, but first is acknowledging, okay, I'm in this environment. Do I want to stay here forever? Do I want to live my life like this? If the answer is no, okay, fine. Then what is it that I do want? What is it that I want for my life? And how do I plan to make that happen? And you're right. Some people decide to join the military because that might be the only option for them. Some people may decide, I'm going to take a risk. I probably have only $200 to my name, and I'm going to move to another state or move to another country and just make do.
And we have very successful stories that people just got on a bus, or like girl behind the mic say, "I'm gonna stop whenever this train ends. That's when I'm gonna get off." And from there, that's where I'm gonna start at. And yeah, I get it. Some people live out their van. It's a dude on TikTok I follow, man. It's called Guy in a Van or something like that. And he basically got his van set up and he live out of his van in California. I was like, damn. But the crazy thing is, he be having those TikTok live nights, and I hit him. I was like, where you take your baths at, my nigga? You got everything else in. You show me how you can cook in there, and how you can sleep, and how you read, and you're so. Where you
He
watch?
might take it at a gym. He might take it at a gym. You know, some of
He
these gyms open 24 hours, or he does a,
I was
a
about to
little
tell you where
bird wash.
I was about to tell you where he take it at. I'm tell you where he take it at. He go to his mama house.
Oh, okay.
At the end of the day, he still go home to his mama, take a bath at the house. And I was thinking, like, cause prior to that, like, you know, I just got on TikTok like last week, so this is new to me. I don't even know how to post my own TikTok video shit, but we're gonna get more into these shorts and start dropping content that way too. But homie said he got into living it out of his van because he wanted independence and he wanted his own freedom. And I was like, but you still wash your ass at your mama house. I felt so bad, man. I was like, man, what's your cash at, man? I sent him $5. I sent him a donation. I sent him a donation on his live. I was like, damn, this nigga living out the van. Talking about he want to be independent, but he still got to go wash them nuts at your mama house. Like, how independent is that? That real independence is what you were talking about, girl, behind the Queen P. Like, okay, you take the bath at the gym, you go to the Quick Trip, and you get some water and rags. Like you going all out. But come on, man, you living in your van, man, and you still going to your mama house every 2-3 days taking bath. Man, you just don't want to do. You just don't want to follow the rules in the house. That's what that sounds like to me. You don't want to follow the rules, Jason.
Or he don't want to pay that bill.
No, I mean, nah. Like, he just going to his mama house to take a bath. Like, you gotta maybe like you live here, you gotta pay bills. Well, what if I take a bath every 3 days? All right, that's cool. Like, what kind of parenting relationship is that? But I'm sorry. I went beyond the pale right there. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Clips.
Hey, Mark, but so he really don't live in a van as much as he kind of chilling around town in his van, capping like he live in his van. You know what I'm saying?
Camping, yo, you go.
Yeah, like he acting like he out here on road trips, but he going like the different like little back roads in his town. He stayed within 10, 15 miles because, you know what I'm saying, he go back to mom's house. Mom, can you make me a Hot Pocket?
Shit like that, man. What you want? Sunny D, purple stuff. Sunny D. Like that nigga.
Did the nigga get online talking about, yeah, man, I just been out here independent, just roughing it, just me and my van.
Oh, bro. Look, I ain't gonna lie.
I love that dude, man. I'm just clowning.
Yeah, I felt bad for him, man. I was like, man, let me give him $5, man. Here you go, bro. Maybe this will put something in the tank. You know what I'm saying? But damn, homie, like I felt bad for him at first, but then that part of the conversation came up. I was like, hey, nigga, you still going to your mom's house taking nigga? How do I get cash app refund? Girl behind the mic been trying to get her cash app refund from me since that first time I made her know.
I don't even know how to do all of that. I just know how to send.
They'll never give it back.
Oh, okay. I don't even know how to do all that.
Now, for real though, like if it's like thousands of dollars, they'll reimburse you. They can fix that. They'll fix that for you. But if it's like small amounts, they ain't gonna do shit for you. But if it's like you accidentally send somebody like $5,000, yeah, they'll take care of that for you. But look, let me ask you this though. While I got you here before I forget, look, I got another Amazon order because I'm the Amazon king over here, Amazon Prime King. I'm ordering shit every day, man. I always order off there. I don't even go to the grocery store for unless we get meat and like real groceries, like diapers, paper towels, toilet papers, Target, Walmart, Instacart, man, all that shit. Bring that shit to the door. I ain't about to go out there with all these sick niggas in Atlanta unless I got to. I need that book, girl, behind the mic. What we gonna do for as that go?
It's coming. It's in the mail, Mark. It's in the mail.
I didn't know. I didn't get the email. I just wanted to know because I was about to order it. I was just about to
don't order it because you want an autographed copy. Don't order it. So you're gonna get your autographed copy, a whole collection.
Okay. Oh, you sent me one of each, or you sent me? You know the two I asked
one of
for.
each.
Right? One of each. Okay. One. Oh, but I said two of each. You sent me one of each book that you wrote.
One of each.
Oh my God, this is gonna be dope. Reggie Owens, I'm coming for you. Pause on these book readings. Girl Behind the Mic is an author, and she got a book that she wrote about addiction. I'm gonna read that one, and she wrote it for people who might be going through something, because it's a short read. That first one, I was like about 88 pages. I was like, oh, this is a nice little read, but it's not too long.
Yes, I try to
Yeah.
make my nonfiction books short reads because I really try to curate them for everyone, but statistically for the Black people too, for the culture.
Right. You want them to feel like they accomplished something by reading them 80 pages. Because if it's too book, them niggas like, man, I'm gonna just use this to hide some money in or something. Like, I ain't gotta read this shit. I'm gonna put my last $100 bill off this income tax check in this Bible or in this drinking book by Girl Behind the Mic. But now look, but when I was reading like the part that they show you on Amazon Prime, like it really got me excited about reading that book. And also sharing it with my audience. So when I get them, like I said, as I read the book, I'm gonna buy one and give it away as well. We just still want to support you as an author, and we appreciate the love and support. And I'm gonna hold the book up. We're gonna go through the whole song and dance, but we definitely gonna support you. And I look forward to this read because like I said, the part that I read that's available, and also I got it on Kindle too. So I'm gonna see how that works. I've never even used that Kindle thing before. So are you narrating it on Kindle? Who's doing the voice?
So I'm not yet on audiobooks. I need to figure all of that stuff out. Right now I'm just really concentrating on building a catalog. If people go to www.fortheculturebooks.weebly.com, that's a landing page, and you could go to check out the front page, or you could check out the coming soon. That's the catalog. And the majority of those are manuscripts, what you call a book in works. You could get to see when I started to write it, when I finished. And so the idea, there's a certain idea and concept we're trying to do when I obtain that catalog. So that coming soon page, I'm excited for it because it shows my progress as an author. It shows the materials that I'm working on, and I'm just really excited about it all. It's really representing the Black culture globally, bringing and introducing people in history or stories in history that a lot of people are not familiar with. So it's all exciting. So www.fortheculturebooks.weebly.com. I'll put the link in the description box. And yeah, Mark, your copies are coming to you, and I'm gonna sign them.
Okay.
And everybody, be gracious with me. Yeah, be gracious with me. Those are my I've been writing. I've been writing for over 10 years. It takes work. I used to wonder why it took so much work, but it takes work.
I love the artwork too on these covers. I don't know if you see the screen. We're sharing the Amazon Prime screen. Y'all go there and cop one of these books, man. This one right here is the one I'm looking forward to. It's like $6.99. This is the Kindle version, but I'm excited about reading that one the most.
Yeah,
because I battle my own addictions all the time. I ain't gonna lie.
I mean,
it's not just alcohol or weed. It's I'm very loquacious, as you guys can see. Reggie, you know what that means? Reggie.
You're a goddamn drunk. No.
You know what loquacious mean? I know it sounds like a nigga you went to school with in Compton, but it's not. Who's loquacious?
That's one of your homies in Atlanta, nigga.
Loquacious Johnson. Present, bitch. I'm here. No, loquacious is somebody who's very talkative, and I'm very talkative, bro. It's a gift and a curse. So I still got to remind myself to listen, shut the fuck up, enjoy the show, just enjoy the ride, and control the pace instead of just trying to have something to say back and forth with every person that speaks. But I think that's part of it as well. It's engagement, and I love to hear everybody speak because everybody got their own perspective. But yeah, man, I'm super excited about these books, Girl Behind the Mic. But definitely, man, drop that link where they can cop these books because we definitely want to support this, and we're gonna read some of these books, man. And I like the fact they short reads. Reggie over there reading
he's reading really good books, and yeah, they're like long reads.
Very big. He's reading biographies of Frederick Douglass and Ulysses S. Grant and War and Peace.
He is not reading nothing about no Ulysses S. Grant.
Don't you got Grant book, Reggie?
Yeah, that's my book after I finish this Frederick.
Oh, you going to Grant?
Yeah,
Nigga,
yeah.
you think I just be making jokes all the time. Oh, got him. Yeah,
What's
man.
Ulysses S. Grant's
You better,
birth name?
man, you better
What was his name
subscribe
when he
to
was born?
Reading with Reggie Owens so you can know your books, homie. Pay your dues and read your books.
Here he go.
Yeah, I'm making my movie now. It's called Nine Chat.
Hey,
Nine
just
chat.
let me know when y'all ready for me to stir fry this shit.
Man, let's go, man. Look, man, like I said, man, I'm trying to wind it down because I try to I'm trying to get better, man, with these long shows. I feel like this is an early show, me ending it now. I don't even feel like we really got the, you know how we do on Fridays. Them Friday shows be long.
Right.
Cause I don't be into the club no more, man. The club shit is kind of played out to me, yo. Like
It's been played out.
Like, is it like it's just got it's like everything went dark with this COVID shit. I went out to the club one time. I think the last time I went to the club with Carlos Jackson. Yeah, the pro boxer. It was me. Oh, it was Carlos Jackson, some dudes from the LDBC, ironically, right? I was there with some dudes from the LDBC, Carlos Jackson, and myself. I think that might have been the last time I went to a club. And I went to a club after that. That was like a little bar and lounge. But then I was the only nigga in there with a mask. And Carlos Jackson was like, you know, you're the only one in here with a mask on. And I was like, nigga, you a boxer, but you can't dodge and weave this COVID, nigga. Like, shit, you know what? I am the only one in here with a mask. This mask ain't gonna do it. I gotta get the fuck up out of here. I am the only one in. So I left. And like I was probably in that bitch for like 15 minutes tops. But shout out to them dudes, man. That shit was crazy. I got the hell up out of there. But yeah. But go ahead, Megas. I'll go and do the stir fry. Let me see what you got.
I was gonna say, you know, when we talked about this briefly the other night, I was saying that I don't believe we'll see it in our lifetime, and it's a reason why. Because if we just look how many years we're up from the Emancipation Proclamation, we're only 159 years up from that. Now, the actual process of when we were chattel in slavery, that's a 310-year period. And in that 310-year period, that's 3 centuries in a decade. 3 centuries in a decade of programming, being, you know what I'm saying, being unlearned out of your language, unlearned out of your customs, your mokeways, your forays.
Hold on. You said 3 centuries? You mean 3 decades in a century? Like what you mean?
No, I mean 3 centuries in a decade.
310. Okay, 310. Okay, 310. Okay.
Yeah, 3 centuries in a decade from chattel, not just slavery, chattel slavery.
Go ahead.
Chattel slavery, where we were property and herded like wildebeest and things of this nature. So I'm saying in that process, you have to understand how much ground was gained in terms of us being reduced to nothing. Damn near. Yeah, we still were humans, you know, but not being able to read, learn, write. And I'm just saying we're 159 years up from the Emancipation Proclamation. You think we finna outdo 310 years of a concentrated system that was produced to breed a certain type of product? You know what I'm saying? Hell no. Ain't no amount of ain't none amount of that shit is tantamount to the 310 years to make the product. And you're 159 years up from a white man saying, okay, y'all are free, but we still endured what we was enduring. It didn't change because he said, it didn't change because he said, hey, y'all, stop doing that. And the only reason he did that was so the South could have greater voter representation. It wasn't that he gave a damn. You can tell in the Lincoln and Douglas debates, he didn't give a damn about us.
It's about preserving the union.
It was about preserving the union. He made a business decision. Like when it comes to black people today, they make business decisions on our behalf. So all I'm saying is if you think that personal accountability in this, and I'm using air quotation in this 159 years up from the Emancipation Proclamation. Let's just say from when niggas used to get lynched at mass. Like we can't even like, and we'll say, and we'll put a 1940, which we know they were still getting hung well into the 60s on average. But from 1940, we're not even 100 years up from that. We're not even 100 years up for that. So if we think that just us, our personal accountability is the largest percentage on this, man, you come on, bro. Unless it's divine intervention, you was taught what you know. You're not the any of these books we read, we're not the author of any of this information. We read this shit somewhere. So what I'm saying is you have to be out of your mind if you think the government and the racial inequality, that's 70% of what we're dealing with. The rest has its place. It has its place because in order to be functional in life, you got to take personal accountability. But all the personal accountability was taken in Wall Street and they bombed niggas. And that was personal accountability. We was doing for what we was doing and they bombed them. So let's not forget where the hell we are now. We are where we are.
And I agree with you. I agree with you to a point, Megazord, because I say personal accountability because, like you said, there's nothing more American than nigga. Okay, a nigga is more American than apple pie. This is the almighty nigga factory.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, say that again, Cliff. Say it again, bro.
Oh no, man, America's the almighty nigga factory. You know what I'm saying? Like they, nothing's more American than niggas more American than apple pie. I'm trying to tell you. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, Cliff, slow down. Cliff, slow down. Now, when you say that comes across with a lot of shock value. Break that down for us before you continue, if you can.
Well, they didn't catch no niggas in Africa, okay? They caught people from the Ashanti, Yoruba tribe, people from Benin, people from the Dahomey, and they taught them and taught them a culture to make them niggas to emulate their culture, to make them agreeable and amiable to the Western agenda, and turn these beautiful people into chattel. Okay, and so that's what you get when you get. That's why they love nigga culture. That's why everybody want to be a nigga until it's time to go through nigga shit. You know, because it's American. There's nothing more. This is something that the West cultivated, and I agree with what Megazar is saying. That we are only at best 80 years out of some real crazy Jim Crow shit. So yes, there's government and all like this that's involved, but at the same time, personal accountability, because the first step into escaping a trap is to acknowledge that you are in a trap. I don't expect everything to change within our lifetimes. Hence why, I still have my bad habits, but I'll be the one to acknowledge it. We've got to get to a point though where we can at least acknowledge the bullshit as being the bullshit. And then, then we can move forward. That's where I'm getting at. And so, that's what I mean about personal accountability. When you look at what happened to our family structure, we can't even get to parents as far as, what's going on with our kids, boys and girls, because the black family has been under attack. It's funny that you say, we were chattel, and so everything was all almighty dollar. And how did this discussion begin? Because we value relationships by a dollar amount. We don't look at each other for mates. We look at each other like we look at chattel. You know what I'm saying? What can this person bring to me? What can this whatever go for me? You feel what I'm saying? So as much as we say we want a queen, we want a king, no, we still look at each other as niggas. And so
that shit hurt, bro. That shit, bro, it felt like he stabbed me. Like it hurt in my soul. Like it hurt my soul when he said that shit, yo. It sounds so real. It hurt my soul.
I'm so glad you took up the bell on this, because that's exactly what I wanted somebody. Because remember, I qualified my statement the other day by saying within the last 80 years, we've gotten the greatest leaders that anybody in the world has had.
Exactly.
We've had divine intervention when you talk about Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Noble
Amen.
Drew Ali, Father
Amen.
Divine, the most humble Elijah Muhammad, Master Father Muhammad, the Panthers, Malcolm X, W.E.B. Du Bois,
Like they
Paul
all
Robeson.
the babies. They was all babies when they started. You mean like what you mean the greenest leaders? What you mean?
No, I said the greatest. I mean
Okay,
the
I thought you
greatest.
said greenest.
No, the greatest. If you look at, but the reason why we had the greatest is because we went through the greatest turmoil. Whenever you're deprived of something as natural, that's a universal law, as freedom, justice, and equality, it sets up a longing for that. And women produce children to fulfill that longing.
Exactly. What do they say? Steel sharpens steel, fire tempers metal. And so the power comes from the pain. Okay. And that's what I'm talking about. We've got to be honest with the pain. We do a lot of things in our relationships, in our lives that are reactions to the pain and the trauma and the hurt, but we're not acknowledging it. We're not acknowledging that, no, this was a reaction. You know, like whether we're talking about street shit, you see me and Reggie get on that and they be like, oh, these niggas. No, a lot of times me and Reggie are talking about, yeah, we normalize this pain instead of realizing that, damn, this is pain, this is trauma. We have a lot of trauma within our interactions as men and women. All right, as men and women, let alone as black men and women, who, as much as we try to say we're woke, we're free, I'm a righteous black man standing 90 degrees on the square, blah, blah, blah. No, because you're in America, you are still exposed to the nigger system and the niggerization of your mind. And it begins with how others perceive you and how you allow their perception to influence what you view in the mirror. And once you start letting that, once you start letting that happen, then you start looking at your spouse in that sense.
And a nigga is what a nigga does.
Yeah, that I mean. You feel what I'm saying?
All day long.
What does a nigga do? Remember, we didn't speak is and whiz and yas and hazel. We didn't speak Ebonics. We spoke Ashanti. You know what I'm saying? We spoke Yoruba.
Our native tongue. Like I told somebody, if we were all sitting down, check the fly shit. If we was all sitting down and an Asian walked up to us and he was like, and we looked at him and he said, my name is Tavon Williamson. We gonna look at him like, what? My name Tavon Williamson. You know why we gonna look at him crazy upside his head? Man, Asia don't produce, they phonics don't produce a Tavon Williamson. The phonics system don't even produce that. How is your name Tavon Williamson?
Well, see, that was the main important thing.
But does that limit him, though? But does that limit him?
No, listen to what I'm saying, Reggie. We then know something is off because most Asians we don't know no goddamn Tavon Williamsons, not no Asians.
Well, we coming to a generation now where we see a lot of assimilated and westernized Asian American brothers. But I feel what you're saying. Like our original culture, our original cultures, because we can't, black people aren't a monolith. All right. The diaspora is the human diaspora when you really start talking about black people. But, let's look at melanated peoples. Most of our indigenous cultures, we were very protective of these certain aspects. That's why when Ferdinand de la Classis wrote his treaty to Alexander the Sextus about swapping out African slaves for the Native Americans, because the Africans were at least exposed to a lot of the European diseases dealing with Europeans for longer than Native Americans. It was very important for them to strip these Africans of their culture. They would even do swaps where they would take like Native American men, bring them to Africa, and take the African women and bring them to the New World, and vice versa. And the threat was, and that was a lot of the threat to keep, how come they never revolted? There was always the threat that, say they take the woman's children from Haiti and they put them in Jamaica. And if you act up, we'll kill your children.
Yeah, we got all type of system and tricks to keep us in place. But I'm just saying.
Right, I know I'm saying, but that niggerization to where I'm saying now, so now we doing everything to assimilate. So now we're going to take on their name. So them Africans would look at that Asian dude like, what the fuck? They know instinctually something's wrong. He has surrendered his culture.
Right. That's now to some degree. Yeah, to some degree, because like you said, today, we've been prominent in because of our exploits in entertainment and in sports, and some of our exploits somewhere else. You can see an Asian being influenced by that was in America. I'm not talking about an Asian from Asia or from any other place, you know, China, Japan. Now, if they coming straight from Japan with that shit, something's wrong. Now, if they born over here, yeah, you might get an Andrew Lang. You ain't finna get no Williamson unless his mama married a black man. You know what I'm saying? Like, but with us, Rodney Rollins, what the hell is that? Like, mind you, we just gonna go back 310 years. You find no black man that ain't no damn Rodney Rollins, where they was taking our people from. So, like you were saying, the greatest export America has is niggas and the niggerdom that has permeated society as a whole. So I'm saying is we're not going to see this thing quelled in our lifetime because it took 310 years for them to be like, okay, y'all, we're gonna free these niggas. Not because we want to, because it helps serves this particular purpose. So being 159 years up from that, you think I should just go, no, it don't work like that, man. It's gonna take time. And it won't be in our lifetime unless we live in to be 200 years. So I'm saying that regardless of whatever happens, because all of it plays a part. Now, to be a respectable black man, all that shit plays, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's all plays a part. So I'm just keeping it a buck. Like, personal accountability will help you in your situation. But how do we combat that?
Well, here's the thing. Is, at least as I was taught, and I truly believe, and I try to live it my best I can.
Right.
When you are personally accountable and you move with yourself accordingly, you start being an exemplar.
Right.
And so, like you said, in the last 80 so years, we've had so many divine intervention, great black leaders, because, we've had men who are willing to be exemplars. We have women who are willing to be exemplars. And these are a lot of people who think past the self. A lot of people who get out of that Aleister Crowley, do as thou wilt, or I'm going to do me mentality. See, a lot of people don't understand the do me shit in itself is a deeper occult spell that's very essential to the nigga system.
Right. And I believe that.
And yeah, y'all got to let some other people get in too. Because y'all kind of just been going back and forth. Like, soon as somebody in, the other person jumping in. Like, y'all please let everybody else get a chance to speak. Go ahead. Go ahead, Megazo. And after that, let's pass it around. Make sure everybody get a chance to, because some people are going to be introverts and they're just going to listen and they're just going to respect you guys' space. So as long as y'all talking, they won't say shit. They'll just, well, I got to go. My time is up. So make sure y'all give everybody a chance to speak. Go ahead, Megazo.
Okay, I want to hear, as soon as I'm done, I want to hear Queen, I want to hear the girl behind the mic, and I want to hear Reggie's take to this, and HLD. I believe that Generation X.
Everybody except me, but go ahead.
I mean, come on, but you come anytime you want
to. And me too.
Hey, Queen P, everybody except me.
Well, yeah, I want to hear the sisters first. Matter of fact, I say what I have to say.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for letting us know who you want to hear speak. Can you just give us your part?
I was just gonna say, I believe Generation X.
Queen P, like we chop liver over here, right?
I forgot about Queen P being there, man.
Wow. Cause Queen P, you white face up here tonight. You ain't got no logo. You up here with white face. You up here in white face. You
pale face. With the Indians, the natives say pale face. But yeah.
No, it's literally white face. It's literally white.
I believe Generation X was the generation that was born to fight. They were born to be if you look at the gang activities, like that's all Generation X.
Oh,
I believe that all of us that was born in Gen X or X millennials that was born on that hinge, gang banging, all this other shit. I believe that our people produced a generation of warriors, and that's why we got crack, AIDS, and all this other ill shit to combat the generation and soldiers that was produced through the loins of the people who was longing for freedom.
All right, let's pass it around. Go ahead, Whiteface. I mean, Queen P.
Oh
my God, I can't stand you. Oh
You
God.
got the white face, boo.
Oh my God.
You don't want to get back to this shit tonight. You like, I ain't put my real logo up here.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I don't know what's going on with my thing, but girl behind the mic.
I'm gonna have to leave out and come back in, but I'm scared to tell you leave out and come back in. He's like, I got an excuse now. I'm never coming back.
No, that's not you. I don't know what's going on, but I'm enjoying the
Sometimes when it
conversation.
doesn't work like this, sometimes like if you click off and click back in, like it'll do that. Just being, I'm gonna kick you out real quick. Just being.
No, don't kick me out. Let me stay with my white face. You know it's me.
Oh, see. So I'm right. She don't want to be a part of it. But go ahead, girl behind the mic. Thank you for having your logo. Queen P was like, I don't fuck with y'all niggas. Y'all went against Jada Pickett, the queen.
Oh my dear God.
These all jokes. Look, it's a hip-hop political sports show with a comedy twist. We like to let the jokes fly because life is serious enough. Like, this is the part of the show where we kind of get a little political. It's a little religious, a little racial. Look, shout out to Patrice O'Neal. I like a little racial talk, yo. I like that shit, yo. I like a little racial. It's uncomfortable for some people. HLD, you already know the vibes, right?
I'm good with it, man. I'm waiting to get my turn in.
Yeah, we love this shit. It's a little make some people uncomfortable. Well, fuck it, I ain't scared of it. But go ahead. Queen P, you want to give me your take on anything right now? You want to pass the girl behind the mic first?
Pass the girl behind her because honestly, I'm kind of a little lost on what was talked about. I know they were talking about like the whole thing was slavery and the N-word, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't know where the hell we are now.
Queen P said, Queen P said, I'm a mod on 48 channels right now. I'm busy over here. I'm working other rooms right here. I'm trying. She said, I'm just here. I'm just here.
I just feel like the topic went so many places. I'm like, what the hell are we talking about now? I heard the N-word. I heard slavery. I heard where we at now. I'm like, okay, so
Queen P said, you hearing a lot of complaining. No solutions. Queen P, you want to hear some solutions, right?
It would be nice to hear some solutions.
4 hours.
No, it comes from Megazard's comments from our last show about what we Megazard can elaborate on it.
Oh, okay. I wasn't there.
Yeah. We started today with this right here. How we
correct. I remember that.
Episode. Yeah.
I remember that, and I remember the high earners and the guy and his commentary about.
We didn't do that last episode. We didn't do high earners.
No.
We didn't do that. Yeah, but we did start with this other topic. But Queen P, girl behind the mic, HLD. Anybody got anything else they want to add to this conversation? How about that? Anybody?
Yeah. I want to say,
ladies, the chance first. Girl behind the mic. Please let me let girl behind the mic. The ladies first.
Well, I'm enjoying listening to this conversation, and I can't wait to hear about the personal accountability being the solution. Eclipse. That guy Eclipse. And then I saw someone else in the chat saying it starts with personal accountability. So I'd love to hear that take.
I'll be in on that.
All right. Well, okay. Go ahead, HLD. Let me let my Cuban brother, right? My Cuban being, right?
Cuban, man. I mean, yeah, he's not close enough. Puerto Rican, man.
Puerto Rican. I'm sorry.
No, he's
about to say. I thought he was Puerto Rican.
I just know he rooted for Ugas. I know he was rooting for Ugas.
You just tried that man.
No, look.
Shot him in the fucking liver.
I could have sworn he said he was Puerto Rican. I'm like,
yo. Look at me like they all look alike.
Oh,
damn.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. At least he didn't say he was Mexican. Then it'd be personal. I never called you Mexican.
Nah, man, I'm good with it all because it's all the same shit to me. We all one people.
I just want you to know. I remember you was talking to me one time, like low key, you was kind of saying, "Yo, Ugas might pull this shit off."
Oh yeah, I do think the fight is closer to 50-50 than most things. But
Yeah,
that's I mean, I guess maybe that's where you got it from.
In my mind, you was Cuban.
Hey, the honeys on the panel know that I'm Rican. That's all that matters.
That nigga know how to roll them R's, and they all know what that means. That nigga be at the party for nothing, just showing bitches how quick his tongue moves. Like, hey man, this is a nice funeral y'all got going on up in here. Just want y'all to know I can do that.
I lament your pain. I lament your pain.
That nigga HLD be showing what that mouth do with that Puerto Rican tongue.
No, that's why he was getting on. That's why he was getting mad earlier, because he was out there, motherfucker. You had that married lady fucking all over you, man. I'm telling you, boy, man, you was getting fucked on.
We were trying to move forward, Eclipse. See, like that's why you don't supposed to cut me off. See what I'm saying? That's why you don't supposed to cut the host off sometimes. But go ahead, HOD. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, back to your poll. I really think, they're all of them are a part of it, part of the to a point. But I think in priority, it starts at home, period. And I see that it's like 43%. I think it should be more than that for parents. It starts at home. It does start at home. If you don't instill your kids with the values and morals and work ethic to get shit going, it doesn't matter then. But I do think that's where it starts. Yes, there is a personal accountability that comes with it right after that. And I think that personal accountability, to a point where you teach your kids what to do. And I mean, every kid is, it's got their own different filter and how they want to grasp, how who they are. But still, there's personal accountability that plays into that. And then, lack of education. And to me, the very last and least is government and racial inequality. Because if you are prepared at home, you're taught personal accountability, you are educated, you're going to whoop the shit out of government and racial inequality because you are prepared to deal with that shit. That's just the way it is. It's the card that most of us as minorities, and we're talking here in the black community, but as minority, as Puerto Rican, we deal with that shit too. But if you're prepared, ain't none of that shit gonna ain't none of that shit gonna stop me to do what the fuck I gotta do. Now, if you don't have good parents at home to teach you well, you don't have personal accountability, you don't have education, then government and racial inequality is gonna kick your fucking ass. Because now you're a dumb fuck in the streets, and the government can make you go to what the fuck they want. The racial inequality, there's nothing else that you can do about it, because you got no power. You educated, you strong-minded, you got good morals and values. Who's gonna fucking stop you? So I think that's
government shit. You might end up in government, right?
Well, that's but let's say you don't have parents, and let's say you don't have your lack of education. You're not taught about personal accountability. So then I guess once you turn 18, like someone was saying earlier on the panel, when you turn 18, then I give a young man who doesn't have good parents bringing them up, lack of education, and personal accountability till you're about 25. Once you leave home, you're still learning life. You're learning the real world now. But there's got to be a point in time where you got to say, look in the fucking mirror and say, what? Okay, this is the steep hill I was dealt with. What the fuck are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you going to complain and whine and blame the other person for it and the other system and everything else? Or are you going to take personal accountability? So now let's see what I got to do. Am I going to handle my business? Because I know my ancestors, they dealt with a steeper hill than mine, and they dealt with it, and I'm at where I'm at today because they had to push through it. But I'm gonna go reverse. I know we were talking about slavery. Let me tell you a little bit about my little island. Puerto Rico got invaded by Spain in 1493, and they took over. They made us slaves. We were property. So we dealt with the same shit for 400 years under Spain. 400 years until 1898. Slavery was not abolished in Puerto Rico until 1873. And they worked around the slavery still after that by making haciendas and making people work for the same money of that the hacienda owners had. So you could still, you're going to work in our land, but we're going to pay you with our money that we make for this land. And you're going to have to buy shit from our land, from our stores. So it was just a monopoly of basically a legal way of making slaves, and that didn't get ended out until the Spanish-American War. So we've been out of that for about 100 years. Now, I in my community, I don't hear so much of, oh yeah, we do. We got we blame this, we blame that, but yo man, we got doctors, we got scientists, we got why you got it? Because it starts from home, and if those don't want to do the shit, you ain't gonna get the shit. We can't. You're not. Look, this is the steep hill we dealt with in life. We only got one life. Either you deal with it. That's my mountain. Let me go top it, and I'm gonna climb it. Or am I just gonna stay here in the valley and just, do nothing about it? I can't worry about if the other person got dealt a better hand than mine. Oh, but he had it easier than me. The white man had it easier than me. I can't be worrying about that. That's his life. I got to do about mine and what I got to do so I could take progression of making myself better, make my sons better, make my family better, try to make my community better. I'm not just like Queen Bee said, I'm not part of no affiliation, left, right, conservative, all that bullshit. I'm an individualist. I believe that it starts from yourself, starts from home, and that's where you're gonna then see progression. But if you're gonna just stand around and just say, "Yo, it's this and that," I'm sorry, you're never gonna see progress. You gotta, we can't worry about the whole problems in the whole world. Your own room is all disorganized. Organize your room first. Handle your business. Then we can then worry about anything else. That's just my take.
Absolutely.
I wrote a timestamp down, HMD. I'm making that a clip, bro. When you start talking about the slavery in Puerto Rico and all that, bro, I hope I got your permission to use that, bro. Because
absolutely, man. I know about
I was gonna use it anyway. Respect. like once you click that link, man, you're a part of the show now. You can't be like, don't look, Queen P. You remember we had that one sister was like, delete that episode. I was like, shorty, you was here the whole episode. Man,
I remember.
Telling me to delete the shit, but you know what? I did it, but I was like, after that, I'll never do that again. I'll never do it again.
I thought you would just delete her part.
Look, I just make the video private. Because there was a lot going on. Them long shows, but it's all love though. But we kept the files, baby. You know what we do. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She might become a serial killer one day.
Oh dear God! I don't think she coming back after what happened. Maybe not.
I made sure she was unblocked, but she was a little toxic. Some would say, but me, look, I think everybody, look, I'm toxic too. Look, some shit I say is not cool. It's not. I'm thinking I'm just trying to be funny like that. Caitlyn Jenner shit earlier. Mm-hmm. Some people might say that was toxic. The fact that we even had a conversation about the kids calling Caitlyn dad, but we got to refer to Caitlyn as her.
Mm-hmm.
And
I wouldn't call that being toxic. That part. I mean, well, and then here's the thing: I'm done. I'm not conforming to
within the community. Community.
Caitlyn is he.
I'm done. Like, unless they're in my face, I'm gonna call you by your first name. And I'm not just saying their community. I'm talking, for me personally, it's the entire world. It's too much and too many changes that no one else is voting for. So I'm just done being put in a whole pool. And it's like, this is what we're doing. This is what we're going to conform to. No. What if I want everyone to conform to me being a white woman that's 5'5" from now on? I've thought about that so many times. I'd probably make the news. So I respect every single human being. For me, it's not about titles. For me, it's just that I want to live my life the way I want to live my life. You respect who I am. I don't go around saying I am this, I am that. And I'm not just talking about that community. I'm just talking in every aspect of labelings and right wing, left wing, middle wing, nothing. I belong to no attachments to any titles. And so therefore, I want to respect people in that retrospect. And every time, like I said, I don't even care. I'm going to live my life like that because it's so much. Because then at the end of the day, what are we going to say? We won't be able to say anything. we got to start pushing back to conformity. We got to start pushing back, drawing the line. That's all I'm saying. I push back, I draw the line. You come into my space, I'm going to respect you as a human being. Because in as far as I've been on this earth, I haven't asked anyone to refer to me by a professional title or to refer to me as whatever the case is beyond the community as a liberal or a right wing, whatever. Like, no, I don't want none of that. I'm just a human being. And even for me, sometimes it's deeper. I'm done with the rhetoric. I'm done with the divisive rhetoric. Black people, white people, Asian people. It's like, just, we're human beings. I'm done. In this topic at hand, it's necessary. We're getting to the meat and potatoes and stuff, but I'm just saying society is asking too much. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not going to be one of those that just blindly walk and in to accept what they want me to conform to. You see what I'm saying? No.
Okay, cool. Look, we got some new people on the panel. Mr. Research and Brandon Washington just pulled up. Mr. Research, Brandon, I hope you're cool with me diverting to him.
Yes, sir. Go for it.
Yes, he just got here. Haven't seen him in a couple weeks, so it's always good to chop it up with my guy right here, Mr. Research. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home.
What's going on?
Shout out to Mr. Research, man. Thank you so much for pulling up on us on this Friday night going into Saturday morning, having a little breakdown conversation over here.
Right.
We had a topics on the docket, been very loaded. I'm going to ask you guys, if you're not talking, please keep your mic muted. Mr. Research, give me your opening statement on any and everything we talked about. What made you click the link tonight? We was talking about the lead topic was men being higher earners, but also we having a leftover conversation from our discussion on Wednesday when we were talking about who's to blame for the damage in our community. Is it parents, lack of education and jobs, government, racial inequality? When I say government, we're talking about the conversation we had on Wednesday about Ronald Reagan's daughter and about crack being pushed in our community. But also we're talking about personal accountability as well. So it's a loaded topic. It's a loaded document, but it's done that way by design to keep you guys here for about 5 hours. So get your bars off. Let me know what you think about this topic.
Man, I appreciate it. Let's get intellectual, man. I love deep conversations because really we all over 28. We should be able to have these deep conversations. But for some people, it's too nerdy. For other people, it's coonish. But this is what business is built on. You know what I'm saying? Knowing these laws, knowing how to articulate your point without emotionalism. So let's dig into it. First thing, I'm from the hood, from the block, did dirt, but now I'm in corporate. So to the high earn title, I speak to that only in this regard. Making money is never the standard. It's really connection. It's really connection.
You said making money is not the what?
It's not the standard. The higher you go up the ladder, making money ain't the standard. It's connections. Proof of this.
Elaborate and show me the separation. Give me an example.
Proof of this or evidence of this. You go watch Netflix, The Black Godfather. Technically, this guy don't own a dime, but he's connected to money, and therefore he always got money flowing to him some type of way, living in a mansion, all his kids are taken care of, grandkids, but technically he doesn't have a dime. So when we talk about,
I don't get that. How do you live in a mansion and you don't have a dime? Somebody just pay your bill?
because what happens is, man,
people don't know because we don't know what you mean.
Yeah, just check out Black Godfather. Everybody go check that out. It's the fact that
without watching that, give me break it down for us, like, because you brought it up.
When you are connected,
how do I live in a mansion? And
when you are connected to people, when you are connected to people based on your reputation alone, the people that you are connected to who have liquid money are able to do stuff for you because they understand you're a person who can fix their problems, have ideas, things of that nature.
Ray Donovan, like on Showtime, Ray Donovan. Like I know
better than Ray Donovan, but yeah, kind of like that. You're just connected to things. You're just connected to things. Let me give you a perfect example. I work in medical.
Everybody can't be that guy.
No. Everybody can be that guy. I thought I couldn't. I thought you know what? Here's the funny thing about the black male community, and this sounds like cap, but
go for it, King.
I realized why I didn't come up faster, because the black male community are doubters.
They're what?
Doubters. People who doubt all the time.
I appreciate the panel's patience and quiet and letting this brother get his ball.
Thank you, panel, too.
Yeah. And shout out
because I understand some of this stuff is triggering.
And that's cool. And that's cool. Yeah. I'm gonna give everybody a chance to reply, and I'll stop interrupting so much. But that's my job to interrupt.
No, I understand, bro.
I need y'all to put it in the chat, put it in the private chat, put it in the public chat. But I can't have everybody jumping in and cut them off, because once one person do it, the other person is gonna do it. Then you get what I'm saying? We got chaos, right. And he just got here. So
let me wrap up on this.
Go ahead.
Let me wrap up on this part, because I understand when I say stuff like this, the goal is to crack jokes, name call, not your fans and followers, but I'm just talking about.
No. That's exactly my fans and followers. They gonna talk some shit in the chat. That's 1,000,000%. And on the panel, they gonna talk some shit. They gonna call in. They gonna disagree. They gonna look. They still been getting at me because I didn't make a clip of our last conversation when you was talking about surrogacy, and I was like, nah, I'm trying to put that's gonna give the wrong image. Like I'm trying to clown on me. Plus, I forgot the episode. That ain't my business. You know what I'm saying? But it was. But I'm like, man, that's it. That's like I respect him. He's talking about how he feel, and that's his life. He's sharing something new. Just because it's new to you don't mean it's wrong.
Well, you got to understand.
It's different, but
you got to understand
our child support. Remember? And you was like, "This, I'm gonna duck this child support."
Right.
I'm gonna buy the baby on some 50 Cent. 50 Cent said it. They didn't think he was weird.
Right. You know what? It's just that our women have been talking these levels of power for a while, and so when a guy says the exact same thing, I'm gonna tell you, it's natural for a dude to jump up and say that's corny, that's some gay shit. It's natural, because that's how the plantation taught us. But let me wrap up this point so that way everybody else can be part of the conversation. So I'm in these circles of power now. So for example, I got stopped for a license when I was in Atlanta. A license issue. Really wasn't a license issue, just the cop wanted to be a dick. And so he had arrested me. I'm like, arrest me, tow my car. So I called my homeboy, and this is what I mean by levels of power. Called my homeboy, hey man. And my homeboy used to be my former boss. Hey man, I done got stopped, blah, blah, blah. I gotta be at this new position tomorrow at Emory Hospital. Oh, no problem. I got you. Quickly jumped in his car, went and put up his house. He didn't just put up some money. Went up and put up his house to get me up out of there. And then when I didn't get up out of there because I hadn't even hit classification, he made a stink about it and started talking about lawyers. When you're connected, it's a different level of conversation that you got, as opposed to just having money. So I say all that to say this about this topic about the ladies. When ladies see black males in levels of power, they are extremely, let me say 8 out of 10 of them are extremely intimidated, because they don't know how to address you now. They don't know how to, because you got equal power or more power than them. And if you notice ladies in these circles, and I'm 20 years in medical, they will, acquiesce to a white guy who don't even have as much power as them, strictly because he's white. They'll watch their words toward the Mexican guy because he got some level of power, strictly because he don't present himself as a security guard or a janitor. And then finally, when it comes to us as black men, for whatever reason, those ladies find it competitive many a times. to where they're creating gossip or whatever that they wouldn't do for the other guys. So when you're trying to date them or interact with them, for those of us like myself, it's dangerous because some of our ladies are just 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10. They're just indoctrinated with these conversations that are less than. My last point, and I'm gonna share the mic. You do have some other cultures who do the same thing because they see our image as bad. So you'll get Filipinos who try to do it. You'll get Asians who try to do it. So I can't put it all on black ladies, but it would be great if our black ladies would see more brothers of power in powerful positions rather than the guy who got a lot of money driving a truck, a lot of money working the janitor company. My homeboy makes 160 with his janitor company, but I try to tell him, no, you need to be the image of that for Northern California. So I that's the way I would say that, man. Ladies just don't see these levels of power. And so for them, they try to get the dudes that they feel like they can control. There are 20% of women that are great that don't fall in this category, mostly because they got a son or got an uncle that they grew up with or a great dad. But many of our ladies just have this combative thing toward dudes who have power. So I'm gonna pass the mic because I talked too long. I don't want to be hogging.
All right. Anybody want to hold up? Matter of fact, nope. Gotta let Brandon Washington. I know my man, Mr. Research, said I ain't gonna speak too long. He gave me the longest opening statement ever, but I love it. I love it because I do cut people off, and I appreciate people allowing me as the host to cut people off because I'm gonna push you to the limit. Sometimes I'm gonna stress you out, but hopefully, we're gonna get some growth. We're gonna get some understanding, and at the end of the day, you don't judge me because we disagreed on one conversation. I pick Bud over Spence. Simple as that. You get what I'm saying? But we all agree that it's important to have a fair dialogue. Brandon Washington, I know you're gonna be like, damn, Mark, you gonna put the clock up on me? Yep. You out of all people. 2 minutes on the clock, Brandon. Go. Let's go, Brandon.
I had a question for Mr. Research. He said something.
No. Hold up. You got it.
No,
hold up.
I see my time to him. I see my time to him.
Brandon, let me say something. Listen, I got questions for Mr. Research too. But before I do my questions, I want you to give me your because you beamed in because you wanted to say something. You didn't know what Mr. Research was about to say. So what did you beam in to talk about? Give me your take on this main topic here.
Mark, I forgot.
I got to get my questions off to Mr. Research first. I got to get those off.
I forgot. Yeah. I forgot, Mark, what I initially called for. Mr. Research said something.
Because Brandon, you need your handy dandy notebook, like Blue's Clues said. Like me, I got me a notebook, man. But Brandon, this is the main shit right here that I need your take on. Matter of fact, are you going to be able to remember your question, Mr. Research? Because here's my thing, Brandon. I don't want this to end up to a back and forth with you and Mr. Research. Because I know you're going to ask him a question. He's going to answer it. And I don't know this for a fact, but in my experience so far, you're going to cut him off while he's answering the question, Brandon. Respect.
No, I want to ask him something in his opening statement. That's all that he said. Because he made, and you cut him off and it distracted him from the point. He was talking about how he should have came up earlier and that black men are doubters. And he was finna explain why. And then he was finna basically give some insight on how he came up and the connections that he made and how he made them. And I want to hear him talk about how we doubt and what he used to overcome that and how he found out that that's what we do as a group, like the conversations we have and everything.
Brandon, I'm very surprised that you're taking that road right there. So I apologize for prejudging you and assuming that you was coming in on your regular Brandon Washington line. I'm gonna tell you something. First of all, big fish, king forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought you was gonna start off with some big fish shit, right?
It's okay. I pardon you.
Yeah. Please pardon me, man. Mr. Research, do you want to reply to that directly?
Yeah. 20 seconds, man. So
I like
what
that.
happens a lot of times, we do when we see somebody advancing, even in the dope game, We see somebody advancement, the first thing we do is conduct ourselves like females and start gossiping about that dude and how he got his chips. That's why we created the term pocket watching, because we had a lot of dudes would sit up here and do what females do, start gossiping about your crap. Now, you might call that regular humans, but no, if you are a calculated, advancing black man, that should never even be your part of the game. You should be trying to figure out how that dude did it. The second thing is when you start going square, you'll see dudes try their best to try to stop you. Not even necessarily dudes from the hood, but now you got to deal with black police officers who want to pull you over for just trying to get to work. You got to deal with black people in black spaces trying to block your advancement. I tell people all the time, I've hired 12 black dudes before COVID, and I had to get white people to stop the black people from stopping me from hiring these people. Let me say it again. Black people were stopping me from getting these brothers hired. And I had to enlist white people to stop the black people from doing it. It is a weird thing once you start going up the square ladder. It ain't the hood no more. It ain't guns and punching dudes and pulling out blades. It is really crazy how black people work against black people who are trying to rise.
All right, well, look.
You got to research 20 seconds, man.
No, man. That what
My apologies, brother.
No, man. Y'all niggas hating, man. Y'all ain't even listening.
Come on, Reg, let him live, Reg.
Yeah, y'all got a preconceived notion of
I got jokes.
And it's always like, it seems like y'all go into this like with a combative mode. Like the brother is talking like, and it seems instead of active listening, it's like you guys are listening sometimes. We're ready for a rebuttal. But look, that in my opinion, that's my opinion. But I ain't gonna lie, man. If you listen close, shit, I wrote down HLD timestamp. I wrote down Mr. Research. Like these brothers are saying some shit right here. I think is truly profound that people should hear it. Like, but go ahead, Brandon. So you asked him all of that to say what, Brandon?
Because I myself have found myself in certain situations, and I was trying to just gain insight, and I wanted it to be on record, the insight that he had, and the brother dropping jewels like I thought. So I'm just sitting back listening. Sometimes it's the time to talk, sometimes it's time to learn. Sound like it's time to learn for me.
You about to learn about being a surrogate father too, Brandon. Ask him that question.
What's wrong with that though, Reggie?
There's a lot wrong with it.
Reg, that might be just one aspect.
Brandon, you just cut me off.
Oh, you so right. I'm sorry.
Open direct. He said it's a lot wrong with him. I asked to open direct. What's wrong with it? Go ahead, Reggie.
Yeah, I mean, because it's every time Mr. Research makes a statement, there seems to be some kind of like shots taken towards women, and then it's like you bring a child to this world through test tube procedure or through the surrogate procedure, and to raise a child with you and who else? Like, I mean, and then it's like it's a push for it. That shit is like unconventional. We speak about what we put the microscope of what women do wrong, of how women don't follow tradition, they don't do this. There ain't nothing traditional about a dude going through surrogacy. Usually people go through surrogacy if the woman is having an issue with being able to give birth. Before a dude to say, oh, fuck these women, I don't want to deal with them. I'm gonna go through in vitro fertilization. I don't want to stick my dick in a woman, so I'm gonna put it in the tube and have them inject this other woman, have the child, and say fuck her too. It's just me and the baby. That shit is I don't want to say weird, but way different. And
women do that. But Reggie, like it's new to this. I know for a fact, Reggie, you 40 years old or older. Mr. Research ain't the first person. Take gender out of it. Look, Ellen got a baby, don't she? Or like shit, yeah. Brittany Griner.
Ellen gay as fuck too, right?
That's you missing the point. Brittany Griner on child support.
And they gay as fuck, right? You hitting the pattern.
But Sherry Shepherd got a baby.
Hey, look,
who the hell is that?
No, look, no. I got this. You ever heard of Angela Bassett? You know she got a surrogate, right?
Yeah. What's her reason though?
No, you tell me the reason.
No. You tell me, because I'm gonna give you and I bet it's gonna fall in line with what's the reason. She probably can't have. She probably can't give childbirth, right?
Don't take the probably out of it.
No. I'm gonna say probably because I know my guess is probably accurate. She probably can't have a child, right?
It's a Reggie fact, though.
No, ain't no Reggie's fact. I'm gonna come because you know the answer, but I'm pretty sure. What's her reason?
Reggie's no. My probably is just as good as your probably, because you don't know, do you?
No, you brought it up, so you should know it.
I brought it up because I know that's a fact that she had a surrogate. Their reason is their business. But you're gonna say it's a medical issue. Maybe it's her acting and her career. I don't want to put my body through the change. I got this amazing body because I play Tina Turner and I do health and fitness, and I just don't want to put my body through those changes. And being out of work for a year or two, or maybe my body might not ever bounce back after having a baby. Like Reggie, we don't know, and that ain't our business. And we shouldn't judge people based off their decisions of how they procreate. What do you not understand about that?
Man, what y'all don't understand that this shit is weird, and here y'all come making excuses. So is the shit with the Kardashian dad weird, or y'all want to normalize that shit too? Oh, I guess you want to normalize it.
Okay. No. Hey, look, Reggie talk. Look, everybody stop, because Reggie's talking and muting and unmuting his mic. I'm trying to give him the floor. Don't mute and unmute your mic, Reggie. You got the floor. I'm gonna be the only one who's not unmuting my mic.
My rebuttals are very short.
Go for it. No, I want you to get your bars off.
That was my bars, man. My bars ain't got to be extended.
Okay. So Reggie, at the end of the day, because somebody is a man, women can have surrogate children. A man can say, "Fuck this child support system." Like, I'm a handpick. I'm going there. I'm going to build the baby. I want my baby to be from this mother, to have this kind of math background. I want her to be about this tall. Like, this some rich nigga shit. Like, I'm going to build a bitch. No different from a nigga who goes out there and he gets a girl from his neighborhood that he always loved. He go in there and get her veneers. He put some titties on her, give her a fake ass. Reggie, like, we don't judge them niggas. But a person who says, "Look, I don't want this child support system. I want my baby to come from a math background. I want the baby to be about this height." Look, Reggie, it's gonna get to a point where they're gonna be able to pick the eye color, hair texture, the nose. Like, they're gonna be, bro, genetics. Like, science. You love science, Reggie. Reggie, science is changing. It ain't gonna just because you ain't gonna have to deal with, okay, my baby might have. Reggie, it's already started. You know, you can get a test right now to find out if your baby is gonna have Down syndrome before you have the baby. They're gonna tell you if it's a girl or it's a boy got Down syndrome. If it got that's T21, you got T13. Like, it's a chromosome test. They fucking with the chromosomes already.
Okay,
all you is
it ain't got nothing to do with that topic.
I just think it's kind of a little. That's just me, and I'm gonna just keep it a buck. I think it's a little beyond the pale to question somebody's sexuality based on how they choose to parent or how they bring a life into it.
Okay, here's another question. If I was to adopt, what would be the difference?
You taking on a child who you see is in need, but you going about the rejection of a woman to say, F these women ain't nothing, they this and they don't listen to that. You know, I'm gonna go have some other way of having the baby and just get all the women out the way. Like, come on, man. And then you pushing that, and then on the other side talking masculinity and how men should be. There's a natural order into how reproduction is made. Now we can go along with everything that people complain about. People complain about the changes and things that are put upon us in this, new progression in society. We can complain on one thing and then try to be accepting of other things that are even way, way more off than what we have currently coming at us.
Before he interject, I'm gonna just say, I'm gonna keep a quick rebuttal. Reggie, you got twins, right?
and I got him from sticking my dick in pussy.
respectfully. And let me say this though, my brother. You know, it was a time where that wasn't natural. They would kill the babies, might kill you because having two babies at the same time, that wasn't natural. Who defines what natural? Like times change, science change, people change. Your acceptance of what's going on as far as dick and pussy, and also some people have to have in vitro. I know some people personally who are products of in vitro because of they needed help having babies. But so what I'm trying to tell you is, as somebody who has twins, it was a time where you having twins, they would have killed your kids and killed you too, because that was devil shit. That was weird. That wasn't natural. That's all I want to say. Quick rebuttal. Go ahead, Mr. Reese.
Hey man, I want to thank Reggie, man, because it proves my point. This is how we are trained on the plantation. The natural thing is to fuck.
Damn,
But,
Mr. Research. Damn.
hold on.
The plantation teaches us to fuck. We learned to fuck from a plantation. You crazy. Keep going, bro.
Notice what was said verbatim. Fuck pussy. But having your bloodline.
So what, fuck ass then? What the fuck?
I understand you are very undisciplined.
Reg, I gave you the floor. You said you wanted to make a quick rebuttal. You didn't want nothing, but you can't cut them off then.
Here's the funny thing.
Reg, you got to take it in the ass. White.
I'm talking about my bloodline child. And Reggie says that's weird, but it's okay to get a child in need. So let that sink in. It's okay to get a child that ain't mine in need in Reggie world, but he's barking and snarling his teeth over me having my bloodline child. Nash point out to him, women been doing this for a long time. He had no energy for that. His energy is attacking the male who's doing something different. Let me say it one more time. My bloodline child, that's what he's mad at. Doing the same thing that Black women have done for decades. That's what he's not mad at. Taking on a child that ain't mine is okay with him. Calling me names. What calculated stoic man calls another man name? Whatever Reggie's theory is his theory. But this is what I'm saying to you, brothers. I don't hate women at all. I adore women. I just know how to move without them being the center of my life. And that's what Reggie's mad at.
And I want to add this to this too. Before I pass to Reggie, let him rebuttal. Everybody ain't gay. Some women just don't want to deal with the bush. Like some women, who, especially if they got the money, they got the power, they got the position, they'll go buy a baby from Africa, like Reggie was saying. Or they'll go in there and just get their eggs fertilized, get a surrogate, and they raise the child. Like, I don't have to deal with that if I don't want to deal with it. That doesn't mean they are gay, but they know I don't have an attachment to this person. And if I don't want to, my attachment is to the child. They are emotionally, and I don't mean to judge you, Mr. Research, when I say this, but you're emotionally unattached to that other person. You see in your mind, and I don't want to go into your mind too much, but you can tell me if I'm wrong. In your mind, you see the future forever being with this child. Forever, this gonna be my baby. This woman can come and go. And when she come and go, she might come and go with a bill. Or she gonna try to charge me to see my child. Gonna tell me when I can and can't see my child. That don't mean he don't want to get married and not have a family with this woman. But at the end of the day, this right here is my child. She can't take this from me in divorce. She can't charge unless it's something nefarious going on. Am I tripping, Mr. Research?
No. I like and no.
I'm trying to be fair. Even if I don't agree, that's how I'm not making my babies. That don't mean I got to be.
And look, I'm not going to knock you for how you want to make your baby. And see, that's the beautiful thing about my concept. I don't come into your life calling you names because you decide to do it this way, or you decide to do it the Muslim way, or you decide to do it the Christian way, or you. I'm not doing that.
Don't Mormons wear magic underwear or some shit like that?
Yeah, no, nobody's doing all that nonsense, because at the end of the day, here's what it comes down to. Just like somebody in the chat room says, women use infertile vitro because they have a problem having a child. No, you're mistaken on that. please go to a reproduction doctor. No. It ain't because they're having problems. Women want to have it without men because many of their dating situations have not worked out. See, you don't want to accept that. Okay, that's just how it's working. Many women are coming from other countries. I have worked in reproduction in vitro before. Many women coming from other countries just bankrolling their own child. But we don't have people like Reggie standing on the pedal stand. You Asian women are terrible over here for having 13 kids and you just got here 3 years ago. No, we don't have Reggie saying, you need to go get a Chinese husband. No, we don't have it. We got that in the black community. You black men behave the way I want you to behave. The way my mom told me you should behave. You must hate black women. Go ahead and say it. You hate black women. No, bro, I don't hate black women. I just want to be part of the nonsense. Fuck you. God,
I got you. I got it.
Hey, Mark, can I speak? Because the comment he's talking about is what I wrote, and I like to.
But I got right after that though. Keep it brief, and then I gotta let Reggie do his rebuttal.
Okay.
You mean y'all making it too? It's of all these people on the panel. Don't make it just on me.
No, Reggie. I know you was trying to speak, but he was. Well, go ahead, P.
Well, the reason, because he's saying that I'm wrong because of the reason why women go into in vitro. No, I'm not wrong. There's many celebrities who have done it. Angela Bassett is one of them because they've had difficulty in having a child. Tammy Roman is another one. And because they've had so many times that they haven't been successful, that's why she's allowing her husband to go and get a woman. So no, Mr. Research, I'm not wrong. There's countless of women who do in vitro because they have difficulty having a child. They don't have the same mentality as you where they just want to cut out the BS and decide, hey, let me go and have a kid. Not everybody. No, but he's saying that he's saying as if I'm completely no, but he's saying it as if I'm wrong to say that women don't do in vitro because they're having difficulty having a child. Yes, they do. Not everybody has the mentality like him that, we just want to eliminate.
We didn't say everybody, Queen P. You keep saying every. That's the
okay. They don't have the mentality like
nobody said everybody.
Okay, fine. So I'll correct myself.
You said everybody.
Okay, Mark, I will correct myself.
Nobody.
Okay, no. Let me correct myself. Since you made that point, let me correct myself. Not many people have the mentality that he has where he would like to just not have to deal with the BS and just, go about it his own way. To each his own. Each his or her own. To each their own and what they do. But don't sit here and discredit that I'm wrong when there's countless of women who have done in vitro because they've had difficulty having a child on their own. There are plenty of stories we hear with celebrities who have tried and have not been successful. There are people in the real world who have tried and have not been successful, whether that's due to their age, whether that's due to whatever health condition that they have or chemical imbalance, whatever the case may be. But yeah, that was my whole point that I was making.
Can we agree to once you bring money and celebrity into it, we don't know all of everything. All we know is what they tell us. When you're dealing with any person, all we know is what they tell us. Or what
but he's saying I'm wrong completely, and that's not true.
Well, he's wrong for that. But what I want to say, as far as to address your point directly, because I didn't read what he read. What I'll say is direct is once you're dealing with celebrity, some motherfuckers probably just don't want their body to go through those changes.
Absolutely. There's a lady named Julian Michaels who said that same thing.
I get it, Queen P. I was just trying. Let me say my part.
Okay.
That's all I want to say is some people, we won't ever know the truth, sister. All we know is what they tell us, and they don't want their body to go through their changes so they can tell us I was having complications or this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? All we know is what they tell. That's all I was trying to say is. So once you bring celebrity in, it's kind of different. Because that's tabloid talk. We don't know. Like, all we know is what they tell us. And then from there, we decide. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead, Queen P. That's all I wanted.
No, all I was saying, no, and that's true. You have a woman named Jillian Michaels who's like a fitness instructor, and she she's like a personal trainer to celebrities. That was her reason why she didn't want to have kids. That was her very reason, because she was talking about how
Is she an anomaly, Queen P?
No, I'm not saying she's an anomaly.
No, I didn't say you said she was. I'm asking you. Is she an anomaly or is she just being honest? Is it
She
more
was just being honest, and she received a lot of flack for that. But the point I was making is to say that yes, there are some people who they don't want to mess up their bodies, and they may go that route in getting a surrogate. Yeah, they may. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just giving an example.
Yeah. No, I mean, you give an example for the same example. I had already said that. I mean,
Okay.
I
like,
totally agree with the lady, and I didn't mean for her to think I was talking only. There is no only in medical. You got couples who have issues. You got all that, but all I was suggesting, having worked in the field, is that when I use the word many, not all, I use the word many. There are many who are just having it without. I just put an article in the back chat about a lady overjoyed that she had her child without a dad. It happens more often than people know, but I understand. I'll meet the lady halfway. Yes, there are people who need it, but there are also, what you don't see is some people just want to have this situation without. But it is what it is.
Absolutely, that's the backup plan. Absolutely, that's why I said the other comment, as there's also the backup plan where you have some women that they feel like, look, I'm at this point in my life, I want to have a child. I haven't met the person who I'm going to marry and have kids with, so they decide to go and do their own. There is a movie literally called The Backup Plan with Jennifer Lopez, and it kind of talks about that.
that's a rom-com, Queen P.
What are you
You
talking?
said it.
I know
It's
it's a rom com, but there are people who do that though. That it may not be a lot of people, but there are women who may decide, look, I'm at this professional stage in my life. You
Oh, I
know,
agree. That brings us back home to the
I
main.
haven't met that person yet, and I want to be a parent, and I don't want to feel like, okay, my biological clock is ticking. Let me just go have a child with just any old random person. No, I want to be able to control the scenario if possible.
But look, let's
Can I
break
give
that
an example?
hold up before
Go
we get
for
to
it.
that though. Before we get to that, I'm gonna just say this real short.
Hmm.
Why why do we judge Mr. Research for not waiting till he get to that point?
I didn't judge him. To
No,
each
I
his
ain't
own.
talking about you, Queen P. I didn't say you. Queen P, come on. You
Oh,
cut me off right now. Mute
I'm
your
about
mic.
to say I did not judge him.
Mute your mic for me. 'Cause I'm speaking in general. I don't want nobody to think I'm talking about that. Like, just mute your mic for me. Everybody, please. Why do we, and when I say we, I'm talking about the neighborhood as a whole, because he has been getting flack on this shit. I ain't talking about Queen P, Girl Behind the Mic, Reggie, Megazord, Brandon, HLD, Clips. Who else was here that other night? It was Troy Graham, like Major. I ain't talking about nobody in particular. But when you bring up the scenario, it's okay if you have a physical ailment, like Reggie said, or that movie, like Queen P said, like nobody in particular. I'm speaking in general. When you have a guy who says, you know what, I don't want to deal with this child support system. I don't want to deal with no crazy baby mama trying to tell me, or no ex-wife trying to take the kid from me. I know where I'm at in my life. I'm financially secure. This is what I can do. This is what I can pay to get done. And they just put their money, like, why not be happy that we got a child coming into a home where we at least know somebody is 100% dedicated to them. You get parents that are two-part families, and you ain't even got two people 100% dedicated to the child. At least we can know in this situation, this is somebody who really cares about this child. But we saying, nigga gay, that's some weirdo shit. It's not normal. It's weird. It's not common. Well, this person didn't want to change their body, or their biological clock was tick. Why? Or this person was sick, or why can't we say, hey, salute to you? You ahead of the curve. You got it all figured out. Let's see how this works in 30 years, 20 years. Let's check in with them. 10 years from now, 15 years from now.
Yep.
When the child is playing basketball or football, or if she's in dance or ballet,
Chess club.
whatever. Let's check in. Not be disparaging before it even gets started. That's all I'm trying to say. Be accepting and receptive to something new. Cause I tell you what, if he did have a damn rainbow flag up here, everybody will be paws off for the most part, because they are a respected and accepted community where we got to leave them alone. But black folks, especially black men and black women, man, you can say nigga all day on the radio and TV. You can't say faggot. You can't say coon And like you can't say a whole bunch of shit. But you can say nigga a lot. So let's just I know it sounds kind of weird to some people, but we gotta have some kind of understanding and patience to new ideas, new experiences, and realize this world is evolving and moving around us. Bro, they're gonna make the baby how you want to in a couple of years. I'm gonna be able to go in there if I live long enough and say they're gonna have an artificial liver for us. Like they got artificial hearts. They making artificial livers now and trying to figure out how to keep the brain alive, how to keep the body moving with your memories. Like this shit, man, this shit is science is always moving. So let's just be receptive. If we can't be receptive, at least be respectful without the name calling. Speak to the point, speak to your argument. Don't.
Okay, I just want to say something real quick and be done with this little
That
part.
shit lame to me. Like you ain't getting you can't even have a conversation about. First of all, that's some pussy ass shit y'all niggas talk. And I'm speaking to Reggie when I say that directly, and he know it.
Because it's pussy ass shit.
Okay.
No. And Reggie, you got your master's degree or some shit like that. Like you educated.
That don't mean shit, bro.
No. But you understand. I know you don't talk. You wouldn't have got that far in life talking in class like that. So I know you got discipline. You was in the military. That ain't how you just talk to people.
No, it's normal.
Fucking norm.
It's normal.
It's
normal for the black man to attack the black man. It's normal.
What?
It ain't no attack on black men. This would be the same thing if you were white. Listen, no, you can't fool me with the tricks of just saying this because some black things. Mr. Research, if you were white, I would say the same thing.
The only thing that settles any of this, if me and homeboy was face to face, we would fight. One of us would get put up in jail, and he'd still be calling me a name. This isn't about the topic. This is about black men being conditioned to attack other black dudes and not be stoic. I don't get this much pushback from women because women have done this for quite a while. It's the black men who think it's weird. It's the black men who try to call people names. So I'm used to it. It's okay. I'm not mad at it.
Not me.
But you don't hear too many black men say that they want to go that route. That's probably why it's weird to some
but
people.
So what, though?
I'm not saying it's wrong, and I'm not saying it's wrong for him to want to do that. That's his business. But Reggie has a right to disagree about something.
No.
Now, maybe the way he says it
ain't disagreement.
Yeah, but it's the way that Reggie disagrees.
Not a disagreement. That's not a college disagreement. Calling me names. That's not a college disagreement.
Okay.
Reggie know the
right. It's a way to disagree, and Reggie know what he's doing.
And Megazar, Clips, y'all. This nigga ain't no dumb.
Reggie know what he's doing.
Man, I'm reacting naturally to some shit like that. I just
I know you got discipline.
Are you reacting emotionally, or are you reacting like a scholar?
Emotionally for what? This your issue, man.
Okay, so why call me names?
Man, it ain't just calling you a name. It's
Was that a scholar calling me name? Was that a college scholar calling me name?
I just had my kids' mom walk in here and ask you the same shit.
I hear you, brother.
It's weird. But what's other people's opinion on it? Can we get other people's opinion on it?
A bunch of slaves back in the days too. I get it.
This ain't got nothing to do with you being black. I don't care if you was white. I know white people who will if they done it. I'll be saying the same shit. The same thing with Caitlyn Jenner. We just on here, people was talking about her and how weird that whole dynamic is. And then now some people want to support this pushing of surrogate fathers. Like, come on, man. I'm consistent on how I feel about shit. At least I try to be.
Fair enough. Go ahead, HLD. You put something interesting in the chat. Go ahead.
Oh, I want to say.
Go ahead, HLD.
I don't know what part I said, man.
You said we jumped off the train a little bit.
Yeah, we did jump off the train. You know, is this the parents' fault or self accountability? Because I don't know what the hell we talking about.
All right, I just want to say something before we get back.
Still on the train. I know where I'm at.
Hey, Mark,
can you guys hear me?
The mic say something.
Go ahead.
My mic on?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, like I said, because I just want to answer, Mark, what you asked is why do we judge? And I get it. We meaning like the Black community, no one in specific. And I think that it's easier to judge things that we don't understand. So I just want to say that I wanted to just give one example and be out of this conversation for any listener that's never heard of this method, and we have already discussed that this is something that's happening. What Mr. Research wants to do. There are a few people that do it, or a lot of people that do it. But here is someone that people may be familiar with, because I remember the interview. Shonda Rhimes. Shonda Rhimes is the American writer and producer. She's a Black woman. She had the top shows, Grey's Anatomy. She has Scandal. Shonda Rhimes, on an Oprah Winfrey interview years ago, you could YouTube it. She said she does not want a partner, but she wanted children. And so there's an article written by let me see, it's thelist.com. Does Shonda Rhimes have kids? Thelist.com. Does Shonda Rhimes have kids? And because I remember hearing her say this on Oprah, I just wanted to reference something. And so Shonda Rhimes did have 2 children. She adopted 2 children. And then recently she had a surrogate child. And all 3 children, she wants to have them with no partner. She's always emphasized she doesn't want to have a partner. And so this may be a very new concept for a lot. Even I learned the last time you were here, Mr. Research, from a man's perspective. But here's a real face, a real Black person that's also saying, look, I don't want to get married. She doesn't want a partner, but she wanted kids, and she got kids, 2 adopted and 1 is a surrogate. So now we get to see that, like somebody said, Marq said that we're living in different times. So there's going to be more choices and more things that are quote unquote weird. I just found that in life, I don't judge things that I don't understand. And if people like it, I love it. As long as you don't force me to conform. Mr. Research is not forcing me to say I should do it. So, hey, it's his life. He's ready for it. That's what he wants. More power to you. He might be doing a revolutionary move here. And you're right. We do have technology in today's world called CRISPR, where now you could go pick what you want out of a child. You want blue eyes, you want blonde hair. You can now finally choose to see if both parents have sickle cell. They could splice the sickle cell out of the DNA code or whatever and give you a baby with no sickle cell. So the world is moving. I'm not forcing people to move with it, but I'm just saying here's an example for the conversation.
Okay. I guess what threw me off is, look, I respect to each his own, and yeah, I mean, if this man wants to, do in vitro and whatnot with a surrogate and have his child, what threw me off was hearing and I'm, forgive me if I'm paraphrasing or if I'm taking out, but was hearing that, the dislike of a woman is so much that you don't want to even you don't want to have sex with her. That right there threw me off.
Notice you didn't hear that out of my mouth.
No. I'm just that's why I said forgive me if I'm taking out account or whatnot, but that's what threw me off, because I'm like, well, that's not normal. But yeah, if it's by choice because you can't find a partner or whatnot. I mean, I that's a little bit more in the norm spectrum of normality, I guess. But when if I was to hear somebody, no, man, I don't want to touch that because I'm getting my woo woo wet, what I mean? That's an issue. I think there's something wrong there. But if it's because you can't find a partner, or is it because you even have a medical issue yourself that you can't ejaculate or whatever the hell it is, well, then I can understand using medical science to achieve the goal of having an offspring. I can understand that.
And just to be clear, I have none of those concerns. None. I just care about my bloodline as it relates to these laws that women did not create. So I'm not blaming women. I care about my bloodline. Here where I live, my family name has been rocking for 60 years. Anybody I bring in here needs to take on this property and everything else. So I care about my bloodline. I ain't got no pipe issues. I ain't got no hate toward females. None of these things that people are saying. I'm just making a human decision to make a power move as it relates to my son and daughter and my family lineage. The fact that certain males in the Black community, because like I said, it's never women. the fact that certain males in the black community have this verbal hate for it, that's their problem. So no, I ain't got no pipe issues, none of that. You know, the chicks I deal with will tell you that. But you know, that's what we do in our male community. We call people tricks, we call people coons, we call people names because we're not used to these levels of power moves, and it's strange to us. But let's get back to the corporate conversation because we got to get that other question that was on the thing.
Just real quick, I want you to say, look, I respect it. Like, it's your life, you do as you wish and whatnot, right? I mean, that's, you know, it's probably different when there's certain aspects and norms of others that you want that, and I'm not saying in this case, but in many cases of other things where you're trying to push something on somebody that this is how it has to be and you got to accept it. And that's where I would have done in it. But I mean, hey, it's your life, you do as you wish, man. God bless you, and keep on rocking, whatever, do you.
Hey, can I ask him a question? What, when you say these laws, what laws? Because we missed, a lot of us don't have the history that you and Reg and I guess Mark got with the last show. So can you expound on what brought you to this decision? And when you say laws, what do you mean? Are you talking about the child support laws? Like, can you be more detailed? That's
It's when I saw what happened to Chief Keef the rapper. Chief Keef the
Hold
rapper.
on, bro. You listen to Chief Keef?
No.
Nothing about you told me you was listening to
I watch a lot of
I've
news.
been riding with you all night. Then you said,
I watch a lot of
I heard
news.
Chief Keef.
I haven't heard one song the brother put out, but this is important. What I saw happen was he was 16 years old dating a 32-year-old woman. And at 16, he got the 32-year-old woman pregnant. And the judge told this 16-year-old teenager that he had to pay this woman child support, but the judge refused to put the woman in jail for statutory rape. Let me let that sink in. The woman slept with a teenager, and the judge was more concerned with the state getting money than following the law of statutory rape. And I said, wait a minute, what is going on? So I started looking at the laws, and that's when I found father of record. Whoa, you mean a woman can just say Brandon is the baby, and Brandon got to fight in court to prove that he isn't the baby? What's going on? Wait a minute, Ronald Reagan law? What is that? Ronald Reagan law? You know what? I'm not even going to be part of it. Forget the prenup. I'm not even going to be part of it. So it's not about hating. It's about just strategically knowing what the market is doing and what you want to be involved with and what you don't want to be involved. We got these laws, man. And so, just like Reggie was laughing at the 16-year-old, I mean, nobody really cares about these boys and what they go through. Reggie will probably lock them up, handcuff them, and put them up underneath the jail for the statutory rape lady. So that, we guys just got to protect ourselves, and we don't have to do it by bashing women. We just got to protect ourselves without participating in that type of stuff. If you want to do it the other way, don't complain about child support. Don't complain about the women. Do it that way, or do it that way and make sure you got your lawyer game tight, or do it that way and make sure you got a prenup. But Reggie just wants us all, to do it the way.
Let's not make no personal tests. Just speak to your
No,
point.
it's fine, man.
No.
Reggie can take it because he been doing it to me this whole time. Reggie,
yeah, but look, I'm trying to get a handle on it. You ain't helping if you keep doing it though. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm trying to get the handle on it, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to move this shit forward, homie. Like this ain't the Reggie versus Mr. Research episode. I don't want that to turn into that. Like I want to hear what Megazord got to say, and that guy Eclipse as well. So I just want to be fair and keep the conversation moving. But go ahead, Reggie. Reggie cut his camera on. That nigga Reggie did 10 push-ups, cut his camera on in the same time. Let's go, Reggie.
Man, no, because I'm tripping that you come to this based off of a Chief Keef case, in which most people I know who listen to Chief Keef ain't never heard of that shit. And it's like you
never heard. Never. Can I do the drop, please?
Man, for real.
Never heard of it.
I've been waiting.
Never heard of it, and it ain't stopped Chief Keef from going out there dealing with other women. This whole thought of the whole thought that you're gonna run this situation where the woman's gonna take your kid, like you already jumping into it, looking looking for the worst in her. Like even with me, like I was even saying with Philip Bates talking about, well, it's the same thing as you not want to get married. They ain't got shit to do with none of this type of shit. I still deal with women. I still deal with my kids' mom. I'm not running away that I need to go a different method of trying to have kids rather than the natural way, the God way, which people like to reference the Bible and speak of all this stuff. It's the natural order of reproduction. It's not to think that every woman's going to hit you for child support. It's going to be all this other stuff. Like I'm basing it off of other people's situations. I mean, I don't get it. It's one thing to be observant of things, but I don't think most cases are people just being hit with child support and things like that.
How do you feel about the statutory rape charge, Reggie? About the judge not putting it through, about the DA not making it happen. How do you feel about it? Just educate me on that.
Well, for Chief Keef, I'm happy for him that he got older pussy while he was young. So I'm gonna salute him. I mean,
hold up, Reggie. See,
exactly. Thank you for exposing yourself.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Now,
Reggie don't like dudes.
Now, like dudes, so I gotta protect Chief Keef. Like Chief Keef was one to do. He's a young dude going after a 30-year-old woman. What young dude?
No, I asked you about the law. And you said you don't.
Man, I ain't caught up on that.
I ain't caught up on that. It's all good. I just asked you about what do you feel about the judge?
You ain't caught up on that, Reggie. You know, a 32-year-old dude shouldn't be fucking over 15.
He mad because Chief Keef poked his dick inside of a woman.
No, that ain't what I asked you. I asked you about the law.
I think you wanted Chief Keef to go. You wanted Chief Keef.
I asked you about the science lab, and now you keep changing it back to Chief Keef. Talk about the judge.
No, because you come to your
Reggie. I got this, Reggie, real nigga to real nigga. Take Chief Keef out of it. The age disparity. You find out, and come on, man, 33-year-old dude hollering at your 15-year-old niece or I ain't gonna say your daughter, cause I respect you. You get what I'm saying?
No, it's part of the thing that you run with, but
come on, Reggie, like you ain't feeling that shit. Fucking. I don't care what my daughter does for a living for as entertainment, whether she works on Disney or she's singing and dancing and she wears certain outfits that you think are sexy because she's on Disney or Dancing with the Stars or whatever. Man, or she's in the Olympics wearing those tight little outfits they make the swimmers wear or the gymnastics wear. Oh, well, she be wearing those outfits, so it's all good because that's what she wears for. Come on, Reggie, like. We talk about the age and what the law is. And it's a disparity with women versus men and men versus women, black versus white. Reggie, you know that. I watch your videos.
Man, I'm into the protection of
anybody but Chief
protecting young girls and as well as young men if they're taken advantage of. But I think a motherfucker like Chief Keef wasn't taken advantage of. He wasn't raping. I'm pretty sure when they went through the court thing, pretty sure it was probably something dealing with the parents. That fucking
a lot of hyperbole.
I'm gonna use hyperbole because the reason why the girl wasn't charged. I mean, this dude did research on shit. People I know who listen to Chief Keef ain't never spoke about none of this shit. And this is what draws you to want to have in vitro fertilized children. Like, come on, bro.
Good point. Like, Mr. Research, you got a good point. Bring it back
no
on.
Problem. No problem.
I'm ready to move on. That nigga tricked me. Put a case on me. That nigga tricked me. Bring us back on with Chief Keef in this situation.
Well, I move on to the next topic, but all you got to do is
bring it. No.
Yeah, he trying to move on.
No, I've been trying to move on for a while. But all you got to do is look at the case with the 32-year-old.
Man, I ain't gonna look it up. Just tell me, like in like a minute or two.
Well,
when
he burst on the scene, he had a relationship with a 32-year-old lady. That was his first kid. He got the lady pregnant. For many people, I wasn't a fan of the guy, but I was like, wow, she gonna catch a case. And then next thing I know, they forcing this dude to pay her child support, and they said nothing to her about sleeping with the young dude. And I'm like,
oh, so he was Chief Keef when she got the baby. He won't just a nigga on the block sleeping with the 30. Like he was a rich dude and the 32-year-old lady fucked him, man, the baby. Yeah. Oh hell no, that's wrong. Now that's wrong, really. That's wrong.
So when you look at the year that happened, because I had no idea who the dude was, but I watch court cases, you know, so I've got to stay up on game. And he sat up here, man, and I just for sure thought, well, that's a no-brainer. But no, they were more interested in that money. That's when I started looking up father of record. Everybody can go look that up. That's certain states that allow a woman to just say you the father, and the court will go after you without any DNA proof. Certain states have fixed that, but many states have not. So it's just a lot of stuff, man. You know, instead of being in one of these mental spaces where it's about women, and, you know, just look, I'm all about solutions. Do what you need to do to make your life as a guy the best that it can be. That way you ain't got to blame parents, girlfriends, none of that type of stuff. Make calculated cigar room decisions. And if it costs you 5, 10 G's, 20 G's, 30 G's, go ahead and drop that and keep it moving.
Shit like that. Go ahead, Clips. Real quick, Queen P, what we got? We got some smoke. Somebody disrespecting.
Man, she in the feelings.
No, you getting on my damn nerves. If I'm not talking to you,
hold on. Wait. Everybody,
I have a right to say an
wait a
opinion.
minute.
You don't have to like it, but just stop commenting. If I make a comment about somebody else, so what? It's not about you.
What
it
you
has
talking
nothing to
about,
do
Queen
with
P?
you.
I'm talking to Queen P.
I'm talking to Mike.
Okay, so y'all got some smoke.
No, because he always got something to say. Ain't nobody say nothing to you. Ain't nobody talk to you. I didn't tag your name. I didn't say your name. Why do you always got a fucking comment? Stay over there. You said all the shit you had to say in the private chat. You said all the shit in the public chat. Stay the fuck over there. I ain't saying nothing to you.
The chat is the chat. Motherfuckers gonna chat in the chat.
Okay, and that's fine. But he's already said what he had to say to me. You already made all your little comments about women. You got all this smoke every time I say something, but you can't match that smoke with somebody else. Do that.
Well, look.
If I tell you I'm not in the mood to continue with you, I'm not in the mood. If I make a comment that has nothing to do with you, stay the fuck out of it. You getting on my damn nerves. Stay the fuck out of the conversation. I got nothing to do with you.
If she mad and you know she mad, leave her alone then, bro.
I'm done, bro.
No, you ain't done. You said that earlier and you still kept talking.
I'm not.
Yes,
listen.
you tagged me. I made a comment, a general comment that had nothing to do with you. You tagged me and decided to have a conversation. Nobody said nothing to you or about you.
I got it. But look, I'm gonna say this though.
Hey, let me make a point about that Chief Keef thing because this dude
let's move forward.
failed in research.
Hey, let's move forward. Clips, don't address Queen P no more tonight. Leave her alone. And Queen P, don't address Mike no more tonight. How about that? Y'all keep y'all hands to yourself. We're gonna still ride in the same boat. We're gonna ride in this bus. And I don't like the boat. That got a negative connotation when we all in the same boat, right? But let's get through the rest of this episode. Y'all leave each other alone. We'll come back with cooler heads. Y'all know I love both of y'all and I respect both of y'all. But let's not agitate each other. You could be in the chat and you can skip somebody else's comment. But what I will say is the chat is the chat. Long as it ain't on the panel, nobody knows because we can chop this episode up. And when I chop the episode, the live chat get lost. So nobody will ever know unless you say it. Some people are riding in their car. They don't see the chat. So don't let that shit stress you out. The chat is the chat. You can ignore it or you can address it in the chat, but let's leave the chat. But also, if you're on the panel with somebody, let's not try to agitate each other. Like, let's show each other some respect, all right? That's all I'm trying to say. Let's try to show each other some love and respect. And if somebody pissing you off, let me know in the private chat what's going on because maybe I addressed it wrong because I saw it in the public chat. I thought it was somebody else. So that's a mistake on my part. But it's all love. It's all good. Queen P, I love you. Mike, is she upset? Leave her alone. And we can move forward. And that's all love.
But we ain't gonna move forward from this Chief Keef thing because this dude just made up some shit.
All right, but look, I want to play. Look, y'all niggas got me ready to. I need the Chief Keef on something right now. My damn self. Look, Reggie last night. I rolled up about I stuffed about a half an ounce of cones, nigga, of CBD though. Good CBD. Good old land of CBD. No weed, just CBD.
I want to play devil's Mark. I want to play devil's advocate with Mr. Research, just real quick, just devil's advocate. But first, you understand my stance. Like I said, you found something that works for you. That's always great. like I said, you're not forcing the masses to conform to your decision. So if you like it, I love it. But now I'm going to play devil's advocate to get your opinion. So, and I get it, right? You have explained about Chief Keef and this lady and the issue and the child support, right? We're all learning about this, you know, how people can stay the father, come for the child support. But what about if you are doing like I don't know the verbatim names for these things, but like if you get private donors or private whatever it is that you do, like the donation or are you doing surrogate? I'm sorry, I don't want to be ignorant. Are you doing surrogacy?
Yes, I did say surrogacy.
Okay, surrogacy. Okay, perfect. So what about the people and I know a lot of people's choices are usually private unless if they want like the biological parents involved or biological donors involved. But what about if you go for this private surrogacy and they come after you for child support?
Okay, great question. So I going through a company called Surrogate Roots. And this is why people really have to do research on their opinions, so that way you're just not doing stuff just the cheap route. Yes, I could save money having a relation a understanding with whoever, but yes, then that person has the ability to go back through the legal process for the kid. Going through a company, that mother is a company employee. It's a totally different concept, and you're establishing an agreement with the company the same way she's establishing an agreement with the company. If you was to do it the cheap route, then yeah, you're going to run into problems. There's been several guys who have donated sperm to women, and some of those women have came back to sue those guys for child support. So yes, there is that loophole. And see, I've dug into this so much that I understand the legality of it. And that's really important anytime you make any type of business move. Understand the legality of it. So that's the answer, ma'am. Doing it the cheap route, you would be open to civil suits and child support situations, but going through a company, it is ironclad because these are employees of the company, and
Okay.
it's a different scenario.
Okay, because I've seen articles on like, if people Google, this is for sperm donors, but people that have done private sperm donors that sued, I've seen a lot of articles on that. But then what about, and this are just, and I'm just, like I said, little devil's advocate. Let's ask some more questions here. So I know that this would be a great time for you. So what about the times that this surrogacy happens, knock on wood? We're looking at all things here because I'm looking at this article, Albany, New York, two couples that gave birth to children with a genetic defect later traced to donated eggs. So now, of course, you've done your thorough research. So you're also understanding that there's a lot of things that will also come with the fact of getting a donated eggs without ever knowing the female's history. And I understand they will write the history. In most companies, you read the history, and some people actually choose according to, I want an intelligent, a professional, an educated person, but that's on paper. But what about if the egg donor forgot to write some really important information like health? And then like this article right here, and I'm going to put it in chat, where the couple got the genetic defect on the baby from the egg donor. It says that two couples that gave birth to children with a genetic defect later traced to donated eggs won a lawsuit against a New York fertility doctor and his clinic in the state's highest court. So it's just not about genetics, right? And I think one of the interesting factors is that, and I'm not trying to, of course, I'm not trying to persuade you, but my mind's going now. But I think one of the interesting factors of not having the biological, and like I said, a lot of people do surrogacies and all this other stuff. But I think I'm thinking in my mind now, one of the things of not having that biological woman is you're not really able to really see or really get into that history of like the family. Yeah, the clinics will give you a profile of what they write, according to what people want. But what about these real possibilities of these chances, like maybe this couple in New York or even other? What do you think? Is this something you've also like considered for that?
Thank you for the question. So for the past 10 months, I've been moving slow, interviewing different ladies, interviewing different companies before I settled on surrogate roots. Uh, the it was down to two ladies. I wanted ladies who were very good at math, and we're not dealing with frozen eggs. We're dealing with live people who have live eggs. They're taking my sperm and they're introducing it to her. So we're not dealing with that part of it. Any birth is going to have the possibility of something sideways. Any birth. So you can't look at one birth more than the other birth. You're just grateful for any birth that comes through right. I think the number one thing now that I've selected a person who's very tall, I want tall kids, um, who is very good at math. Um, my thing is to prepare this kid for a great balanced life. You know, make sure the kid has enough lady interactions. I want to put the kid around, whether male or female. I want to put the kid around um, uh, uh, very great women with great decorum. You know, I want to make sure that the child for the first 10 years sees nothing but outstanding black women. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So putting them in scenarios where outstanding black women are relevant. Um, I'm going to seek out chess club, but I'm going to seek out a girls chess club because whether it's a boy or a girl, I want this child to interact with brilliant young ladies. So that way, when they start interacting with regular people, they can know the difference between the two. They don't
Okay.
just get indoctrinated with chaos and nonsense and racism and all this foolery. I want them to see as much excellent stuff as they can. So that's the responsibility as father. So that's my way of answering that question for you. We're not dealing with frozen eggs.
Mhm.
This will be live. This will be a person that's walking around and they just decide to have a baby for X amount of dollars.
Okay, and then just the last two questions. So the next question I wanted to ask was, it's not a big deal to me. I'm not this person about race and stuff like that, but I'm only asking you because I followed a African American couple when they were trying to go through this process, and they specifically said that because they ended up getting donors that were white. And they said it wasn't, they were answering to people why they had white babies. And so they said because they didn't find a selection of black donors and they had looked everywhere for the process they wanted. They wanted an open one where the kids will grow up and be in touch with the biological donors. So the first question in your case, how important is race to your bloodline? And then the second question is, when that child, what if that child, when they grow up, they want to know their biological mother? Would that be an option for them? So that's just the two.
No,
Thank
growing up for the biological mother would not be an option. Uh, this is why I say I slow rolled it. Sometimes these couples they want a fast result. So you know the couple that you talked about, we don't know what their timeline was. They wanted to have an interaction with the outside mother. Me in my research, you know that kind of plays a lot of other stuff that comes into it. I prefer to do it the way that I'm doing it, just less of drama. We can always find a mother after. Race is very important. I'm a dark skinned dude. I like dark skinned women, very dark skinned women to be exact. But I look at it from this standpoint. I just think that as black men, we got to stop complaining. Whatever our choice is, we have to stop complaining and we have to come up with solutions so where the image of us is not as the complainers or the attackers of black people. If a black person is doing something different from you and you're not attacking or causing harm, or my kid is not kicking in your door, being seen on the news, robbing nothing, then let's call it a win. But what we're in the black community doing sometimes, we're telling other people it has to be this way, regardless of you having a great outcome. That's not a fair thing. Black men are human too. And as long as we ain't attacking women, as long as we ain't and my kid ain't going crazy, then let's chalk it up as a good thing, But I guess that's why we're in the situation we're in, because sometimes we attack other black folks more than white folks attack us. It's crazy.
So I know I said I had the last question, but it keeps really like my mind keeps, having all these. So I really want to ask a question because I was watching the shows of people that were adopted and they were reuniting. And I know it's not your story, but we're reuniting with their birth parents and so forth. And I was trying to pull real quick, and I'm gonna find it after I asked this, where there's a certain percentage of people that were either adopted or with the procedures here that tend to have a curiosity of their biological parent. And I know I'd asked you, it sounds like it's going to be private to where they won't be access to the biological donor. But what if this girl is 15 and it's like, I want to know my mother, and then also, how do you plan on then telling your child about where her mother is? And how do you plan on telling her where her mother is? And what if she's adamant at a certain age in her time that I want to know who my biological mother is?
Another good question. So I plan on introducing early the fact that she doesn't have a mother, she's gone. I plan on doing that early. And once again, I plan on putting other mechanisms around. In the black community, we do this all the time. We have a great uncle, great grandfather, and nobody cares whether the father got access or not. I think it's all about making it safe for the kid at the end of the day. It's all about making the situation great for the kid. If the kid has great aunties, great mom, then it's the same discussion that we've heard for years. The only thing is you got a guy doing it. I'm glad to see more guys winning custody. I'm glad to see more guys becoming single fathers. There's actually more surrogate dudes doing this stuff than a lot of people realize. The only difference is career dudes doing it. So it hasn't trickled down to the average guy yet. And like I said, it ain't no hate. You know what I'm saying? Just don't want to be people thought prenups were weird back in the day. People thought having arranged marriages to this day is still weird. USA people think Pakistanis and Indians are weird for arranged marriages. But guess what? That's what they do.
So you're planning on telling this girl child that her mother is gone? I mean, like, have you thought about, and listen, I'm not even coming from a place of judgment. I'm really coming from a place of curiosity. And I know you've done a thorough research, but have you had a chance to talk to child therapists, psychologists, psychotherapists on just the what ifs? Because I'm just really right now, when I'm being curious, I'm coming from a
Would you
point
ask
of,
that to a woman?
huh?
Huh?
What'd you say? I didn't hear what you said.
Would you ask that to a woman as
I
well?
would. No, I would, because what I was getting ready to say is I'm asking from a point of curiosity because I was that little girl that wanted a mother. My mother was physically there, but emotionally not there. So I just remember navigating life differently in my teens. And so that's why I'm just curious. And I get it. The aunties, the grandmas are great, but there's no other feel like a biological mother, or that, or and just the curiosity, like I said, from most of the shows when I was watching the adopted stories, how they talked about, even though I grew up in this great home and this is my mom right now, which is the adoptive parents, and this is my dad, I just always knew I wasn't fitting in and I just wanted to meet my biological mother. So I'm just curious, just like for mental health, like for the
How
child. And
far
I know,
along are you? Right, I get what you're saying.
right,
Do we even know how far along in the process he is right now?
well, I'm just curious in the
Do we,
terms of
do we know
like,
that part? Do we even know that?
well, because you want to educate people. There might be a man out there that wants to do what he's doing, but I'm wondering, like, if there has been like like the professional input of, because like and I know you can expound on it, but you said I just tell them that the mother's gone, and when I hear gone, I think dead. And so, and I know that's not what you mean, but that's why I wanted to hear more being expounded on, because in the shows that I watched, some of these people were mortified. It felt like the longer they found the older they got and found out they were adopted, the more mortified they were in terms of like feeling pain of feeling like they'd been lied to their whole life and so forth. And then I've heard other people say you want to introduce an adopted child earlier on, let them know they're adopted. And like I said, your case is not adoption, but perhaps just and you obviously want to introduce to the girl like at 5 to say you're not really, you were donated. But I mean, if she gets a curiosity, a very natural, hungry curiosity of like, Dad, who's my mommy? Where is she from? We're doing a class project. How would you navigate that conversation in a healthy manner?
So give me the wig on.
So what happens? So what happens?
So what happens? Hip hop political sports show, and after this, we're gonna move forward. We gotta end the show.
What?
Yeah, we gotta end it, man.
I want to get to the other topics.
Man, I wish I was here earlier, man. We've been here for 5.5 hours, baby.
Okay,
I wish I was here earlier. Try to get here early next time. But what I will say is this: I would like to have Mr. Research on the show one day when we don't have to talk about his surrogacy plan. Like his surrogacy plan don't have to take over the show every time he appeared. Like I don't want that to be the focal point. Like if that's possible, that's all I want to say. Because I do want to hear the brother talk about other topics that's on the docket instead of making every time Mr. Research here, the show becomes about Mr. Research being a surrogate. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And y'all don't know shit about the nigga other than on YouTube.
Yeah, because there's other stuff.
He could be trolling all of us the whole time and don't took over the whole episode. Respectfully, Mr. Research, but I can't allow this to happen anymore. Like
I apologize.
If so, we're gonna make it the whole episode. We're gonna do the whole, and I'm gonna have you here from the beginning to the end, and we can do it that way. But like, I didn't get a lot of comments on a lot of things. We got discourse with some of members of the neighborhood. We ain't even talking about this right here. Like, we supposed to been talking about this part of the conversation too. You know what I'm saying? We had to get into that. We were supposed to talk about this right here with the sister right here. This is. Do y'all know who this sister is and who this guy is?
Is that Jamil?
Nope. Next, anybody else?
That's Stevie J and his auntie.
Nope. Anybody else? Megazar, go for it.
Never heard of it.
Megazar.
Never heard of it.
Matter of fact, Queen P know who these people are. Go ahead, Queen P. Who are these people? Power couple. Come on, you know them. Girl behind the mics. Come on, girl behind the mic. Who is this?
I don't know them.
I knew the other couple that you saw that you brought up, but
I
this
bet you
two
do.
here.
I bet you do. HLD, who is this lady? Do you know who this lady is?
That's Celia Cruz and Tito Puente.
Never heard of it.
Clips, who is this lady? And who is this man?
Man, that right there, there's Jamie Foxx's stunt double. And we got over there, I don't know who the hell she is. She got some
Never heard of it. Boy, Reg, who
Black
is
Miss
this
Santa
lady?
Claus.
Who's this lady?
Gina, and then the doctor of surrogacy.
Never heard of it.
This is actually Courtney Kim. She is behind Power. Y'all ever heard of the show Power? Power.
Is she the writer?
Ghost. She's the producer, the co-writer. She's the creator. Like, this is her baby. Power is her baby. It's more of her than anything. It's more of her than 50 Cent. It's Courtney Kim. This guy right here, he was in Power. Do y'all remember him? He was one of the actors. He was one of Tommy's goons named 2-Bit or some shit like that.
Never watched of it.
Yeah, I ain't never watched Power yet.
He said never watched of
Never
it.
watched of it. Never heard of it.
But you get what I'm saying? She ended up dating one of the young actors. That's his boo. That's his girl. She run the show. She the producer, the creator. She's one of the writers. Like, this is her baby. She's the Power queen. Okay.
So he works for her.
Yeah, he was an actor.
Oh, we got
Yeah,
we
he
got
was
a
an
Me-
actor,
do we got a
yeah.
Me Too thing going on here?
It's a Me Too that worked out. No different from Joe Scarborough. And
kinda
what's Joe Scarborough co-host on that morning show?
Mika presents.
Yeah, Mika. Yeah, Joe Scarborough and Mika. It's a Me Too that worked out. But look, we got all good things must come to an end, even this show. I love y'all. I wish we can do this forever, man. I hate we spend so much time on the surrogacy conversation. Shout out to the sister right here as well, and her journey. Shout out to Jada Pickett Smith, August Alsina, wherever you at. This didn't work out for you. I remember this picture of Claire Huxtable. It don't seem like a lot, but when you see it, you just see a black woman cooking. But this is a lawyer. This is an image of beauty. She's attached to one of the most iconic shows ever. But most people don't look at themselves being able to marry a Claire Huxtable. Or some women might say, hey, once you're at a Claire Huxtable status, nigga, you better be Cliff. But even if you are Cliff, nigga, I'm not about to be in there cooking. We better be in here. We better have a Jeffrey in here. Like, they didn't have a butler like Jeffrey. You get what I'm saying? They both still did the cooking and cleaning. The kids did the cooking and cleaning. He's a doctor. She's a lawyer. Now, some would say, well, that was the price of living in New York at the time. I get the jokes. But what I'm trying to say is we got to understand that life is different. Life is going to take us all down different paths, different trials and tribulations. We all ain't got the answers. But one thing we all got to agree on is dreams require sleep. Goals require effort. I want you guys to go out there and get your goals. And I'm going to continue to get mine. As always, my guests will get the last word. Anybody, any takers? Final thoughts, 2 minutes or less on everybody, please.
I'll do my final thought. Yeah, my final thought is, man, this is a great discussion. It's all about just having a discussion. You know, we could talk Putin and China.
You said we could talk Putin and China. Go ahead.
We could talk Putin, China, what's going on there. We could talk about how Bitcoin is now being taxed when everybody swore up and down it wouldn't. I told people ultimately it's going to get taxed. We could talk about so many other things that affect our community and how our children can benefit. You know, at the end of the day, no matter what people like or don't like, how are we going to help these grandchildren advance? Because these other families are buying up the black community, squeezing blacks out of career jobs. And if black folks don't wake up, they're going to see their kids looking at them like they're the enemy and everybody else is progressing.
All right, appreciate it, Mr. Research. Thanks for pulling up. Let me let Megazar get in before we do all these final thoughts. Megazar didn't even get some of his main points off right here at the end. Go ahead, Megazar. You got anything else you want to add before we give everybody final thoughts? Because you can make your point, and then I can let everybody else get their final thoughts, and then we'll come back to you, and you can get your final thoughts.
Well, I mean, just basically, me listening to the brother, me hearing the brother out, and just trying to listen more so than speak. If it's a leverage move, if it's him being strategic and wise about it, for his thing to always be in his family, not something that I would do, but I can't knock his decision. Like me hearing him clearly, like me listening to him clearly, is pretty much based on making sure that the moves that he made, his children benefit from it completely. That it's not any segue to anything other than that. He didn't say anything that I had a problem with. He did say something that I wasn't keen on. And that was when he said that when they're around brilliant people and when they're around regular people. And my thing is, how are we judging brilliant from like how are we judging brilliant?
They got to play chess, like he said. They got to play chess.
Well, those are regular people. Because
No. They brilliant if they play chess.
No, they regular.
Dumb ass niggas playing football. Y'all don't know shit.
I'm just saying,
Mr. Research. I'm joking. I'm being facetious. But
I'm just saying, like once we get to toe and nose lines, brilliant and regular. How are we judging brilliant and regular? Through what scope?
Playing chess. He already told you they got to play chess.
I'm saying why he wants. I know why he wants them to play chess because life is chess. I get it. I understand the gist of what he's saying. But Kanye West is Kanye West is brilliant. Kanye West is brilliant, but he do below regular nigga shit. So I'm just saying, like when we started using that language to determine human beings based on acquisition, brilliance to me is me choosing wisely in who I marry. You know what I'm saying? Like vetting her like you know what I'm saying, like he doing. That's brilliant to me. Us putting our head together to come up with a plan for these children. You know what I'm saying? Like that's brilliant to me. That ain't no shot at you, brother. Like don't think I'm just.
No, it's not. No.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm just saying once we like. You didn't get a chance to really dive into that, and that's the only thing that bothers me in our community. Once we start deciding if this person's upper echelon because of this or this person not because of this, that's the only thing that bothered me with what you said. I had no problem with what you said.
Let me just say this: it's not about brilliance.
Let him finish, Mr. Research. Like you cutting him off. He been quiet all night. Go ahead, Megazord.
You said I had no problem with what you said. Like I was listening from a point of you being a strategist. You being wanting to create your narrative now that you have the tools to create that narrative, and that's how I was listening to you, and that's what I was judging based on, not judging, but pretty much gathering my intel. So I would just say my last words tonight will be in everybody's community, it's the people in their community that's harshest on them. We just don't know when to come together. And I think that's our biggest point, because we've been affected so much by this system that we actually take instead of having our own differences, and we settle our differences in the public where everybody else don't. And I think because we've been so affected with how our journey and our sojourn in this country has gone, I think that more so than anything, us coming together to just hear each other out is the start of how we cure all our problems. Us together is the only way we're gonna solve any of our neighborhood community problems. And that's just my piece.
Go ahead, Mr. Research. What was you trying to say? I was trying to let
So
him finish.
if I said brilliant, I do apologize. I think we as men have to be stoic and calculated. I don't think there's a thing of who's smarter and who's not. Smart is just your ability to recall information. That's all smart is. So if I'm led you to believe that, no, it's not about brilliance. It's about we have to be slow to respond, and we got to be calculated in how we make moves rather than instant reactionary and verbally bombastic. That hasn't helped us out. That's what I want to clear
up. I agree 100%. Sound like you talking about being on code, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, even if I don't agree with you, I'm not going to speak on you, because
right.
Your image and my image are linked.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I agree with you 100% then, brother.
Let's pass it around. Anybody got anything else? Final thoughts, everybody.
Yeah, my final thoughts on this is I agree with that Mr. Researcher's point on stoicism and men being more stoic in their approach, meaning especially for a man of color, you really can't, you're not allowed to show emotion. And I know it doesn't seem fair in this time that's so expressive and people are being more outward with their introverted self, and explaining what their triggers are and talking about their traumas and things. A man really can't do that. And so I do, once again, I say it to you again, Mr. Research, I do think that what your approach is very revolutionary. I think that's why sometimes it does hijack these gender conversations when you interject, is because, yeah, you are definitely, not, no pun intended, you're thinking outside the box. But it's like these are things that people really have to consider, because I think we have to, because they're not they already being considered by the other gender. We are in a place where, like you said, we can't disagree with each other without getting very bombastic. We have these huge overreactions that you can't pull back. And when dealing with male and female relationships, I personally feel we're in a society where just our basic male-female interactions, even in the case of a conversation, because somebody doesn't agree with you, it becomes a personal thing. And it's all love. There'll be no personal attacks on my part, what I'm saying, towards anybody. but that can't be said. And a lot of times that's just written off as, oh, she's a woman, she's in her emotions. And honestly, to all my females out there, I'm giving you all the love and benefit of the doubt. I think you're better than that. I think that actually cheapens and lessens you when we keep acting like women cannot act beyond their emotions, especially when it comes to things like our roles as male and females when it comes to raising our children. I believe the more we do that, the more we perpetuate this niggerism that America put it in us. You know, it's not a competitive thing. It's not a challenge. Just because somebody doesn't agree with you doesn't mean they're in opposition of you. And that doesn't mean that, oh, I'm mad at this person. And, you know, because we got the same people who have that energy who now they have a child and, oh, I'm mad at this person, and they'll take the child. Just as crazy as you think Mr. Research is for considering raising a child without the woman, we have normalized women raising children without the men. And even when we know that it's not always the man's fault, where do we always put the blame? And that's no attack against women. That was just the whole base of my conversation. That was my whole base of this conversation this night. It was like when we talk about when a woman gets money and a man gets there, like you know, many of us said that should not be the point. But that is the point. Why? Because there is this weird energy that is not being addressed. That as a man, no, you've got to kind of fall back, take the higher road, be cool. But we are not really holding many of our women to that same standard of feelings aren't facts. You may have felt a certain way, but you know, when you start going about it this way, you're just because you have a point is not the point. And now you're just somebody arguing. Now you're just somebody yelling. But now you could do things where you could take the baby. You could, there's not a man that's married or in a domestic situation who isn't under constant threat of somebody's mood changing and his world being upended needlessly. And that's not right.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. God willing, shit, I'm gonna be here 10 years from now. I'm gonna check in with Mr. Research and see what's going on. Be like, how's Junior doing? You know what I'm saying? Or how's baby girl doing? Hey, look, she's #1 in the country in chess. I'm like, okay, that's dope. That's Bobby Fischer. Okay, but look, man, she can do this and she can do that. Or he can look. We're gonna tap in with the brother. Shit, we probably can't tap in with him too much because he's gonna be busy. You know what I'm saying? So, I think this is truly remarkable. It's true. It's different. It's phenomenal. Like, it don't have to be good. It don't have to be bad. But it is different. It's unique. I don't want to call it some weirdo shit. I don't want to say it's gay. Just say it's not what you're used to. But who are we to judge? Let's see how it plays out for them. You know what I'm saying? Because I know a lot of us had parents, and our parents wasn't that good sometimes. Or we had people that was in charge of watching us in school. They didn't watch us in school, or the bus driver letting niggas get jumped on the butt. Like, you got people that are who are charged with custody of you, even in church, like all kind of leadership positions. This man really wants to have his child. He got his own path. I'm all for it. I'm gonna check in with him, see how it work out. Let's everybody else give me their final thoughts on any and everything we talked about. Where we at with it? Go ahead, Reg. Got it or what?
Yeah, man.
You know I love you, bro, but you're my brother, man. But come on, man. Like, don't go full barbershop on them.
But I'm trying not to. But I don't agree with.
Be fair, Reggie, because you know what I'm saying. The world is watching.
All right, I just say, man, don't y'all ever have an opinion on Caitlyn Jenner? That's all I gotta say. The topic, man, I'm so lost on the damn topic. See, he came on here to bring
right here.
He came on here to bring that shit up, man. We was on some other shit, and I done forgot the whole damn topics.
I think you brought it up. Well, who brought it up?
No, I didn't.
I might have brought it up.
Yeah, Reggie. No, you brought it up as soon as you seen him.
I didn't.
You would do shot.
Yeah, you shot a shot. Yeah.
No, because all I wrote in the chat when you was bringing something up, I'm like, oh, this is the dude who was pushing the surrogacy thing. I wasn't even on yet.
I think you was up there, Reggie, and I might have said, Mr. Reggie, you were like, yeah, so, like you shot it, you unmuted your mic, you shot a shot, right?
No, I was downstairs in the kitchen.
Reggie, you did, Reggie. You know I love you, Brody.
when y'all came to me, when y'all came around to me, because the
It was all
conversation
tight,
had
my
already
nigga.
started up. No, y'all started the conversation up, and
Clip
I had to
said,
make my
Clip said,
statement.
I'm on point.
Nigga, he just walked into the club. You hit him with the Charlie Murphy, man. I'm telling you.
It was Charlie Murphy. Can I do it? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as he walked in, he saw Clips. He was like, you nigga. Yo, respectfully, Rich. You kind of did go in there. But keep in mind,
No, I went in when I jumped on. Y'all took us away from the conversation was
but
having.
nobody made no jokes about him and talked about the situation too much. Like Reggie, you was here because as soon as you said something, that's what made me say like Mr. Research, blah blah blah, and I kind of did a prelude because you was here and said something. Hold on, I'm on point right here. You said
I
something.
said something. I wrote something in the chat when you was talking to him. I'm like, oh, this the dude with the surrogate shit.
Oh, okay. So you did bring it up though.
No, I was in the chat.
Okay, fair enough.
But like I say, ain't nothing I'm gonna push. I'm gonna push
we're gonna push poking.
I'm gonna push reproduction. Find you something, stick it in there, and if y'all don't work out, take care of the baby. Y'all be friendly to one another, and it's just as simple as that. Then what was the topics though?
Oh man, y'all know y'all niggas brought up Will and Jada, nigga. You know how this show go on Friday night, man. It's a long show, man. This topics usually are just a baseline of where we gonna start. Where we end at, who knows? Sometimes it's breaking beats, man. At the end of the day, it's business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, and anything else you and I feel like talking about. So we kind of went from there. We was talking about a man says women, high earning women are less attractive. Who wants you if you achieve those good things, such as education and a high paying job? And then we played the full audio and got in context. And what they were saying is they still said the same shit though, because he said this after they said all the other things, where basically you who wants you like you devalue yourself. And so we talked about that, and also we were supposed to be getting into who is responsible for the damage in our community. The parents, lack of education and jobs. Is it the government getting crack in your neighborhood? Racial inequality, personal accountability. All of these things are things that we talked about tonight. Reggie, give me your final thoughts on any and everything, sir.
Yeah, I think I can't focus, man. This man, hold on. Hey, come back to me, man. God damn.
Go ahead, HOD. This nigga Reggie, man, is an asshole. Go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead, HOD. Can you be professional, HOD? Close this out, man. Niggas out here talking about pushing P. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean, HLD, when they pushing P? Pushing penis? The bitches out here pushing pussy? You pushing,
I guess it's
what is
subjective,
pushing
bro.
P?
Subjective.
HLD, you pushing P?
I'm smashing P. And pushing P. Yeah, I mean, you know.
Bro, I don't even know.
You gotta have both to make it work. So
man, y'all gotta end this show tonight, man. I got some YouTube shorts I'm about to do. I'm about to be the YouTube short king over here, man. I got some shorts I want to chop up. Man, y'all niggas got me rolling, man. Go ahead, HLD, close this shit out.
Well, I'm just gonna close it out. Probably close it out, and I think on the to me, which is the most important topic, which was that poll that you pull up. You know, I
and Puerto Ricans and Puerto Ricans ain't the same as Mexican. That's the most important thing.
Nah, it's all good. All the same, man. Look.
Cuban. I said Cuban. Puerto Ricans ain't Cuban. Yeah, that nigga started Ugas. I was like, maybe he Cuban. Like, why is he rooting for Ugas?
But yeah, I think on the more serious topic on that poll that you had up, or the survey. Look, I mean, speaking probably from the side of the minority community. Look, we all have our hills. We're all dealt our cards, be what they may be. Some have it steeper than others. Some don't have any. But we can't be focused on and why we got them, but we got to focus on how we're gonna get over this motherfucking hill, and that's what we got to do. You gotta, and I'm talking probably at the point of our community as adults. I mean, we can talk about from, from where it starts from. It starts from home, but as adults, yeah, we all have our hills, man, and some have it bigger than others. But what you gonna do? You think we got it? We got a steep hill? Come on, man. Our ancestors had a fucking steep hill. Our ancestors had a steep hill. If Jack Johnson was able to fucking overcome it, if Frederick Douglass was able to come it, who was a slave, who didn't even know how to fucking read, who then became a fucking newspaper writer, who then ended up being in the White House advising. Come on, man. I heard this earlier before, man. This is easy work now, man. You gotta stop the fucking complaining and just get to work. Let's fucking overcome. That's the way I see it. We can't be worrying about everybody else. Just worry about yourself. Let's see what I gotta do. What the fuck can I do? What can I do for my family? And I promise you, you'll see you'll overcome it all if you want to. But it's what you want to do. What you're gonna do. That's all.
This nigga HAD attack on that shit. HAD, I need you to do an album intro or interlude. Like that shit sound like some Les Brown shit right there at the end, bro. That was some motivational speaker. Like what's Denzel? What's the movie when he played the football coach? That's some Any Given Sunday. Like, man, pull yourself up by your bootstraps type shit. HOD. Some people ain't gonna like that part of it. Maybe that was a bad analogy right there at the end, but for the most part, I get everything you said. Absolutely. Like you guys don't live in that Jim Crow era. Ain't nobody spraying you with a water hose to keep you from voting, nigga, or running for office. Nobody burning no crosses in your yard. Just stop shooting whack ass campaign commercials, and you'll get better votes. Reggie, let me see. I shouldn't have said that part. Queen P, girl behind the mic. Y'all want to give me your final thoughts on anything, ladies? I love y'all. I love y'all so much. Thank y'all. Man, look, we can't do a relate. Let me do this. Shout out to the queens, man. Girl behind the mic. Queen P. What you guys bring to the conversation. Look, we're going to get heated. We're going to disagree sometimes. And I appreciate and I respect you sisters for being candid and like just being so direct. I know we get passionate sometimes and we have personal experiences. And I want to personally say with the utmost sincerity, like girl behind the mic, I apologize for anything that any man or any person has ever did to you, like, and for you sharing that story with us tonight. I think that speaks volumes, and I appreciate you and I respect you and I love you, my sister, and I want you to know you always got a home here. And I apologize that you even had to experience that, and thank you for sharing that story with us. And I hope and I pray and I wish that somebody can learn something from that and they can move forward and it'll help them heal. You feel me? So give me your final thoughts on everything we talked about, girl behind the mic.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I've learned a lot today. Thank you, panel. Thank you, chat. Shout out to marqnash. And my mind was blown away by the conversation about whether if it was parents or the government system or what was the fourth one that I picked?
Right. We got to do this one again, right?
Yes, that one.
We got to really stay like this. We can't
Personal
split this
accountability.
Yeah, we can't split this into a topic. I don't feel like we cover no ground on this.
Right. And so I definitely learned a whole new perspective on the personal accountability. And I loved everyone's views because it opened my eyes as the roles of parents and also the effects of the lack of education and jobs. And then the part the government and racial inequality plays in communities. And then we had Will, Jada, and August. They're over there. Learned a lot there too. I loved hearing the male's perspective on things. And then we heard earlier about the woman, if from the one show there with the guys talking about, you know, a woman may be unattractive, I guess, if she has a masked success. And so I also learned a lot, that it's not really just about, I mean, it's a lot that to unpack there. It's just not the success, and that not all women are really just after, if they're super successful, they're not after just a super successful person. I learned that hearing about how easier it is for some men that have amassed success. They have more options than women that do not. And then somebody opened my eyes to that. I didn't think about that, about the, well, we don't want to use the word pressure, I learned, but just about the push, the drive, I guess, that some Black women get while they're in the homes. And so thank you all. It's been a very informative time, and I learned a lot more about Mr. Researcher's journey. So, like everyone else, I want to see where it goes. And like everything else, I love everyone on the panel, and I love everyone in the
I want my
chat.
book. I want my books, and I can't
Yes.
shut the shipping. like whatever I got to do to speed it up. You say give me a couple weeks.
Yeah,
Like
they
you
say
got
to be
Amazon
shipping.
Prime. I got Amazon Prime. Like shoot, like how
Yeah, my husband has Amazon Prime, but my author account is connected to mine, and I'm not signing up for Prime. So yeah, it'll come by like April 4th or
So
6th,
y'all
and then I'm
separate but equal. Hold on. So y'all separate but equal over there, huh?
we separate, but no, listen, no, listen. When it comes to that Prime, I just put stuff in my cart. You know what I'm saying, in his account, but it's just the way that my author page connects straight to my Amazon, and I refuse
I
to
got a
pay
whole
for
skit
Prime.
about that. He was like, you know, where my checking and savings
It's set up.
So he don't get none of your Arthur money. That's what you got set up. He can't get
Exactly.
your Arthur money. That's your
Not
money.
yet. Not
Okay,
yet.
I
But
see.
he's gonna benefit. He benefits on the back end. He benefits on the back end always.
Oh, he get the back end money like Errol Spence. Look at her. See, she keeping up with the Boston talk. Shout out to the Queen, Carmen Serene. She said, peace, Marqnash. Great show this evening. My sister, I hope you enjoyed it. Look, this has been let me give it a $5 drop. Let me give it a $5.
I got 5 on it, 5 on it.
Man, I love doing these kind of shows, man, just to switch the pace up from just talking about boxing and hip hop all the time. And I couldn't do a relationship topic without girl behind the mic, Queen P. Shout out to Nick Rich. Shout out to you as well, Carmen Serene. This is a neighborhood conversation. And like I said, this shit right here was sent to me, and this the first thing I saw, and I was like, false. High earning women less attractive, false. You know what I'm saying? Who wants you if you achieve these things, false. And I look, as a man, and as I got triggered, you know what I'm saying? Because I've always dated educated women, and I always thought education was attractive. I thought it was sexy. Like I said, Aunt Viv comes to mind, dark skin Aunt Viv, respectfully. You know, dark skin Aunt Viv was like, she wasn't just a homemaker. Remember, Aunt Viv, she was a PhD at damn stuff. She went in there and taught school when the kids' teacher quit, because they helped with the teacher, made them quit. Remember that? And Aunt Viv came in there and taught Black history. Will and them thought that shit was a joke. Like, yeah, man. Shout out to Aunt Viv, man. Both of them. But I kind of went on a tangent. Somebody save me, please. Somebody save me, please. Let's end the show.
Yeah, I'll go out. But yeah, man, good show, man. The topic, going back to Megazards, that was the last point where we went to the last show about where he doesn't see us making any immediate changes in the near future. And I'd say that over the course since post-slavery that we have had made several changes. Collectively, it's not always been that way, but we have found those who have received the proper parenting, the proper amount of accountability, the use of resources in a way they should have been used, and ignoring all the chatter when it comes from racism that is there to just interfere and distract them, to pull them away from dreams and their full potential. But we have made it to very high levels, and it's just unfortunate, very small percentages of people that are, you know, taking these pursuits and even attempting it. But there is a way. There's nothing that anyone can do to stop us if we're organized or just collective. It ain't like you got to be led by any one group. but you just know how to move autonomously. You know what to do. You know how to educate yourself. And even when it was brought up about names and not having this, even with language being lost, language is not a determinant of failure. It doesn't stop you. A name is just a name. A language is just a language. But there's other things that move societies economically, and you just have to learn them, regardless of what the name is, regardless of what traditions have been lost. If they're lost, they're lost. But you have to find your way. Otherwise, if you harp on that, you remain lost. But there are a lot of Black folks who succeed in this world, and this is path. Like HOD was saying, all the struggles, the true struggles, have been by those before us who have put up the fights and even stood in the way of these systems, real deeply racist systems, and they stood in the way. They stood out in the forefront. It's just unfortunate that there's a large group of our folks who tend to not want to, you know, who don't even want to attempt to even try at this system. But once you put in the efforts, it's nothing no one can do. We find ourselves in here making money in this system. Everything doesn't just keep us down in this world. And it is a competitive world. You got to learn how to compete in it. That's my thoughts on it.
Oh man, this was good, man. Anybody got anything else? I just want to make sure everybody got everything off they want to say, because this is, like I said, man, I really love having these kind of conversations. And there's always you know, it's give and take. You never know where it's gonna go. You get what I'm saying? But go ahead. Anybody got anything else? Anybody? La-di-da-di, everybody.
Man. Just, I really do. I love what HLD said, and I really do think
you know what HOD stands for, right? You know what HOD stands for, right?
I have no idea. What does it stand for?
He loves dudes.
Oh man.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Man, he put that jacket all on your back like it's yours, man. He said, "Here you go, buddy.
The show was going so good, bro. Come on.
Fuck, I almost jumped off my chair like Mike Tyson did when Charlo was running. I'm like, God, what the hell? No, man.
Yo, Mike was getting upset. Mike was like, "Arr!" Like Mike was visibly frustrated with this guy. Like, and he was like, okay, whatever. Let's change the subject. God is good. I'll praise the Allah. So I got a marvelous co-host here. I was like, this nigga Mike. he might want to fight this dude. He was like, say his names, call him a bitch or something. Mike trying to tell him how to sell the fight. He's like, Mike, it ain't like that. Mike like, nigga, I outsold y'all in my prime, and I outsold y'all with Roy Jones. I outsold y'all with another 50-year-old man. Like, don't tell me I don't know how to promote a fight. Fucking Mike Tyson, nigga. I'm selling. Look, Mike Tyson selling ear edibles. Y'all seen that shit?
Yeah, yeah.
Mike Tyson is selling weed edibles, and they shape like ears, little ears. With a bite out of it. They call Mike bites, nigga.
Man, the hustle.
Yeah, man, the ultimate hustler. Mike Tyson is convicted of a rape charge. Never forget that. And been able to have a functional life in society. And people just be like, I don't believe that shit. That bitch gave Mike the pussy. And just keep it moving. Kobe didn't rape that bitch. You know what I'm saying? Some people, you just be like, I don't believe it. And it's your perception, the way people look at you, they don't think you did it. Cosby, Mike, I disagree with you on that. You lost some people early in the chat because Cosby is on camera saying, yeah, I gave some bitches some pills without their knowledge.
But here's the thing before we go there. He was talking about 1960. He was not.
No. He was talking about that bitch that he did that settlement with, because that's what they convicted him on.
I'm gonna send you the PDF. I'm gonna send you the PDF file with all three of them.
No, I want to see that video, that deposition video.
I'm gonna send you the depositions, all three of them.
Okay, but Cosby is on record saying, "Yeah, I gave bitches pills, or I put something in their drink without their knowledge."
Wait
He
until
just gave her a little Jello pudding pop.
Wait until you read the deposition. They asked him, did he do that in 1960? He said yes. He was not saying 2005, but you got to read it.
But regardless, you still did it. You gave somebody something without their knowledge.
I mean, but look at it from this standpoint. People was popping mollies a couple
Yeah,
of years.
they pop Molly. Look, what they own. Look, popping Mollies and slipping a Molly is different.
Okay.
Giving passing a blunt to somebody versus passing somebody a blunt and you putting cocaine, Molly, weed, whatever you put in it. That's not the same thing. I can't look. We ain't gonna act like that ain't what it is.
I hope I'm not hearing justification.
Yeah, you drugging a bitch, bro. It ain't. Well, it was in the 60s. Everybody was doing cocaine. Look, I know I'm doing cocaine. If I'm sniffing a line, if you give me a cup of pop, because then they call it pop or something back in the day. Then they call it soda pop or something. Pop. Like if you give me a cold pop or like my G, I just want the soda. I want a bottle of water. I just want champagne. You take away my power of choice once you put it in my drink without my knowledge.
Facts.
And I don't give a fuck what year it is. That's just me. That's just me. But that's it though. Damn man, we still going. Look, I thought I was gonna get some YouTube shorts recorded. Now I still can't. Anybody got anything else? Man, I wish y'all would pull up earlier, man. Mr. Research, make sure you got that notification bell lit, man, because we're gonna do more of these relationship talks, and I want you involved because I respect your opinion and you speak from a genuine place. And I promise, next episode we are not gonna get into no surrogate talk. I don't want it.
Yeah, appreciate that. Quick question, boxing related. What's going on with the promoters, man? Why are the promoters? You got so many boxers, man.
Man, don't be trying to flex on those now like you want to do some boxing talk.
Now.
Right. Like this nigga trying to get into some boxing talk. Like
no. It's just a quick question about the
promoters. That ain't no quick question, HOD.
Okay.
That was what about the promoters? How much time you got, buddy?
HOD, he baiting me in because he knows the
Yo, man, we'll be here till 12 o'clock.
And look,
I'll come early next time.
On the weekend, man, I'll do a 7 in the morning, bro. I'll go to 6 and 7 on the East Coast because especially because my daughter go get her hair braided on the weekend. My mother-in-law come over. She does the floors, the whole full family shit. Like, man, she'll pick the baby up, take my grandbaby off. She'll come in here, cook some food for us. She'll clean up the kitchen. Like, she just like Florida Evan. Not what was the maid on the Jefferson? Who was the maid on the Jefferson? Florence. Florence, bro. She go full Florence mode. And I'll be like, mom-in-law, you ain't got to do all of that. Like no. So sometimes I fuck with her. Like, she'll come over. She come over. I got the house spotless. Me and my wife got the house spotless. She be like, shoot. She'll sit there, play with the baby for a minute, be like, well, I'm about to go. I'm like, damn, like, you want to, it's like she can't sit still, homie. Like, she need to do something. I was like, so the last time she came over, she was like, well, the everything, y'all got everything all folded or all the laundry done. I ain't got nothing to do. I was like, yo, get them baseboards, nigga. I gave her the bucket. I said, you work on these baseboards, mom-in-law. She said, niggas suck my. No, I'm joking. Nah, but she ain't do the baseboards though. But I was trying to get her to do them baseboards. I was like, shit, you want to stay busy? Scrub a dub, nigga. Shit, go clean the chandelier in the dining room. Wipe the light bulbs off or the window sills. But she just gotta stay active, homie. Like, she always cooking and cleaning, bringing us food, or she's just a godsend. She's a good woman. And she just always trying to come over and make our life easier. And it's just like, I appreciate my mom-in-law, but damn, man, I be feeling bad. I was like, damn, your mom on the way. Let me wash these dishes real quick. Like, I be feeling inadequate. I'm like, I don't want your mom to see no dish in here. Let me wipe the stove off. You know what I'm saying? Because if not, she gonna come over and start getting the cleaning. And I just want her to enjoy the grandbaby, kicking with your daughter. Like, let's watch a movie. Let's relax. You know what I'm saying? Let's chop it up. Shoot, take the baby for a walk. You can do something, but I don't want you to start. I was like, damn, like, is our shit that messy? Like, so she come in.
Sometimes they got this thing called sundown, where as people get older, they want to be relevant. So, a lot of people who work with their hands like working with their hands. A lot of people who work with their brains like getting off into some work. So they want to be relevant. I struggle with my mother. My father died recently. So I struggle with my mother, making sure that she stays, keeps that brain going. keeps has
So
progress.
I shouldn't stop her from doing this. Let her clean up.
Yeah,
Well, I
nah, you gotta
understand.
get.
I understand you don't want her to clean up, but if that's how she wants to stay relevant, you got to let her do it. Other than that, you don't want her to look. I asked my mother, did she want another car? She said no. The other car went out. I said, are you sure? I just buy your car. She said no. Now that she don't have that car, now a part of her is wanting to do something, but still not wanting to do that. You know what I'm saying? And
What you
and,
mean?
and
Like she don't want to ask you for a car now, or what?
no. She doesn't want to. Now that that's gone, she doesn't want to advance herself no more. And I kind of regret not getting another car because even though I try to give it to her now, she just don't want it. She don't want to take her license no more. She just kind of
How old
like
is she?
80 something.
Oh yeah, she only want to drive. That shit probably give her like shock.
Yeah, everything is a shock for her because things are changing, and like I told her, I said,
She don't know her way around no more. Like she got to use the GPS and look.
oh no, she know her way around. It's just that there's something in her that's kind of like slowing it down, and I fear that she's gonna slow it down too much. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Bless her heart. Mr. Researchers, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like what you're saying is I know I mentioned this to you a couple times, Mark, but I know a thing that really bugged me out when I first got involved with masonry was I'd be in the lodge and you'd have a lot of older lodge brothers. These brothers are in their 80s, their 90s, and these dudes look good. They sharp as a razor. They just, their minds are alert, and they get do something like they work on cars or they gardening. And then after a few years, you see the kids talk about of working on their cars or gardening, and you'll notice that he just like I believe that's what Mr. Research is alluding to. They just don't want to advance forward. Like he's coming to meetings now, and this was the dude who would give the long, eloquent speeches and lectures, and you see like his mind slipping, like he's just not, his focus ain't there. And then within a year or two, the brother's in a home, or we got to give this brother, his last rites. And to where like by the time I was like 5 years in, I really started realizing, and then plus things I encountered as a habilitation aid for the elderly is that sometimes when people get to that stage in life, that sundown stage, you got to kind of let them have their things because it's their little things. Look at Tony Bennett, he's got all this Alzheimer's and everything, but because he still sings his songs, Lady Gaga goes, all these people come in, they play with him, just hang out in his house and just sing all day. He's still kind of functional. You take away his music and, he's probably somebody who would really need care.
Right. It's the little things. It's the little things. So you want to keep trying to advance them. I actually snuck a therapist on my mom, and just said she was a friend, just to make sure she had somebody that she could share her ladylike situations with. Because all her friends are gone. So
Hold
just little
on.
stuff.
Hold on. Break that down for me. So how old were you and how old were your mom? How old was your mom and how old was the therapist that you kind of like? How do you do that? Like, I'm having a Joe Rogan moment right now. Like, how does that work? HLD, you feel me? Like, this is like that's a Joe Rogan question. Like, wait a minute.
So I work in medical billing.
This is how Joe Rogan would do it. Like, wow. So you snuck a therapist?
Yeah,
your mom. Wow. How does that work?
So first of all, you have to vet people and make sure that it's going to be for your mom. Second, you can't discuss anything that they discuss with you because that's not what it's about. Because they got a patient privilege type of thing. And so when my father died, I hired this lady for like $100 for $100 for the hour, and she drove over and she just sat with my mom, counseling her about things, and just let her get a lot of stuff off her chest, whatever that may be. And afterwards, like 3 weeks later, I just asked my mom, "How was it talking to?" So, oh yeah, I felt real good, But so sometimes people need that stuff, even though they say they don't want it. And, you know what I'm saying? We all got stuff that we deal with, man, and it's kind of like the solutions I came on here on your channel about. We got to have solutions for our lives because sometimes we get stagnant. I got friends who are real stagnant. They done moved way out, got nice houses, but they miscalculated. Ain't nobody around. You know what I'm saying? And then they constantly want those of us who don't live out there to come visit them. So a lot of times people make miscalculations in life, and they need to have these type of things uh, to recenter them. Doesn't mean nothing wrong with them. It just means sometimes people need a secret place that's not church, that's not family, not friends, for them to just go dump their stuff out professionally.
Mm. Perfect. Perfect way to take us on right there. I think that's what we're going to get into the next episode when we break this down. We're going to talk about, instead of just jumping right, keep trying to, because we'll never get to the end of this question. You feel me, HOD Clips, girl behind the mic? Who's to blame? Who's responsible? Fuck all of that. We ain't going to never agree on that. Let's start focusing and trying to, and that's going to change right there per generation, demographics, ethnicity. You feel me, HOD?
Absolutely, I do.
We need solutions. Let's do the solution show. Instead of saying who's to blame, next episode, let's talk about the solution, because we 2 episodes in, and we can still build on this. But we all agree, all of these things are right, Clips. All of these shits are interchangeable. It can start with parents, because your parents help you with your education. Your parents help you respect other people's race and be racial sensitive. Some people are racial insensitive. We all understand what privilege is, whether it's black privilege, white privilege, or whatever. We all have our privileges. You get what I'm saying? But also personal accountability. And it all goes back down to parenthood. And all these things are interchangeable and intertwined. It depends on how you spit your bars. Rest in peace to Young Thug's baby mama, man. She died right here in Atlanta today, from what I'm hearing. They got into a dispute at a bowling alley over a bowling ball. The guy walks outside, waits for 20 minutes. She comes out. He guns her down while she's on the phone with her mama talking about the incident. The crazy part about this whole story is neither one of them are going to ever bowl again. She can't bowl. I don't know. Somebody was like, well, what if it was your ball and she just took your personal bowling ball? Because when bowling balls, things pop up, and she bowled with your ball. And he was like, hey, shorty, don't bowl with my ball. Fuck you, bitch. I'm bowling. I got a ball in my hand, and she bowled. But I was like, she shouldn't die. I don't care what she did or how she responded. So what, she Young Thug baby mama, and so what? She took your bowling ball, or let's say you took her bowling ball. Nobody should die. This is not how everything should end in this dispute over a bowling ball. Because no matter what happens, you can't go bowling. I'm sure you can bowl for something in prison, and I'm sure they probably got those prison Olympics like Reggie showed. But y'all know what I mean. Come on, bro.
But Marq, that also goes back to what we was talking about people's overreactions. And people then deeper still, this is a man dealing with a female. It's not like he's arguing with a bunch of dudes and went and grabbed his gun. But
Clips, none of that matters. This is conflict resolution skills.
Right. That's what I'm saying about stoicism. People.
No. It don't. No. So let me say this part. I don't care if it's a man dealing with another man, woman dealing with another woman. An argument over a bowling ball should not lead to gun violence.
Agreed.
That's all I'm saying.
You're both saying the same thing.
It ain't about but I don't want to limit it to a man arguing with a woman, and a man shouldn't be arguing with a woman to that point where you want to kill her, or a woman should know her place and blah blah blah. And I ain't saying you saying that, Clips.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that.
I ain't saying you did say that. What I'm saying is conflict resolution, and you cut me off to bring that up for a reason. So that's why I want to make sure I nip that in the bud quick. This ain't about a man arguing with no woman. It's about no woman arguing with no man, or man arguing with another man, woman arguing. This is about conflict resolution skills, and somebody shouldn't be dead over a bowling ball dispute. Period.
And I came in to say the overreacting of regardless of what that situation was. And then
I
I
got
said,
you,
now
but you
look.
did bring the gender into it, though. You
Yes,
did bring the
because
gender.
why should this have gone that way? Even if they got into it, this is a man. It's not like he's arguing with a bunch of men where he feels threatened. I don't God knows what she said or whatnot. There shouldn't have been like, okay, shorty, you can't bowl with my ball, or oh my bad, shorty, I bowled with your ball. Whatever the argument was, I don't just in general, I don't see how that interaction should have escalated. Okay. All right. That's not belaboring no point. That's actually like, no, we've got to really look at how we interact with people. This overreacting ability, like Mr. Research said, this lack of stoicism, this inability to be stoic in any situation, especially in these situations of high stress or situations of conflict. If you don't even have that ability, de-escalation is something that's completely impossible.
Yeah, I totally agree. Because, like I say to people all the time, man, especially I just say to people of all the time, got to be slow to respond to a lot of this stuff because the internet has given birth to a different type of human being. Back in the day, before the internet, people had consequences for a lot of stuff they did accidentally. So it caused you to, not speak up on certain things, not even be involved in certain things. You know what I'm saying? You see somebody about to make a move and you start thinking about the consequences. Nowadays, people are just like, doing this stuff that don't even make sense no more. It just don't even make sense, at the end of the day.
All right, cool.
You asked about the links I put in there. I put the Black Teachers Project. It's something that I donate to. Like I said, I don't have kids right now, but I still try to learn about the teacher's point of view. That's why
It's a YouTube link you put in here. I was asking, what's that?
Education, and then a school for the Black boys out here in Oakland, California. It's an all Black boys school, like 6th graders, 8th graders.
Yeah, I just shared it in my community there. Like those YouTube links that you put up, and the other link I'm sharing it on my community tab right now. All right.
Yeah, I was just dropping for the sake of solutions because a lot of times, man, we always talk about the problem, but we really need to start bankrolling our situations.
Right. That we got to say that one for the next episode because we out of time for this one. Like I said, I wish y'all would get here earlier, but I try to compensate and overcompensate. But at some point, like I said, all good things must come to an end, even this show.
Right.
I'm sorry you guys got here late.
Salute.
But I think I was more than fair than compensating everybody with their time and their energy. Shout out to HLD, that guy Eclipse, girl behind the mic, Mr. Research, Shaman marqnash, another great episode of Breaking Beats, where we break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, and anything else you and I feel like talking about. Always remember, it's a hip-hop political sports show with a comedy twist. We like to let the jokes fly because life is serious enough. I know it gets a little touchy sometimes, but hope y'all know I love y'all. You can go to marqnash.com, put in the promo code NASH27, NASH27, promo code NASH27 in all caps, just how you see it on the screen, and you can save yourself 15% on all the merch on the website. I love y'all. Hope you know I love y'all. Love yourself, and if you don't love yourself, guess what? God loves you, and so does Marq Nash in the neighborhood. I'll see you in the next one. Make sure y'all got the notifications lit, because I'm going to be dropping some shorts too, man. Drop some shorts with some funny shit. Some shit is just going to be eye-catching, but some of these going to be some current events and some real good stories that I just might want to just drop the story off in 60 seconds and keep it moving instead of doing a whole live or a whole 10-minute video. Might just do a short about it. So make sure you got that notification bell lit. I love y'all. Girl behind the mic, I'm looking for them books. I'm looking for that email. Let me know if I need the help with shipping. Like, let me know. I just want the book. I want it as soon as possible. At least that first one. Like, I don't care how long you take on the other ones, but I want that first one ASAP. Thank you so much. I love y'all. Peace.
This that squad sound.